it's dangerous.
On
But
your body,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. Mostly because people smoke it. You're taking it through that instead of injecting it or snorting it. But it itself, there's no chemical difference that is harder on your body. It's just people take more of it and do crazier shit on it just because of the way it hits them.
I'm glad that shit never had any effect on me, man.
Yeah, I smoked crack one time in high school and I never touched it again.
They say it's highly addictive, but I tried some at a party and it never did shit for me, man.
Well, every now and then you bump into somebody who it just doesn't work on, and they're lucky people.
I got lucky, yeah. I believe I did, yeah. I believe I did. Because from what I hear, man, people get addicted on that shit and they cannot get off, man.
Yeah.
Hardly at all. So.
Well, it's kind of like with heroin too. I mean, it's so harsh on your body to come off of it, even with medications. It's even if you're replacing one addiction with another, but it's still the coming off of it is terrible.
I had a friend of mine die from heroin. He died in my arms.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can relate there for sure.
Some medications are terrible coming off of. So imagine just that. I mean, just and for most of them, it's nowhere near what heroin or crack coming off those are like. Some are. I've withdrawn from some medicines that they've taken me off of that were horrible. It like put me in the hospital, almost heart attack range kind of thing. But I couldn't imagine being on the street buying heroin and having to live like that to keep from having the withdrawals. But I sure would if I knew those withdrawals were coming. I sure would live like that. My favorite's always hallucinogens. So. Do you think that they're cutting back, Nadia, on, or at least changing the laws, or trying to at least, of getting away from it being a race war? The more the population rises in the other cultures?
No. The U.S. has pretty much got the Confederates going about their, well, using cops into, drafting cops into being effectively their Ku Klux Klan. So, and yeah, prison plantations and so on.
Yeah. Well, I've heard things even in like Colorado and stuff as well of the people that are still getting prosecuted for certain things are still the minorities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe a couple states will, state books, and feds still have it on theirs.
Mm-hmm. Well, and is it just more apparent in the drug war, or is it? I mean, because I don't know that most statistics that I see show that minorities get prosecuted for everything across the board more harshly, not just drugs. Like, so. Is it just more apparent there in the drug thing?
It creates an enormous sort of selective enforcement and prosecution on, I guess, excess of things. Yeah, who you go shaking down for contraband.
Mm-hmm.
The entire creation of contraband is pretty bad idea in general.
I was just talking with a guy at a convenience store last night. We were talking about the town next to us and the cops, and I got pulled over not too long ago. When I rarely go out, it's maybe to go to the pharmacy, and it's like 2 in the morning. Like, I go out when nobody else is out. And I got pulled over for signaling too late at a stoplight. Like, I didn't do it within the 100 feet or whatever. And they pulled me over, got me out, searched my car, searched it thoroughly, and all this crap. Didn't find anything. And I guess the same thing, something real similar to him had happened. He got pulled over for signaling within 50 foot instead of 100 foot of a thing, and they got him out, searched his car, and just digging for something.
Mhm.
But it's the good old boy system here. So.
Just the good old boys, never meaning no harm.
Oh, it's top to bottom, right? At the same time as you're talking about pulling over and getting shaken down, etc. Who's getting pulled over? It's
Right.
what, regular skin?
Really, in Hamilton, Ohio, when I was growing up in the 60s and 70s, it really didn't matter. I mean, anybody that was doing wrong was getting pulled over. It didn't matter what their damn skin color was. I never saw a significant difference. Black people get pulled over, white people get pulled over, Asians get pulled over.
I see what you're saying, but like I see everybody getting pulled over here, but I've encountered stories of people getting pulled over just because they were black, kind of thing here as well. But for the most part, I see anybody, any color, any nationality getting pulled over.
Well, the question is,
Well, now it's not. Now, basically, what it amounts to is, hey, the city needs revenue. Pull over that many X number of cars, right? You know.
Yeah, they have a quota.
Don't give a damn about your skin color.
Yeah, they have a quota here too that they meet. You can tell if they haven't met it by the end of the month, because the last like week of the month you'll see cars pulled over everywhere.
realize that a self-funding affair they have to do. What about during Reagan's time? Part of his devolution and so on. They basically enable these. Well, I guess it informally, informal policies and so on to go on without federal interference and so on.
All right. Yeah, we see that all over the place. When you pull up any source that has any statistics or anything like the Young Turks or anything, you'll see it all over that. There's always some police force that goes off of things that aren't even necessarily law. It's just almost tradition that they do things a certain way and get away with it.
No, there's no. And there's a lot saying be all racist and stuff. Nobody wrote down in the Constitution, cops must be racist.
Say that again, cops what?
No. Nobody wrote down in the Constitution or any law book, cops, you must be racist.
Right. It does seem like that's what it does get. There is a certain type of attitude that seems to be prevalent in police forces, or people that like choose that career. I could probably almost go through my high school like yearbook and pick out the people that I would have guessed have become cops, and I'd bet I'd probably have 9 out of 10 nailed. Maybe that sounds bigoted.
Well, I think it's an under-training issue. Like AJ Plus did a really good documentary on how they train cops to be like always prepared, like as if somebody's going to step out of a car and shoot them. You know, like every single person is going to do that. So they're always like on the offensive rather than to protect and serve, which is what they were supposedly set up to do in the first place.
Oh yeah, the training's changed hugely in the last 20, 30 years.
It's horrible.
I live in a town that has, we have less than 20,000 people here. We have 2 military helicopters, 3 tanks, and a fleet of Humvees, like military Humvees that are painted like the cop cars.
Oh, that's useful. Like, I'd rather pay for those than the actual training or, you know, those body cams that you go on the cops.
Right. It's nuts. It's nuts how small it is and how big of like a military presence it seems is here.
Well, it's a prison industrial complex, and it feeds. And the more people that you put into it, the more money gets made. And one of the reasons that I was arguing so hard with Vaughn a couple of days ago that he should be very, very careful about automatically denuding the rights of anyone who gets convicted of a crime is that it's now incentivized, it's monetarily incentivized to put as many people into jail as possible.
Yeah. Yeah, the private prison system here is completely different than the UK. It is exactly what you were just saying. In the US, the prison system, the private prison system, does incentivize, and it does reward the state for.
And it's so retarded. Like, there's even like a minimum quota. Like, if they don't get filled to a certain percentage, we pay them up to a percentage anyway. So, like, if they're, you know, they're only 90%, or we pay them up to 90% occupation, even if like their jail is only 50% full. And even then, they still want more. You know, it's just what greed can do to you. And of course, all the private prisons are understaffed and just horribly
run. Well, the private prisons here too. The inmates are forced to work. It's work or go in the hole, kind of thing. It's work or solitary confinement.
Right. It's terrible.
30 cents on the dollar or 3 cents on the dollar or something like that. That's what they get paid.
Yeah.
And that's really going to help the recidivism rate.
That's not belted slave labor.
Well, the biggest impediment to recidivism is the fact that if you commit crimes, you become ineligible for an enormous host of employments. One of the things they've really got to start doing is they've really got to start allowing people to be employed despite previous criminal histoay. You know,
well, they should be trained in jail. Like, they should be mentally helped rather than put in a cage.
But McKay, it doesn't matter what you train them for or how well you train them if an employer has an automatic no the minute he sees that you've committed a felony.
Yeah, true.
I mean, that's a really good point, but I feel like there still should be training in prison. I feel like because they're coming out more trained to be a thug, but then rather be more trained to have a career. You know what I mean? So even if they were to apply to places, why would their application, felony or not, be more worthy than John Joe Bob, who actually has experience because he wasn't just in a cage with 500 other murderers?
I think those are two good points, because I think one is it's the same way with the internet. You make one mistake on the internet, and you might not ever be employable because it's whatever you put out there. And society's got to change for that one to change. For the people coming out of prison and the employer looking at a well-trained person that's come out of prison, society's got to change for them to say, okay, you served your time, but you're the best fit for this job. And then the other point, like you say, they've got to be trained in something or other than criminal activity.
Sure, but if you were in the joint, okay, and you knew the way the rules were, and you knew what was waiting for you on the outside, and more to the point, what wasn't, what would you waste your time doing? Learning how to do a job nobody would ever allow you to do because you were a felon, or learning how to get better at your criminal enterprise and reduce the chances that you get caught later?
Well, I think the prisons that actually do teach their prisoners, you know, how to do a skill, no matter how rudimentary, it actually does decrease the recidivism.
Yeah.
You need to decrease his recidivism.
It's because they keep, once they get out, it's not 100% that they're not going to get a job. It's some of them, once they're trained, they keep trying. They really want to better their life. I mean, so they keep trying. Maybe they'll get a menial job until they can get what they trained for. And there's a percentage of those that say, "Fuck it, I can't do this. I'm going back."
Right.
So just because that percentage of them still does that doesn't mean that might not be the answer, but it's a better solution than letting it just run the way it runs.
Yeah, I'm just not I'm not convinced that that incrementalism in this particular instance is anything to be positive about. I mean, not to beat the horse to death, but if you know that once you commit a crime, you are ineligible for any job other than, stuff that you're going to end up competing with thousands of people to do at the lowest possible wage, that's definitely not a living wage. It's a disincentive. It's an enormous disincentive, and it's completely understandable if nobody wants to go the hard road if there's no payoff at the end.
Yeah, I agree.
I would agree with you, yeah. That needs to be changed as well. Like, I wasn't disagreeing. I was just saying it needs to be changed twofold, because even if we do change to where they can get a job, they're still not going to have a better application than somebody who's actually been in the field longer and is trained to do it.
Yeah, it makes you question, should prison or whatever, is the purpose of, should the purpose of prison be for punishment, to penalize a person? I would think the reason you should put people in prison is because they're a danger to society. So
right.
you can't have a dangerous person in society, so you lock them up.
Right.
When it's deemed that they're safe to go back into society, they should have full rights. It shouldn't be. I mean, it will take a evolution of culture. We shouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
We shouldn't punish people for the sake of punishment. Saying, okay, you did a bad thing, therefore we're going to penalize you. No, we did a bad thing. We want to make sure you don't continue to do a bad thing. Therefore, we're going to since you haven't shown that you can control yourself, we're going to lock you away.
Yeah. I hope things keep trending that way.
Yeah. And that's where the Christian worldview is totally devoid of that.
Mm-hmm.
They say, "Oh, you're a sinner, therefore you need to be punished. You need to be tortured for it."
Yeah. That's exactly what I was saying about. I hope that it keeps trending that way. Is that a lot of not all the atheists, but a lot of them that I've met on here are non-believers, or go towards what you're saying is. They don't. It's not an emotional attachment to, well, they killed this person, so they need to be killed themselves, or we need to put them in prison and get them in electric chair out of emotion.
Yeah.
Because that's not justice. That's just a systemized version of revenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's just pure.
Let the family decide the punishment.
It's pure revenge, and that is what people need to get out of their mindset, is revenge. Now, it's very painful. It's very hard. If someone killed one of my loved ones, of course my instinct would be hate and revenge, right?
Yes.
But we need to rise above.
That's why you shouldn't be part of the process of
right.
The other end of it. The state should be, kind of thing.
Now, we don't want criminals walking the streets, because they're dangerous. If you have a gun, you lock it in a gun case, right, to keep it, so someone doesn't get a hold of it. And you do the same with criminals. They're dangerous until they're not dangerous. They remain locked up. But these Christians, they think, oh well, everyone deserves hell. Why? Because we're sinners. Okay, let's say we are sinners, but therefore we need to be punished eternally. And that will bring pleasure to this God.
Yeah, I've never understood how they see that as justice.
Yeah. Now, no, I mean, within the Christian worldview, it does teach forgiveness and so forth. That's there, but they say, but the problem with that is, oh yeah, we should forgive. We should not be innocent punishment. Why? Because the Lord will punish them. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord.
Well, right. I would be hesitant to, say all Christians hold that worldview, because they certainly don't. There is certainly a huge Christian part of the Democratic Party which is for, less privatized prisons and actually helping people recoup rather than punishment, hence against capital punishment and whatnot.
Yeah, and it is there. It is there in Christianity that, we shouldn't punish people. We should forgive them. We should not
and
seek
help them
revenge.
back on their feet.
Yeah, that is there, but they have this thing where it's, oh well, God will punish them though. So
Well,
so
I
again,
feel like that, that answers their question, or should answer their question, to all Christians who say, well, God will punish them. Well, then let God punish them. Don't throw them in prison. Like, that's not God punishing them. That's us punishing them.
Yeah. So yeah, my view is people should go into prison if they're a threat to society.
That's two stances, though, McKay. One is the punishment that takes place in the human world, our physical thing, society, and the other is a spiritual thing. And I don't think all Christians hold that, but when they say, here, God will punish them, it's not that we shouldn't punish them, it's that God is the only one that can punish their spiritual side, their soul.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it symbolically, saying, like for example, I commit a crime and I feel very guilty about it, right? So I'm spiritually suffering, so to speak. But a sociopath, a psychopath, he won't feel remorse at all. So again, I mean that's another reason why I'm not a Christian. The Christian theology does not best explain the world as we see it.
I would disagree. There's a lot of passages in the Bible that do point towards, you're made to be broken, and it's not the end of the world, and we should try to help you to the best we can. Like modern psychiatry and therapy is there to help these people who are broken and go to prison. It's not there for them to rot forever.
Well, yeah, I mean, it does have that, but again, it has this element of, punishment. Punishment is demanded.
Yeah, I think that's cherry picking, though. I think that requires, like Jesus washed the feet of, the worst people in the society. Like that's what he did. And he ate with the tax collectors and, the rest of the sinners, and that's the message that should be taken. But rather they're taking, the vengeful message, which, you can take that out of the book, but I would disagree with them.
Can I inject a little bit of amateur sociology into the conversation? The current system of punishment by imprisonment is an extension of the imposition of the notion that you cannot allow the old biblical idea of eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth to go, because what often was discovered was you would get enormous clan-wide feuds, which particularly in smaller population areas could completely decimate a village or a small hamlet, or worse yet, could plunge those places into retributive cross combat for years and years and years and years. And so one of the things that we discovered as a people was that if an outside agreed upon mediatory force stepped in and imposed a punishment that everybody could be comfortable with, then this would stop the constant tit for tat, which could burn down entire cities. I mean, you look at some of the vendettas that went on in the Italian Renaissance cities, some of the decades-long vendettas, which in some cases were only ever solved when the doges or the princes of the cities or whatever stepped in and threatened to wipe out every last member of both the fighting parties, and you sort of begin to understand why it is that the justice system eventually became one of of separating the offenders from possible retribution and thereby stopping a downward spiral into chaos.
Yeah, I mean, Gandhi said, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind.
Yeah, but we discovered that it's not enough to talk the talk. You have to actually keep people from knifing each other in the eye. And so that's why we now have a police force that, supposedly is supposed to step in and protect the peace.
I don't think you can stop people from knifing each other in the eye, though, no matter what you do, unless you lock everybody up in their own little cell.
Oh, we absolutely need police. We need judges. We need prisons. There's no doubt. Again, we need to get danger out of society. Whoever's dangerous, they need to be arrested. They need to be charged. They need to be taken out of society so they don't continue to harm people.
Yeah.
But yeah, if the intent is that these people are going to go back into society, like you were saying, they're just going to come out worse criminals. So either they rot in jail or kill them, or you do everything possible to help them, to make them better people, not to penalize them and make their lives worse. Like if you don't help me, I'm going to go elsewhere, and because everyone has needs, right? Everyone needs their needs satisfied. If you're not going to help me, I'm going to go somewhere else. If no one's going to help me, then then I'm going to start taking from you.
Right.
What other option do I have? Yeah, Scott. Yeah. One person's left with one eye, and everyone's going to be fighting to be that one person.
Well, no,
It's a king of the hill, right? You're playing king of the hill.
From a practical sense, an eye for an eye simply leads to massive internecine warfare within urban populations. I mean, again, history has taught us that. If you simply allow the whole eye for an eye thing to go, you just, I mean, it is a truism. People say violence doesn't settle anything, but that's a bit short-sighted. Floyd, if you and I have a dispute and I put you to the sword, by definition, our dispute is finished. But that's twice as short-sighted, though, because if Floyd's got a Mrs. Floyd, and if he's got Floyd Jr., and he's got a Floyd Sr., well, now it's vendetta.
Right.
Now all of my family
neighbors
are going to get put to the sword. And the only way to stop that is to have a third-party imposition of law. But it's gone amok because now we've introduced the profit motive. This is the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, certain religion fills that role, right? If you have this transcendent being that's above us all, okay, then that's that third party.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but everyone has to buy into it, right? If it's like the emperor's new clothes. If not everyone buys into it, it won't work, right?
And that's never been the case.
Right.
Christians will cite that, in places where Christian doctrine and dogma are adhered to, they're relatively peaceful, relatively safe. That's true, but that's not a panacea for everything. I mean, I remind people anytime they think that, Christians are really just nice people, I remind them of the Inquisition and the Crusades and witch trials.
Right.
To
me, judge not, all that judge, yeah, that refers to the in-group. Be nice to each other, forgive, don't be eye for an eye, look at yourself before judging others, all that stuff. Yeah, that works within the in-group, but the out-group, no. Again, everyone has to believe this thing. Everyone has to believe in this transcendent thing. If not everyone believes it, it won't work. But I think to get over that, we have to find something else we all have in common. And I think what we all share in common is our love for humanity and our desire for well-being. So if everyone shares that, then that can be what unifies us and goes forward. And go forward with instead of creating these imaginary transcendent beings that we all have to worship. And if you don't go along with the program, you're threatened with hellfire. But yeah, I mean, it can work if everyone agrees with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Or how they make sure everybody agrees that is. So I'm getting ready to do this. So.
My luck's a little bit better for I do.
Yeah. How long do I last? I wonder.
Do I?
Of course, then again, you have Calvinists versus Arminians. You have premillennials versus postmillennials. Mid-trib, pre-trib, and post-trib raptures. Covenantalists versus dispensationalists. Lapsarians versus super-Lapsarians.
Yeah, what Chief said.
I could only hear part of what you said, Nadia. I heard the glass half empty, glass half full part.
No, it was I have,
It's saying, even right before that, I have no idea what you said either. I think it was just like a lag on my end.
believing same thing and so on is a little bit trickier because even within, groups where they have belief in that deity, Christianity, you've got all these various doctrinal divisions.
But yeah, they would all have to agree on the exact same thing across the board. I don't know where we really ever see that.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky when modalism versus, I guess what do they call it?
I don't know.
Trinity. Modalism versus the regular Trinity. Because I mean, that's really freaking subtle.
The triune thing. Think of it either.
I can't imagine anyone caring about the difference. They're apparently like wars.
Right.
I don't think it was the Anabaptists, though.
A lot of stuff pops up whenever people from one family, are going to get married to a person of another family, and then they both hold those two different things. It's the families that get pissed off that you're trying to teach their kids about something they don't believe in.
Yeah. I see all kinds of potential issues there.
Yeah, it wasn't by any means, and that's always the case. But I agree with you. I don't know why they would care.
Uh-oh. Rev says the last video he ever wanted to make.
His last what?
Rev says something was the last video he ever wants to make. Oh no. Yeah, Rev put out a new video. Don't want to bring up the subject of
He's been getting grumpy lately.
enough about things.
I don't know why he's been so grumpy lately.
Yeah, a lot of people have. For a lot of various reasons. There's a crew of detractors speaking illegally. Oh, it's good. Yeah, I think they're actually okay. Let's see drama like next. Where would I go? The the in-group out-group fair relates a lot to how the standards of truth differ between the left and the right wing. So on Jonathan Haidt has got almost flat out saying that profession of belief in the right wing is really more about expression of their in-group loyalty and whatnot as opposed to well, actual reasoning. Not far from what everyone pretty much can already figure out about them. Anyway.
Right. I'm trying to dig out my W-2s and stuff. I don't fit them all. But usually I have taxes done the first day, but I've waited for the last day this year.
Yeah. Actually, more of a mystery, or like liberal Christians, or you know, basically like mixes of good options. Hard to understand how they actually play this. But it appears that they actually require us to get the thought process. They go on humanity. You know, left and right are things that are a matter of structure of your brain. And you have one topic going one direction and going the other. So that you have some kind of choose the brain that process those topics, or and of course within different divisions, whether one is set up to be right wing, one left. Looks like there's a new kernel package. My commentary to go quite their direction. Not just my bad audio, or they were behaving badly, or
No, you sound
something
fine.
else that are apparently conceptually incomprehensible.
No, you
Go
sound
ahead.
fine. You sound fine. I'm digging around for my tax papers, so I'm just listening in, but I think everybody else kind of went silent too.
I can't imagine I'd have to pay taxes. I haven't had any income.
Right. Yeah, my wife works, and I get Social Security. I do have to pay. Or actually, we get returns, but I have to pay it when they take it out of everything.
Yeah, I applied, but no, I didn't have my own doctors by me, so it was
Yeah. It's a
more a matter of being pressured into wasting the delay interval or some such.
They wouldn't take my doctor's word for it. They sent me to their own doctor. Like I'd had uh, a diagnosis,
Well,
and
they never
stuff,
do.
but then they sent me to one to get diagnosed, and they trusted that doctor.
Well, there's still a big difference between that and going in cold and having nobody but their doctors talking.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's good. And that's pretty much where I'm standing is with the application that's ongoing now.
Yeah.
It's really only because the hospital pressured me. What it does, until that thing actually gets some kind of decisive answer and finishes percolating through the system, as it does those molasses, I can't actually go around getting a real doctor of my own to back me up on it and get it going
Right.
in true earnest.
It's a tough. I've heard horror stories of people that go through there, and mine I had no issues. But I don't doubt those are the horror stories. I mean, it's like sometimes these people have a vested interest in whether you get it or not, like they care. Like they want to stop you from getting it. Like it's gonna hurt them if you fucking get it. It's wild. Even on the doctor, some of the doctors think, well, I'm not gonna do that because then that means they'll get disability, and like that fucking affects you. I mean,
Yeah.
so
I think
their
one of the
taxes
big
don't go
differences,
up. Like the more
one of
people,
their
their
single
taxes don't go up.
factors,
Sorry.
the way I understand it is the big difference is whether you have one of those single factors on their short list of things that basically automatically get approved, or you have some kind of fight to play with or fuzzy wrestle with.
Yeah, the way it seems. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, if you have one of those things on their short list, then you pretty much have hit blush and you get through the first time, no questions asked. If you don't, and you're in for a decades-long legal battle.
Right. That is the way. That's exactly how it seems.
Well, yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot about it. Just generally being on the street doesn't introduce you to that many other homeless people. But you somehow get connected to shelters and you eat a whole bunch. And the kind of things they told me were pretty much along those lines. They had a lot more garbage to add to it, like getting the legal representation and so on was, well, pretty darn tough for a broke homeless person. And very long list of how much worse things got with her conditions while waiting for trouble that come up because they basically weren't getting health care before Obamacare. And they were basically dying because of it.
I found my 2013 taxes. That didn't help.
think it was my 2012 taxes. Place I was in Oakland. Because I haven't earned anything since. Can't go writing in on a tax return. And
Yeah.
tax return is not taken by that many places as you got a proof of income.
Don't take this as gold, but I think you have to have more than $3,000 of income before you have to file taxes.
Yeah, I thought it was 10,000, but maybe it differs in the state.
Could be.
Oh.
But I think what you're saying, McKay, I think is right too. Though I think you have to make at least 10,000 or 13, something like that, to have taxes taken out for them to tax you.
Oh, right.
But to just file a tax return, if you've got to have at least 3,000. Like if all you made that year was $2,500, you don't have to file anything for it.
I don't think you have to for a lot less than that, or a lot more than that.
Well, it used to be like 1,500.
Like, used to be what?
It used to be 1,500, but I think it's 3,000 now.
I think you don't need much of anything, actually, 10,000 or something. And I've not heard any flack back over not filing your service.
The only reason I know what McKay was saying is because my Social Security used to be under 10,000, and when it did, they couldn't take any taxes out of it. I mean, I could have them take it out if I would have got every bit of it back at the end of the year. It wouldn't have mattered.
Welcome, Seamus.
Hey, Seamus.
Hey, Seamus.
My voice is 3 years of, I don't know, practicing a lot with the bless, and my voice still sounded like a man.
Yeah, so last night, Run Gava Guy Run had a live hangout on what is it to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. There was like 5 atheists in there, just completely just everything was so wrong that they were saying, and I was like, I typed in the comment section, I was like, I'd like to come in there and, kind of set you guys straight on this stuff. Well, I get in there for like maybe 5 minutes, and Redline starts cutting me off left and right, just hardcore. And I ended up leaving because I'm not gonna participate in stuff like that. And then the rest of the hangout was just more atheists, straw-manning Christians' position on what it's like to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. So I was kind of wondering, is there a difference between someone wanting to have a hangout to actually discuss and get the other side's opinion, or does people want to have a hangout just to troll and straw-man the other position and talk shit about it? Because it bothers me.
Have a guy, just like when I started, because I run into the same issue sometimes, because I don't limit who comes in there. I do it first, but then not. So a lot of times I'll have hangouts like that where I want something and I want to talk more with the Christian about it, and the room will fill up with atheists. And I know Gava Guy, and I bet you anything he started that hangout wanting to talk to Christians about it. It's just it got taken over by and filled up with atheists.
Yeah, it was 4 of them and then me, so it was like 5 of us. It wasn't like a full room or anything, but I was just willing to give my side of the story. But it was I don't know. It seemed like Floyd was there. I don't know if he's here right now, but he seemed like he wanted to dialogue, but we didn't even get that far.
Right. I've run into that too, and I hate when that happens because I'm really wanting to actually have the conversation, but I'm not. I can't be an ass enough to tell the other people to leave.
I don't know about you guys, but it would be like Johnny Casey J having one of his hangouts. You know what I mean? That's right. That's what I felt like right then. Like I got 5 people standing around strawmanning and lying about and making fun of and caricatures of what it's like to have a personal relationship with the person that died for my life.
Right.
And then it made me so mad. It's basically the same thing as Johnny Casey and all those guys just smack talking and strawmanning atheists all day. It's just I can't appreciate stuff like that. I can't do that.
I need to be more careful of who I invite when I ask questions like that. And sometimes I'll invite nothing but, the Christians at first, and an hour or two goes by and nobody's shown up that can take that side of it, so then I'll just give the link out. And then maybe an hour later, someone like you would show up, and it's devolved into nothing but that. And I try not to stand for it. I try to actually play devil's advocate a lot whenever it turns into a room like that because of that. But I know Gavagai pretty well, and like I said, I bet you money when he started that, he wanted Christian feedback more than the straw man and the atheist feedback.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate everyone's point of view here, but when it comes to, like, there's certain people that just, like, I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible for them, but there's certain people that it's, like, it's kind of difficult for them to have, like, a civil back and forth. And, like, Redline just happens to be one of them. I've had a civil back and forth with Redline before. I've talked with him civilly before. It's just, it's kind of rare.
Right. No, I agree. Redline would probably agree with you, too. I agree. There are people that they're done with the argument, so I don't know why they stay engaged in it, other than to just troll.
I don't know. I'm just kind of venting because, like, I wanted into that discussion so bad last night to just set the record straight, and, like, I don't know. I've been really fuming about it, like, the last day.
Yeah. No, I understand. I jumped into one of Johnny KY's. He's like that when it was Gavagai that was getting bounced on by like 6 other Christians for the same reason. I just jumped in to help straighten it out. I know how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, if I was an atheist and I saw Johnny CK whatever throwing some of those hangouts, I would be the first one in there telling him how I feel. You know, that's just who I am.
Yep. I don't know. I'll see if Gavagai's around later and see if he wants to actually have that hangout. I don't mind hosting it, or he can host it again.
Maybe Floyd will come back from AFK here in a minute, and we can maybe kick that back up. Because it seemed like Floyd actually wanted to talk about some of the things I brought up and said, and I addressed some of his points, but it just, it was like Shamos, and then I left.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Yeah, he was here. He maybe stepped out, I guess, on to eat. You might private message him, tell him you're in here. He might be on and just watching other videos.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what you guys are on about, so... I mean... I don't know, try to tell me, but... I have suspicions, yeah, it's just too far removed, too alien to me to ever really adjust.
Well, I think it's some people are done with the argument. Like they think they have the answer. They're done with it, with the actual argument. So they don't actually want to have the discussion about it anymore. But they seem to come into the rooms anyway.
Where are my cigarettes?
There's certain people that want to, like, come in a room to, like, actually kind of, like, figure something out. Like, dude, these Christians are weird. I don't understand their position. Like, it would be nice to just have a Christian, like, rationalize their position so I could understand it. There's people like that, and there are people that are like, look, I completely disagree with these Christians, and I'm coming in to just tell them they're wrong. I'm not here to understand their position. I'm here to try to make their position sound as absurd as possible and just reject all of their claims and not try to understand it. And then there's, like, those are the people that I just can't stand. Like, if we're sitting here for, I mean, all the hours that we've, everyone in this chat is a member of the Great Debate, and we've all sunk hundreds of hours onto these discussions. You know, we're not, you know, I would like to think that we're here for discussion. You know, not just to just tell someone that they're wrong and not listen to it.
Yep. I agree completely with everything you just said. Actually, it was going off on someone yet. I think it was yesterday. I had a hangout, and it filled up with people like I was saying that already think they have an answer. They don't want to have the argument, and they want to make the other person look stupid. Simon came in there later.
That was a really good hangout.
Yeah, it finally turned into a lot of fun.
Oh, it was great. Thank you so much.
But there at the first, it was me and Mutt and some other people, and some people dropped out, and I don't know, 4 or 5 people that, like I said, are done with the argument, don't care about the discussion, just want to come tell people they're wrong, jumped in, and Rand was in there, and Rand wasn't being the over the top Rand. Rand was actually there having the discussion with it, and we couldn't stay on any topic or anything like that. It got frustrating for a while, but then it did turn into a great hangout.
Was it live? Did you record it at all?
Yeah. Up until that Keefe's guy rapped. I kicked it off right after he rapped.
Oh, okay, great. Oh, great. So the last kind of hour of that is it's probably going to be quite funny.
Yep.
Okay, I'll go and get that. Ray was just outstanding.
Train.
Oh, sorry.
I got that. Lord. Hey, thank you.
Can't hear a word you're saying that Xbox. I turned you up, but I don't know what's happened.
Is that better?
Oh, I'll turn you up full. Okay, say again.
You sound fine to me.
Yeah. Is that better? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's cool.
It might have been your system trying to volume level from that train sound.
Possibly, yeah. Actually, yeah.
Mutt's mic was doing that yesterday. It was trying to auto level him because of some sound that was coming out of his speakers.
Has he been on a while, that guy?
Yeah, I've known Mutt for about as long as I've known Sokka, and I met them both at the same time. It's just Mutt he's in college, so he was on for, I don't know, 3 or 4 weeks straight, and then he kind of got off and would just show up maybe once every few weeks.
Cool. Hi, Floyd. How you doing?
Good. Good. How you doing?
Excellent. Glad to see you
Bye,
back.
Floyd.
Say hi to the others as well. I can see Jesus and Hitler. All sorts of people. Alex, hello. Seamus.
Hey Floyd, how you doing?
Good.
Hey,
It's a real shame we didn't get to have that discussion last night. That seemed like
Yeah, I was unfortunate.
yeah, Seamus explained to us kind of what happened. Tell us what you saw.
Yeah,
was
red
the
light
topic?
Red light was just interrupting and couldn't have a decent conversation.
What was
the topic? Yeah, it was about what does it mean to have a personal experience with Jesus?
Oh,
Or
yeah,
that-
that one. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. I don't know, Seamus, I don't know if you heard after you left.
No, I didn't listen. I didn't listen to any of it. I looked at the cast of people. It looked like after I left, it was for at least 30 minutes. No other Christians came in. It seemed like just a big atheist party or something after I left. I didn't really watch much longer.
But yeah, red light wasn't willing to grant your presuppositions.
Yeah, he stopped me dead in my tracks on the fact that Yahweh is considered to be omniscient. And he said, well, we have your side of the story, but we don't have Yahweh's side of the story that he's omniscient. And I almost lost my shit. But I kept it cool. And then I just started transitioning and trying to hone in on why this omniscience makes a personal relationship different than a human who doesn't have omniscience and whom you don't know, right? And I was trying to drive it home and make them understand it, and it didn't get anywhere because I got cut off after that. I was so mad from before that I just said, screw it, it's not even worth it tonight, and I just left.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if you're able to stay, I made a point. You know, if we grant that this God is omniscient, you know, he knows you, he knows everything, he knows how many grains of sand are in my backyard. He knows everything about you. But how does does that mean you still have a relationship with him? To have a relationship, you still need to have communication, right? So you need to have two-way communication with this omniscient God.
So if we grant the omniscience, we at least confirm that we have one way, like God to me, but not me to God, right?
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, God knows everything about your nature.
Okay.
He is observing you all the time. He knows, he knows everything that's going on in your life, and he knows all your thoughts.
Right. So it's like a one-way street, right? I haven't justified the other way. So the other way of the street is the Holy Spirit, right? That's what facilitates that personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And since Jesus Christ is part of the Trinity, and the Holy Spirit is the vehicle and the method of which a Christian comes to know God, then that would be the way that we have this personal relationship. And like I said, the personal relationship is the best way to describe it. Now, it's not like I can't speak for all Christians, but I will only speak for myself. I don't have this type of inner, like David Weiser, for example. He has active communication with God. I don't have this. I don't have that at all. But I do have this personal relationship with Jesus Christ. I know He's Lord and Savior. I know He died for me. I know He is who He says He is, and I read the parables in the Gospels, like especially the one that I tried to list last night of the Good Shepherd, where He says, my sheep know me, my sheep know my voice, and I know my sheep. I'm not the hired hand. I lay down my life for my sheep, and it goes to show you that there is this personal relationship, and it might not manifest itself in the way that a common personal relationship with a human does, but obviously, it's a category error anyway.
Well, I still don't see how that parable applies a personal relationship, and I'm not sure how does the Holy Spirit produce the other way. I still don't understand that. I mean, obviously you're not all knowing, right? But you are capable of knowing things. But how does the Holy Spirit create the other way communication to God?
Okay, so God can see you. God can know what you're doing. You have to be able to. It has to go the other way. You have to know what God's doing. You have to have a right. That's what I'm saying. You have to have a vehicle to actually speak with God, and this is the Holy Spirit. So the omniscience in God's that's His way of seeing you and being in a personal relationship with you, but the way that you can be in a personal relationship with Him is through the Holy Spirit. And the Christian scriptures are very, very clear about this, that the Holy Spirit is the vessel of which God sends to let His people know Him. And
but it seems like we have you and on one side and God on the other side. God knows everything about you. You know perhaps some stuff about God through special revelation.
I know what God wants me to know about Him.
You are trying to communicate with God, right? So, like if you pray, for example, God is listening to you, right? But so the communication goes from you to God. Okay, now how for have this personal relationship, you need two-way communication. Okay, now you're sending communications to God. Now how do you get God's communication back to you?
Right, the Holy Spirit. I mean, before we get into this, He sends the Spirit, and the Spirit validates Him and His Son, and then this is the vessel which brings Christians to faith. I just want you to, Floyd. I don't know if you are unsure of what the Holy Spirit is, or if you're being purposely kind of obtuse. Can you describe to me in your understanding of who and what the Holy Spirit does and what role it facilitates in Christianity? Because I think that with that understanding, you would kind of understand what I'm getting at here.
Well,
so could you answer that for me?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is God does things through the Holy Spirit. It's already back in Genesis 1, and the Holy Spirit, can be the mediator between, the communicator.
That's the word I was going to use. Yeah.
But the actions are done through the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, that's the way it sounds like you're saying. That's what I got from what you said, Seamus, and that's the exact word I was going to use, was mediator. It sounds like you're saying the Holy Spirit is the mediator between you and God. And
Well, mediator is not the best word because of the connotations that Jesus Christ...
Facilitator.
Yeah, facilitator. There you go. There you go. That's the word.
But again, the communication back to you seems very vague or encrypted or at best and non-existent at worst.
Like I said, the only thing that like I said, I'm not in active communion with God. I don't have, He doesn't speak to me. I don't hear anything audibly. The only communication I've had through with God is through the Holy Spirit. It's just validated that the Bible is God's word and that Jesus Christ is who He says He is. When I speak about my personal revelation, that's all I claim. I don't claim to have an active, ongoing communication. And if an active, ongoing, two-way back and forth communication is what you're looking for to justify a personal relationship, then either A, you've misunderstood what Christians mean by this personal relationship, or B, you're deliberately trying to kind of trump that up. I don't know which it is, but we don't claim the personal relationship in that way.
Well, then I think it's unfair to call it a personal relationship. If it's not like a personal relationship between you and me, for example, talking, then I don't see how you can call it a personal relationship. Because I mean, I had Christians come up to me.
You want to start with a category error, and if I can't bridge the gap between the category error, then you're going to be accepting of it. That's very unfair.
But God's still a person, right? It's when we say personal relationship, it's a person.
Yeah, he's a person. But this is the problem I had with Ozzy. Ozzy uses the word person interchangeably with human. And what he does is he'll talk about the person, and we know that the Trinity has three persons, three personage. But when Ozzy specifically talks about persons, he uses examples of humans. And he was using them interchangeably. So if you want to talk about person, we can talk about person, but don't talk about person with the connotations of human personages, because this was the same mistake Ozzy made, and I was very hesitant to even go along in that conversation.
Can you explain it, Seamus?
Yeah, okay. Then you
Can you explain what you mean?
You need to define what a generic person is.
Right.
No. Yeah. So the personage of the Trinity are three distinct persons that all share the same.
Not necessarily the Trinity. Just what you're meaning by person.
I mean, you can have a personal relationship with three persons. That's fine. It doesn't matter what the number is.
No. I'm trying to explain to you right now. Just give me a second. Everything takes more than one sentence. Okay. So the personages, when we talk about persons, there are three persons in the Trinity that share one essence. When we say the word persons, we use that word to denote that they're actually. I'm trying to use the best wording here. That they're actually distinct. That they're one, but they're distinct as well.
The three persons in one being.
Right, but here's the thing. And I'm fine. And if you guys want to talk about that and use persons in that way, that's fine. But if you want to do what Ozzy did, and then you want to take that word persons, and then he would say, well, since God is a person, and then he started throwing analogies of humans in using the word person. So that I'm going to dispute, obviously, because when you try to associate this human sense of person with God, it's a false equivalence.
Well, I'm still asking, what do you mean when you're saying that? Yeah,
distinct. Persons means distinct.
So when you say you have a personal relationship, you're just saying I have a distinct relationship with.
You're a distinct person, and God can be a distinct person.
Persons in the Trinity are distinct. That's that's why there are three persons, because there's a distinction between the three.
No, I get that.
Yeah,
I get that. Yeah, I get that. It's the problem with how you're saying that we're using persons in a narrow context, but I'm not understanding the broader context.
It was because Floyd said, well, God's a person, right, Shamos? And I was just saying, look, Floyd, yes, God's a person, but don't start throwing analogies, these human equivalencies.
Right, you're saying right there that I'm using it in a narrow way. I'm only referring to humans. Can you tell me how I could use it in a broader context? What do you mean by that broader context?
Yeah, the broader context of persons we use as a distinction, as a way to distinguish the Holy Spirit from the Son, and the Son from the Father, and the Father from the Holy Spirit. It's there's three persons. That means they're distinct, but they're also one. So it's three distinct persons that share the same essence. So.
Right. I still don't see why that's relevant to having a relationship.
I was just preempting. No, because you said, well, God's a person, right? And
right.
I did cut you off because I was wanted to get, before you even got a sentence in.
Well,
I was just going to say, if you're going to make an analogy of persons and use that to smuggle in analogies towards humans, I just wish we wouldn't go there.
Well, okay. You can say you have a relationship with three persons. It doesn't matter. You can say 3 or 5 or 100.
Yeah, but it's not a. It's a relationship with three distinct persons that share the same essence. But it's not like what I'm trying to say is.
We get that. We get it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but I don't see how that's relevant. Again, it's a person, and I agree with Ozzy. It's still a personal relationship. When we think of a person, we think of a distinct mind, right? So you're a distinct mind. This God, or it's wrong to say gods, but these three persons all have distinct minds, and you're having apparently a two-way communications with one of these minds, or with three of these minds.
Well, the communication part is what I was also trying to go on earlier, because what happens is they'll say this. Okay, well, think about this. If God, having a personal relationship with God is like having a personal relationship with a person in China that you've never met before, right? And that doesn't make any sense, because it does seem completely absurd when you use it in that context.
Well, yeah, I mean that if you never met you don't necessarily have to meet the person. I mean, with the internet and all the technology in the world, you can Skype and and be on Google Plus and all that stuff. But to have a relationship, you have to be communicating with this person in some way. I mean, if it's just
it's not enough to just know that they. It's not enough to just know they exist.
Yeah, I mean,
so I communicate
if it's
with
sending
God through prayer and through His omniscience, and then God
if it's sending, you can
me
just be
through the
sending
Holy
letters.
Spirit. And God communicates with me through the Holy Spirit. I communicate God through prayer and through His omniscience. So there's the vehicle of the transmission. That's both ways. Now, whether you don't like that, or whether it's not satisfactory to your.
Let me try an analogy for you, Seamus, because I think I wouldn't call that a personal relationship. And let me use the example of the person in China, like you said. If you knew the person in China, right? You're the vehicle between me and them communicating. I don't have a personal relationship with the person in China. You have a personal relationship with them. I do have a relationship with them, but through you. I don't actually have a personal relationship with that person.
Can you say that one more time?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't follow you there, Xbox.
I didn't know.
No, I was using the example of the personal relationship. If you have a personal relationship with someone in China, and I want to have a relationship with that person in China, and I use you as the vehicle of communication, the Holy Spirit. I use you as that vehicle to communicate between the person in China. I don't have a personal relationship with that person in China. You do. I have a relationship with them through you, but I don't have a personal relationship with that person.
Right, but here's the funny part about it. If you transfer your analogy to God, the person and the mediator are both God. So the Holy Spirit is God, and the person is God. So where it seems weird because you have to go through another person to get through another person, in this situation you just got to go through God and the other personage of God that shares the same essence with Him. So what I'm saying is your analogy is a false equivalency, because it doesn't. In your analogy, you have to go through another person, right, who's not related to that person, who's not another part of that other person who you're having a relationship. But in my analogy, in my situation, the Holy Spirit and God are one.
No, they're distinct. They're distinct. That was the point. They're distinct. But you're still having it through the Holy Spirit, But you don't have a personal relationship with the Father.
Yeah, but
the person in
Xbox.
China, the same person, or me and the person in China.
Well, it's
the same
redundant,
person?
right?
Because if you had a relationship with me as a mediator for the person in China, and we were actually the same person, that would hold. And since the Holy Spirit and God are the same person, it holds. Does no one see that analogy? Dispute the analogy.
I see what you're saying.
I agree, but
I see what you're saying, but I'm not disputing that side of the Trinity thing.
Xbox, why you don't even need it? The person in China doesn't even need it, right?
Right.
You don't even need you don't need to communicate with the person in China. You don't even need to get to that person in China at all, because the mediator is the same person, right?
Right.
So yeah, the person in China is redundant in the relationship.
Yeah, and Seamus, I'm not disputing the Trinity thing. You're saying they're distinct. The Father's distinct from the Holy Spirit, and
right, but they share the same essence.
It's like
They're always in union, in communion with one another.
Right. So it's the same as whatever I tell you, you tell the person in China. Whatever you tell the Holy Spirit.
But your analogy started, Xbox, was saying that you never had a personal relationship with the person in China. You only had it with me through the person in China. But if me and the person in China are the same person, we share the same essence, then you did have a relationship with that person in China. So that's,
but
your whole analogy fell apart because of the Trinity.
Yeah, well, it still doesn't get you anywhere. It still doesn't get anywhere. You still need a two-way communication.
I've already provided it for you. It's just not satisfactory to you. And if it's not satisfactory to you,
the Holy Spirit.
One more time. The communication between God and me, okay, is going to be the Holy Spirit.
But no, you got to stop right there. I'm going to stop you right there. God is the Holy Spirit. So you can't say that.
Well, then what you just said. Repeat what you just said, but
you guys aren't familiar with Christian theology if you have to ask that question.
No, I am.
No, Floyd, you're being deliberately obtuse. At least admit that. You know Christian theology.
No. See, with the mistake you're making.
No, you're being deliberately obtuse.
No, the mistake you're making. The mistake you're making is you're saying you need to distinguish God from the Father. That's the mistake you're making. The Holy Spirit is God. The Father is God. You're saying to get to God, you get the Holy Spirit, but they're at different levels, so to speak.
Right. You're using them in two different ways.
The Father is God, the Son is God, the Holy Spirit is God, but you can't just say God. Like your analogy would work if you want to get to the Father.
They're one. God is one. Where I'm a monotheist. They're all the same. Floyd, okay, I'm going to ask this question because I'm starting to get upset. Either A, you're deliberately misrepresenting Christianity, which I don't believe because I know you know so much about Christianity, or B, you're being deliberately obtuse.
The whole concept of the Trinity is coherent. I mean, that's part of the problem. But no, I'm trying to work with you. You can't say.
But you don't have to understand the ontological.
But to say to get to God, you go through the Holy Spirit. What you're saying is to get to God, you have to get through. Is
that consistent with Christian theology, or it seems to me so?
It's redundant,
it seems to me you're actually familiar with Christian theology. So,
Seamus, hang on.
Me on this.
No, that's why my analogy didn't fall apart. That's why my analogy didn't fall apart, because the way that you're wording it, and then you're wanting to say that it's having the relationship with that same person, and that's why Floyd is saying. Now you're changing it to say that they are two distinct things.
Yeah, and you want to get to this other distinct thing, but then you say, oh, I don't need to get to that other distinct thing.
So you don't understand
because there's a first distinct thing. Oh, but that first distinct thing is in essence the same thing as the one you want to get to. But then
you're not playing fair. You're being deliberately obtuse. Listen, I'm going to say this, and then either depending on how it goes, listen, how
I'm not trying to be difficult here.
But what I'm saying is, how the Holy Spirit works theologically.
I know the Holy Spirit is a mystery, and it's inherent.
Simon, you don't have to laugh with your mic open. If you could just stop doing that, please.
I mean, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
But okay, let me ask you the question again. You understand how the Holy Spirit works. You understand the relationship between the Trinity. I'm not saying you agree with it. You understand theologically what a Christian says when we're talking about these things. Yet when I talk to you about the transmission, the vessel that transmits the message from God to men, the Holy Spirit, and then you just start disputing the whole thing. When I'm being absolutely consistent with Christian theology. Have I been inconsistent with Christian theology once tonight? Be honest.
Yeah, yes, because you're limiting. You're limiting the function. You're limiting the Holy Spirit to just a communication function. It's like you're saying the Holy Spirit is merely a cell phone, so to speak, but the Father is the ultimate mind you want to get to. So you're saying the Holy Spirit is like the mail service, it's like the postal service, and denying that the Holy Spirit itself has
remember when we
has
said
the mind of
mediator?
God.
I said mediator, and then you changed around, and what was the other word you said?
Felicitator.
Facilitator. So how is that different from what you just named off? That he's the cell phone to God. He's the facilitator. He facilitates the communication between you and God. How is this consistent with Christian theology?
Yeah, but there's a confusion right there. Felicitator to God, but no, he is God, so he can't be.
You know how the Trinity works. Don't be deliberately obtuse.
It's like saying. Okay.
Now you want to turn this into a Trinity conversation?
No, we don't. That's where you keep trying to go with it.
Well, yeah, that is causing.
I don't think we don't have an issue with that.
That is causing the confusion. But if you say that the Holy Spirit is merely a cell phone, for example, or the postal service, then like the cell phone or the postal service, like they don't care what your message is, right? They're just transmitting it, right? But if the Holy Spirit is God itself, then it itself is understanding, receiving the message, and can respond to it. It seems like it's redundant.
Right. We're not trying to be obtuse.
Okay,
we're not trying to.
You think it's redundant, but this is the Christian doctrine of the Trinity. It's
with Christian and it's a mystery.
I only got 3. Okay, we're back into this.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, please, Shannon. We're not trying to cut you off so you don't say what you say.
Oh, well, I blew it. Oh, well, I apologize. I'm sorry.
That's what you can do.
No, I do.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have cut you off. I apologize. Oh,
yeah, please.
Okay. Part of the difficulty is the Trinity is a mystery. Christian theologians openly admit that it isn't coherent. That's why they call it a mystery. That's the difficulty.
Yeah. And none of us are saying it's incoherent, therefore it doesn't exist, kind of thing.
No, it's a mystery.
We're trying to work with it. I'm trying to understand it as well.
Yeah, so I told you that we're talking about the two-way street. So I justified the true two-way street, and then the criticism of that was that it's redundant to even make this assertion. But this completely wholly denies the role that the Holy Spirit plays in Christianity. So he's saying that, well, I don't care how Christianity works. This is redundant. Do you see why that would piss someone off? Does this make any sense? Or am I being overly sensitive?
No. Well, I brought up one other objection, but my other objection is this. Are you able to receive this message? That clearly.
Absolutely. When I came to Christ, it was as clear as day, and I've never turned my back on Him since.
Yeah, but no, but you might have gotten that. You might have received an initial message clearly, but I'm talking. But to have an ongoing personal relationship, you have to continue to receive messages, right? To have an ongoing communication. I had Christians come up to me and say that God gave them lottery numbers.
Yeah, I'm not one of those Christians. I actually said that earlier in this conversation tonight. The only revelation, I'll say it for the third time, the only revelation I've ever received from God is the confirmation that the Bible is God's word and that Jesus Christ is who He says He is. I have never, ever got any other message from God ever. That's it. Nothing. No audible, no nothing. That's it.
That's what we're asking.
That's all I've ever gotten.
How do you call that a personal relationship?
Yeah, then I wouldn't say that's a personal relationship then.
Well, like I said, you guys are misunderstanding what a Christian says when you talk about a personal relationship. So
Maybe.
You think of it in the time, yeah, definitely. You think of it in the terms of like a human personal relationship. You have to understand first off that's a equivocation. And so we have to kind of understand, what are Christians talking about when they speak about this personal relationship.
Well,
First thing I did when I came in last night is I listed the parable of the Good Shepherd. And I think that you really need to sit down and try to understand. Don't just say that, Seamus, that doesn't make sense. I don't understand what that does. Sit down and try to think of what I'm saying. He says, look, I know my sheep, and my sheep know me. My sheep, there are sheep in the other pen, and they know my voice also. So it's saying that, and Jesus is saying, when he calls his sheep, they will know his name. Okay, this absolutely insists a personal relationship. And then he actually goes further and says, I'm not the hired hand. I'm the good shepherd. These are my sheep. I'm willing to die for my sheep. I'm not the hired hand. I'm not just going to leave my sheep to die. He's saying that these are his sheep. Okay, he has a relationship with them. He is the good shepherd. Okay, that his sheep know him, and he knows them, and they know the sound of his voice.
Hey, tell me if this is fair. Then, from what I just got from what you said, is you personally know God. To at least from our point of view, I would phrase it as you personally know God, but you don't have a personal relationship with him.
No, you atheists and seculars don't get to reuse or recoin the terminology that Christians use. For example,
I'm not trying to. That's why I said it's
right.
from my perspective. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah, so you need to understand. Don't try to say this isn't a personal relationship because it doesn't fit what I want it to be. No, you understand what a Christian says when he says personal relationship, and that should be sufficient. And what that means is that God actively knows everything that you do. He is actively involved in your life in the sense that he knows everything that you do. He knows intimately who you are. I mean, he knows everything about you.
Okay, so where he's actively involved in your life. That's what I'm disputing. Like a good shepherd will be with his sheep daily, right, watching over them. You know, and one goes astray, he brings it back. The sheep knows his voice because every day he's feeding them, or I don't know. Maybe they eat grass. I don't know. But every day he's with them. He's interacting with them. He talks to them. You know, it's like like I said, they recognize his voice because of this daily, day-to-day interaction. Now, you're saying you had a one-time interaction, and then you're going to have an interaction with him in the future. Well, I don't see the personal relationship with the in-between.
Christians are considered to be in the Spirit, so it's not like I've had a one-time revelation, but I'm continually in the Spirit. I'm in the body of Christ. I'm in the body of Christ. I'm in the Spirit. So, and that's what that means. It's not like it doesn't. Yeah, don't receive communication from Jesus Christ or back and forth. And if that's what you guys want to satisfy your requirement for what you think a personal relationship with Jesus Christ should be, then we can just end this right now. But if you want to better understand what a Christian says when he uses that statement, then I can fill you in on that. I've been trying to actually do that to the best of my ability. So next time a Christian says, I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, you can actually say, you know what, I actually kind of know what that means.
Seamus, that's exactly what I was trying to do. I wasn't saying from a Christian point of view that you don't have a relationship with God, because you're using the term differently than I am. So for me to understand it, I put it in terms that I could understand. I wasn't trying to take your terms away or say that they didn't meet these. I'm just saying from the way I speak and the way that I understand these terms, this is how I understand it.
Yeah, so next time a Christian says I have a personal relationship, I'm going to interpret that as, it's not really in a personal relationship as I understand it.
Well, you're going to have to ask him. If you were talking to David Weiser, are you familiar with David Weiser, Lloyd?
No, I'm not, no.
Okay, well, anyways, he's a Christian who's actively in communication with God, and he speaks to God every day in conversation. Now, if you were to speak with David Weiser, he would fulfill you'd be like, oh, okay, well, he does have a personal relationship, because it seems like if the communication is back and forth communication,
I've heard some pastors say that.
Some Christians, maybe not me, but some Christians will meet this standard. I'm being honest with you, and I'm telling you what it means in context when I say it, and other Christians I've spoken to that don't claim this active, ongoing revelation like a prophet or something.
I've heard like Southern Baptist pastors say that. It's like, I know God exists. I talked to them this morning. I talked to him this morning. I'd question that. Say, well, okay, well, what did you ask, or what did you say to him, and what did he say to you back? I would dig into that a little deeper, just to see is he actually talking with God? Yeah, again, so when someone says, "Oh, I have a personal relationship with God," yeah, what's going to pop in my head is, "Oh, well, it's not really a personal relationship as I understand it."
Right.
And if it is a personal relationship like you understand it, then you want to criticize them for being crazy or whatever, like you just said.
Well, again, I'm gonna okay, let's see if we can falsify that. Let's find out what's actually going on. Let's get some more details there.
Yeah, we're not going in assuming that he's wrong. He doesn't have the personal relationship. We're going to go in to see if what he's saying.
It's like I think it's kind of like it's where like you'll say like, well, in order for you to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, you need to have active two-way communication. But if you have active two-way communication, I'm going to get into your epistemology and question the shit out of you for being crazy.
No.
So it's like
you actually have the active two-way communication.
Damned if you do, you damned if you don't. You see how that works?
No, it's not. It's to see if he actually has the two-way communication rather than just saying he has the two-way communication.
Yeah, we're going to determine if it can be falsifiable.
But what I'm saying is the two-way communication isn't like a more preferred, stronger position. It's actually a better position for Floyd to criticize. So it's almost like it would be better for Floyd to narrow me into that category because it'd be easier to criticize. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it seems like he wants me to go that direction. Well, James, you don't have this two-way communication. And then if I were to lie and be like, oh, I do have two-way communication, then he's like, oh, he made it. Oh, and then he starts banging my epistemology because I have this active communication with God, and he wants to know what. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very, very misleading and very, very kind of it's kind of a dishonest way to go about it, if you ask me.
Well, no, I mean, I'm trying to understand.
He's being obtuse as well.
No, I see. There's like a paranoia involved. If that's how you're actually thinking that we're questioning these by.
No, I'm just being honest with my position. But what I'm saying is, it seems like the position that Floyd would rather me have that would confirm a personal relationship with Jesus Christ would actually be even more of a position for him to critique.
But see, you're claiming you have this special function that other humans do not. You have this, I dare say, superpower that other humans don't.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What do you, be more specific, what are you talking about?
Well, you have this personal relationship with a supernatural being, which others don't. So you have some sort of ability that other people are claiming they don't.
Yeah, sure.
Or you're claiming you have a sensus divinitatis that's fully functional, and I might have that as well, but either I refuse to use it, or it's damaged somehow. One or the other.
But you just haven't had the Holy Spirit come to you yet.
Well, yeah, it hasn't been. So it hasn't been repaired, or it hasn't been turned on.
Right.
You could make that kind of. You could make that. That's honestly a strange criticism of all the time I've been in G+. I've never heard that, because you could levy that at any Christian. Well, you claim to know that there's a God. You claim to have this special knowledge.
Well, yeah, I'm great now. I'm saying
that is like the most like generalized critique of Christian. You could use that for any argument.
That is an honest critique, though, to say that you have access to information that I don't. Not that I don't have access to it, but you have access to information. You have the information I don't.
Right. And you could say, oh well, I'm suppressing it. Okay, well that means. Okay, then I have this ability, but either I'm not using it, I willfully not using it, or it's damaged somehow, and it has and the Holy Spirit has to fix it or turn it on. It's like I have a cell phone, but the batteries are dead, and either the Holy Spirit has to charge it, or I have to use my free will to plug it into the charger.
Yeah, and Shaman said why I said the paranoid comment a minute ago, because it seems like you're taking everything that we say as a way to tear your system down to disprove it. And I actually think, and I think Floyd's on the same side that I'm on with it, is I'm actually trying to tear it down to see if it's even there.
Well, yeah, we need to understand.
It becomes very beneficial. It becomes very beneficial as a Christian theist on G+ to play a little bit of chess and see a couple moves ahead. So, and I've kind of been wrangled into certain places, and I've noticed that if I would have paid a little bit more attention in the conversation, if I would have just done been a little bit more vigilant, we wouldn't have had these problems. And so I'm very, very, very at least I try to be perceptive of these things.
Right. No, I understand that completely. And I know every conversation's not like the ones you have with Floyd. I mean, just like you were saying earlier, Floyd and I will actually want to have the discussion. I'm not here to say you're wrong and invite you into rooms just to say where you're wrong and why you're wrong and that you're wrong.
Yeah, because it would seem like, Floyd wants this two-way communication, but it would seem like, well, if I had this two-way communication, then I would satisfy this requirement for Floyd, then he would actually assent to me having this personal relationship. But that's not necessarily true. If I admitted to having this two-way relationship, he would then start zeroing in on my epistemology and start asking me questions that would allude to like my mental health or stuff like that. So it's like it's what's known as like a lose-lose situation. If you choose option A, you can't justify a personal relationship. If you choose option B, you can justify a personal relationship, but then you get your epistemology called into question, and then you're probably crazy. So it's a lose-lose. And if you've been in G plus enough conversations, you can start to see these things transpire like a few moves ahead. So, and it seems like which is preferred. I'm just being honest with my position, but it's not like if I happen to be David Weiser, Floyd wouldn't just say, okay, David, I understand you have two-way communication, you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ, and then he would stop it. No, Floyd would get the green flag to start banging away at David's epistemology and calling him crazy in the nicest way possible with the nicest wording possible. It's fucking crazy, man.
Well, again, I want to understand, what sort of communication is he having? What is he hearing? Tell me how it works. Again, he has this special ability that you don't even have, right? So he has a superpower that not even you have. So,
or he's a liar, one or the other.
Yeah, or he's delusional, or I have Christians come up to me and say, God feeds them lottery numbers.
And they're multi-billionaire and won 10 times in a row, right?
This one.
God feeds me lottery numbers, but they're always wrong.
Yeah, this one guy who claimed it. He played. Yeah, he said he played two numbers, and after like 10 years, the one set of numbers he hit, and he won the lottery. And he said, and that was that was God's numbers. That wasn't his own numbers. That's his claim. And of course, it took like I don't know how many. It took over 10 years for him to finally win. But he said God gave him those numbers, and So
what did he do with the money? Do you know? I'm kind of curious. Did you ever follow up? Do you know what he actually did with the money? Because it would be very, very funny if he just kept the money and bought a mansion or some shit. Because that would really go counter to Jesus' teaching. But
no, he won. If he
won and then donated it to charity or something, then I would fucking actually want to hear more about this guy's story.
Yeah, well, no, he won like around $3 million, and he shared some with his family, and he retired early.
Did he donate any of it to charity?
I don't know about that, but he donated some of the money to his close relatives, to pay off their debts and so they can live comfortably. It was just $3 million, right? It wasn't.
Yeah, I would call him a liar just based on that, because it seems like if God gave me lottery numbers and I won the lottery, the first thing I would say, I need to give this money away. This isn't my money. I would think the camel in the eye of the needle. That's what I would think of instantly, and I would say it's a curse. Money is a curse. Here's the thing in Christianity.
Oh, come on, God, get this money.
Listen, in Christianity, it is not evil or wrong to make a lot of money. But it is evil and wrong to keep a lot of money. It's true.
Oh, hold on, though. Like, if God gave you the lotto numbers, wouldn't you think that he wanted you to have that money? I mean, if he wanted everybody to have a little bit of it, for you to give it away, he would have given the lotto numbers to those people.
Yeah, I mean, I don't find the guy incredible. A lot of people don't find him credible. This is a guy who I hung out on IRC chat channel for many years, and but I criticize him of preaching the prosperity gospel.
Hmm.
He claimed, if you go to God, He'll reward you and stuff like that. He's preaching prosperity gospel.
Yeah.
But his claims are no worse than any of these other claims that Christians are making.
Yeah.
Again, how do we test it? Yeah, I mean, God could have given those numbers, right? It's possible, right?
Right. Hey, that actually reminds me of bring something up that I was speaking with Mutt yesterday on, and I don't think he was ever really getting what I was saying. And it was about having an experience that you couldn't deny. Having an experience. If a God existed, that you could have an experience that you couldn't deny was God. And because he was saying if he had an experience, then he would question if it was this, 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 and this. And then if he could rule all this other stuff out, then he would maybe infer that it was God. But I was trying to explain that if I had an experience from God, from the Christian God, that it would be possible that this God could make me where he could give me an experience I couldn't deny was God. And how can I distinguish that between anything else that a Christian says to me? Does that make sense?
Well, I follow.
This is the heart of the dilemma, isn't it?
I hold the position that if God reveals himself to you, he not that he would every time, but if he wanted to, he could choose to do it in a way which you could not deny.
Right.
So, but I'm with you on that part, but I wasn't sure. You asked a question after that. I'm not sure what you were alluding to.
Yeah, no, he just wasn't. He was, the guy was still saying that no matter what, he would still question all this other stuff and rule it out. And I was like, well, if it's God and he gives you this experience that you couldn't deny, how can I even falsify what that person's saying? How could I even? There's no way to do it. You might can look at it and say, well, it could have been these million of other things, but from his perspective, he can't deny it. God made it where he couldn't deny this experience was God, and if God is who he says he is, then that's possible. So it never actually rules out. It leaves the possibility out there. It keeps someone from taking the hard-ass stance of no God exists.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Because of the properties and attributes of God, they would have to assent that it's at least possible for God to reveal himself in such a way that...
Right.
But you know, you can phrase it, Xbox, you can phrase it in such a way to draw the distinction quite easily by saying if God reveals himself in such a way that I could know it's God.
Right.
That little turn of phrase that they put in at the end there is the dodge.
Right.
To get them out of having to prove anything empirically.
Yeah, and my issue wasn't even whether they could show me that they really had this experience or not, but I can't claim they didn't. I
Exactly.
I don't know how I could ever claim that they didn't have that experience.
Yeah, I
don't
know
think any
atheist.
Christian is getting out of...
Sorry, Chairman, I don't know any atheist that would claim they can guarantee that there is no God.
Right.
Well, I've heard
Personally.
plenty.
I've heard plenty, but I don't think they can actually.
They're all wrong.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think.
Really?
I've heard them as well.
You've
but
never heard Sidney Winston ask an atheist? You've never heard him? He's just...
Right.
Patrick, Bunto, like all the they do, but I don't think they can actually defend it.
No, yeah,
well,
it's
I mean,
indefensible.
they can be presuppositionalists, but that's still in response to the claim of a presuppositionalist God. I mean, that's the difference, isn't it? It's in response to a claim.
Right.
So if the claim is one of, I know God exists, then obviously I'm an anti-theist. I know God doesn't exist. If the claim is, I believe God exists, then I'm just a straight atheist. I believe God doesn't exist.
I think that's the wrong retort, though. If someone says, I know God exists, it's not to attack God. It's a
Well,
test.
it depends how
Hold
I
on,
feel.
a weak
To
atheist is
attack the knowledge. No, it's not to attack God. It's if someone says, I know God exists, it's not the retort. It's not I know God doesn't exist. It's an attack on their knowledge, not God.
Well, some people think that atheism is the rejection of the claim of a God, but that's only one form of atheism. In fact, atheism is that, but it also encompasses the absolute assertion that there are no gods, right?
No.
I don't believe that.
No, it does. It truly does, and it has classically. Okay.
No, let me make a small case, especially since you said
I
about
got cut off halfway through that, but I'll let you guys go. Go ahead, guys. Sorry I interrupted you.
You made the claim about it, and about it being classically used as that.
Trying to justify.
I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, some atheists have to claim. Yeah, I know there's absolutely no God at all. I mean, there had to be some atheists to make that claim.
I know, but let me make a short case of why classically it's not used that way, and it goes back to Christians being called atheists. They believed in a God. They didn't believe in the Roman God. They were still atheists.
Yeah.
So classically, it is the rejection of a God. It's a rejection of your God. It's the rejection of your God. I don't think classically it's ever been rejection of all gods.
Yeah, atheism right now, as it currently stands in the English language, is not just the rejection of a claim. It's not. If you think it is, you're just wrong. Because atheism, someone that actually claims that there is no God, there's no word to describe that in the English language except for atheism. But they've changed the, which I think is a good idea. They've made strong and weak atheism. So under weak atheism is the rejection of a claim. Strong atheism is the assertion.
Yeah,
so, and they're still under the heading atheism. There is still no other word in the English language to use to describe this subheading. It still falls in the definition of atheism. Well, you can disagree. Go look at the Dawkins scale. You disagree with the Dawkins scale?
Dawkins scale. I do.
Fine. Disagree with everything then. Let's all disagree.
Yeah, but if you reject a claim, you are asserting the negative of the claim, right? It's still an assertion.
Yes. A negative assertion.
Yeah, it's a negative assertion, but you're still making an assertion. It's still, you can reverse
one's a claim and one's a rejection of a claim. It doesn't. Don't try to get the wording.
But a rejection of a claim is another claim.
No, listen. No, let me explain to you. Okay, if there were no theists, then a weak atheist would not exist because there would be no claimant, right? There would be no claim to reject. Okay, so what is your response to that? Fit that in.
Well, I mean, you can have an argument for God, and it would say your argument for God is fallacious. It's a formal fallacy, so it's just flat out wrong, and anyone who just has any basic knowledge and logic, would agree with that. All right, so for me, being one to be rational, I would reject that claim, right? Because it's an illogical argument, right? But the conclusion could still be correct. Now, I could say, well, again, I don't know if the conclusion is correct or not. I know your argument is bad, so I reject your argument, but I still don't know if your conclusion is right or not. Now, that can make me a agnostic, right? I still don't know whether this God you're describing exists or not, but I know your argument for this God is wrong. But if I go out and if I claim, no, that God does not exist, okay, that is an assertion I'm making, and I need to have an argument for that.
Yep. That's the thing I'm saying, that I've never heard that actually defended well. It's never been backed up to my satisfaction at all.
It can't be.
Well, I don't can either.
Well, the way I say it, again, you have to. My angle is you have to address each God separately.
Right.
And I reject the Christian God, the God of the Bible, like I would reject the existence of George Washington, who was the 5th president of the United States to be assassinated in Texas by John Wilkes Booth.
Well, are you more saying the conception of God? I reject the Christian conception of God.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, there was a George Washington, right? He was the 1st president of the United States. But if you say, I believe in George Washington, the 5th president of the United States, who did all these things that really didn't happen, then I reject that George Washington.
Right.
So I reject the Bible God, just like how I reject this George Washington, who was they claim as the 5th president of the United States.
Right.
So I reject the God as described in the Bible.
Yeah, that's close to the stances I take it, because I'm not to actually argue about your God would be almost like someone saying an acknowledgement. It's more about your conception of it or your argument for it. It's these things. I don't make the strong claim that there are no gods or God, because I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not even getting there. I'm doing them individually as I hear about.
could you deny pantheism? If God is the universe, then you don't deny a universe exists, right?
Right.
So you can't deny pantheism, but can we compare pantheism to theism? I don't think so. I think those are two separate categories.
That's why I always word that stance that I take for atheism as I don't accept your claim that a supernatural God or gods exist. It's why I worded that specifically.
Yeah.
And every time I get attacked on using the word supernatural in there.
Yeah. Well, for me, for theism, that implies a personal mind that created the universe. What that personal mind is, I don't think we need to go into that much detail. But to me, yeah, the whole issue of whether you're a theist or not is, do you believe a personal mind created the universe? Or you can even say, a personal mind is necessary to create the universe. If you can show that a personal mind is necessary to create the universe, and
Or you
rationally,
could just take the atheist position and say it came from nothing, or I have no idea.
Or there's always been something.
And then go on to posit even more absurdities like abiogenesis.
See, I don't posit it. I don't go. I have no idea.
Again, you could say there's always been something, but that something is not a mind.
I don't even say something. Like, I don't even go that.
I agree. Can I just point out this, just to go back rather than Seamus's kind of diversion there? Can we just talk about the difference between belief and knowledge claims? Floyd, I'd like to hear epistemologically or ontologically what is the difference.
Sure.
Well, a belief, knowledge. A belief is a subset of knowledge, right?
Okay.
It depends how you define knowledge. If you want to pick the classical justified true belief, well, you have a belief. That's one of three elements of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
If you have a belief, then you think it's true. It makes no sense to say I have a belief, but I don't think it's true. Now that's incoherent. That makes no sense. When you have a belief,
right,
you're a truth-seeking agent. All right, and then of course the big part is the justification, right? That's the real stickler. I think everyone understands, for the most part, what it means for a belief to be true and to have a belief, but then it's the justification, which then turns into knowledge. I don't subscribe to the justified true belief definition of knowledge, but it's workable. It's not an awful.
So when we apply these terms to atheism and it being a claim of rejection, are we saying then that rejection claim is a knowledge claim?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's definitely a truth claim, right?
You claim to have knowledge that there are no gods.
I'm not convinced, because for me it's not a claim of truth. It's a claim from induction. I mean, it's a claim to the most reasonable explanation.
Well, let me take that back, though.
In terms of knowledge.
It's a truth claim. If you're just rejecting something, the knowledge of what you have is the argument for rejecting it. To reject something, to reject a truth claim, or to reject a knowledge claim, you could simply be rejecting the justification for the truth claim.
Indeed.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you make any knowledge claim, it's a truth claim. You're saying this claim is true, but you could simply say, well, I reject it as knowledge because I don't believe it's justified.
Right. But my point again comes back to...
But that doesn't mean it's false. That doesn't mean that you're asserting that it's false. You're just asserting that it is not justified and therefore not knowledge.
Right. So my point being is that in order to show a rejection of a claim, we don't need to show that claim is necessarily not true. We just need to show that there is an example which is contradictory to it being true.
Or that they haven't met their burden.
Well, yeah. Either if the belief is unwarranted, then you could say, okay, you don't have a rational position for that truth claim. That doesn't mean that the claim's false.
Right.
That just means they're not warranted to hold that belief rationally.
Right. Or to reject the claim rationally.
Yeah. Now, if you have an argument which leads to the contrary, okay, you just produce a reductio ad absurdum,
Mm-hmm.
and in that case, you are warranted to reject the claim altogether.
Right. And that's kind of where we end up with between it's not a knowledge claim, the rejection. Because I'm not claiming that I know what you're saying isn't true. I'm just claiming that it's not shown to be true.
Yeah, it's not a warranted belief.
Yeah.
So that's the difference for me between atheism and agnosticism. So I'm an atheist because I believe there is no God. I'm agnostic because I don't know there is a God.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, again, there could be some sort of God somewhere, but I don't believe. I make the positive assertion that it's not the Bible God.
Right.
But that's not a knowledge claim, though, is it? Oh, no, sorry. Yes, the Bible. Yes, the Bible God. Now, that's a different subject, isn't it? That's again the point of why we differentiate of atheism being a belief claim, not a knowledge claim, because the atheism is really against deism as well as all types of theism. But it's the anti-theist claim, which is specifically against the personal God claim.
It can be against deistic claims. It can be.
Yeah.
I don't think a priori, just saying you're an atheist, like I was saying earlier, I don't think that just dismisses all gods, or that you have a belief.
No, it doesn't. No,
you can hold a belief in a God and still be an atheist.
I would think I would think it to be a minimal atheist, you would have to have the belief that a mind is not necessary to create the universe. I think, at least that's my view. To call yourself an atheist, you would think that it's not necessary to have a mind create the universe.
Right. Can I paraphrase it to say, if you disbelieve in at least one God, you could call yourself an atheist?
Right.
Well, no, I would just say you just don't believe in that specific God. I wouldn't go all the way and say you're an atheist.
See, I was going off the classical use and trying to use it as, and how it gets colloquially used.
Yeah. Again,
find a middle ground. That's why I brought up the Christian thing. It's because they were still atheists. They just didn't believe in a specific God. They still had a belief in a God. I think that atheist is not umbrella for means I don't believe in any God. I don't think that can be the case.
Yeah. Again, I think to call yourself an atheist, you have to agree with the proposition that it is possible that the universe can come about without a mind. I think, again, that's my view. But I think I think that defines it well.
What if I guess they would just call it a God. I was gonna say, what if the mind is just a mind, and it's just someone in a universe just like ours that creates a universe within their universe, and that's where we live.
No, again, that's a mind. The mind created a universe. So
that's what I was saying. They would call it a God anyway, I'm sure.
Yeah. So again, it comes down to whether a mind, because with evolution, for example, you're a believer in evolution. You believe minds evolved from non-minds, right? It was a slow, gradual process where, with intermediate states of.
And just to avoid Trey's argument, we believe that they come from the pieces that make up a mind.
Right.
And
so
goo to you.
Right. So with that, you believe that a mind is not necessary to produce other minds.
Right.
So you can say, so we're saying the same thing with the universe, that a mind is not necessary to create the universe. Now, can we do I have do I have do I have all the evidence to support that? No, I don't think I do.
Right.
You know,
Inference, though.
it could.
Inference.
I can feel the hate. I can feel the hate flowing through you, young Jedi. Now take your lightsaber and strike me down.
Very tempting. Very tempting.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Isn't it quite? Yes. It's quite. Yes. Quite. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
so, Floyd.
I mean, you know,
Floyd, sorry. Before you go, Von, I just want to ask Floyd this one last question on the topic before we change it.
Then it's my turn. Okay. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yes.
Okay, so I've just got to get it straight then. So my definition that I've kind of been using, I guess, forever, is an atheist is someone who lacks or does not believe in God or gods.
Right.
Where is that incorrect? Because that seems to say to me all gods, including the deistic God.
We can.
Or do we need
Yeah.
a term for? Do we need an adeistic term? That's kind of what I'm getting to.
I think it's best just to state your opinion. You know,
Right.
There's so many different definitions for words. I mean, you open the dictionary and there's 5 definitions for basic common words. You know, so the best thing to do is just
Simon, I've taken it down to just a few sentences, and then if someone still doesn't understand my position, we can dig in deeper. They can label me whatever they want. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you hear, when you hear like, specialists or professors talk in their lingo, and if you don't know anything about it, they're just talking over your head. All these fancy, complex terminology are just like shortcut terms, right?
Yep.
And to understand, I mean, understand the whole background of the words and stuff like that. But they use these fancy words because they don't have to re-explain it all. So they just give it these fancy words because it's a shortcut. It speeds along the conversation. But I mean, that's what's happening here as well. So, I think I go, and so I'll be back.
Thank you very much, Floyd. Appreciate that.
Take care, guys.
And that's why that's why he was saying, and I as well take it case by case, is because a lot of people add baggage to those labels. That's why I let them label me. Is because some people do use a different definition for it. If I say atheist, they use their definition in their head. Even if you straighten them out beyond that point and say, no, I believe it this way, they're still going to default back to this definition that they use.
Yeah, maybe.
I see it used on Christians as well. You'll hear atheists here and argue against a Christian and already perceive their stance and try to argue against positions that they don't hold.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I started out as maybe a weak atheist, I guess, but over the years I've come to conclude that actually it really does depend on the claim made against me.
Right.
I am a weak atheist. I don't think, I think people should choose their own beliefs.
Right.
I know that's a contradiction philosophically, but there you go.
Yeah, no, I don't know where those terms have come from. I don't know if it's supposed to be a condescending to saying weak and strong atheist. I have no idea whether.
Likewise, I don't care. Basically, I am all of them.
I'll be a puny atheist. I don't.
If a Christian comes up to me and hits me in the head with his Bible, I'm an anti-theist.
Right.
All right. If a Christian comes up to me and goes, "Oh, would you like to talk about God?" I'm pretty happy to say, "I'm sorry, I'm an atheist."
Right.
Or if a Christian just comes up to me and goes, "Do you want to go and play poker or cards or golf or whatever I do?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think
I'm happy just to be a weak atheist and not even talk about it.
Yeah, no, that's what I say. I think you're perfect in the way that you're using it, because you're using it, like you're saying, as a shortcut. Now, if you wanted to actually have the discussion, you would go in about your beliefs or against their claim or whatever. But
it's more of a
on the
philosophical.
surface, you use a shortcut, which is good.
It's more of a philosophical position rather than how you present yourself given the interaction. You know what I mean? Like, I understand how you're describing it, but you're philosophically you're one or the other, and it doesn't change depending on who you talk to. Now,
no, they are not different philosophical positions at heart. That's the point. They're just more closely defined positions to the final position.
It's a lack of a philosophical position.
Well, now let me put a different spin on it though.
Okay.
What if a weak atheist is an atheist that's never really tried to seek out God, whereas a strong atheist has tried to seek out God and for whatever reason never got anywhere? What about a spin like that?
I think both those cases are out there, for sure.
Well, I'm reminded of a story, and like I said, I don't know how accurate this story is, but I've told this story a few times. I used to actually study Buddhism. I used to study Buddhism a while back, and one of the stories I remember hearing about was one of Buddha's apprentices came to him, and he says, "Great Buddha, I would like to know about God." And Buddha says, "Come closer, my child." And so he does so, and Buddha takes his head and shoves his head underwater and holds it underwater. And the apprentice is sitting there flailing in the water, obviously, trying to catch his breath, and he pulls the apprentice back up. And he says, when you want to know God as much as you wanted air just then, you will find him. Now, whether the story is accurate or not, or whether it's fable or not, it's not really the point. The point is that the story is that you've got to diligently want to know God. You got to want to find God. You got to desire that shit. If you're not, if you have no desire to find God, then it's kind of a moot point, right?
I gotta think, that's kind of true about just about anything.
You need to desire within yourself that you want to know that God is real, because otherwise you're just fucking beating your head against a brick wall.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean people without the desire won't find you. Well, I get what you're saying. I follow it. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, I mean, and this, like I said, this come out of Buddhism, for God's sake. I mean, you've got to have that internal desire to say, okay, I want to get serious about this shit. I want to find out if any of this shit's real, whether it be paganism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, whatever the fuck. I want to know that I know that I know that I know that this shit is real. And the truth of the matter is that a lot of people just do not have that fucking determination to keep at it. They really don't. They'll go at it for a week or a month or even a year, and it's like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go back to drinking my PBR and watching my football game on TV. It is, I mean, you get what I'm trying to say, man. They're just not. They don't strive. In my opinion, I don't think they strive hard enough to really try to find who God is. I really don't.
No, I agree with most of that. I don't think you have to go be a monk or a perfect Christian to find God, but you do. Like if you're going to, you've got to seek Him. I mean, just like these discussions we get in. I get in these discussions because if there's something true there, it seems pretty damned important. That's not everyone's stance, and Sokka and me differ definitely there. Sokka takes that stance that I don't give a shit.
Well, I'm of the opinion, and you can believe this or not. I really don't give a flying fuck. I really don't. But I'm of the opinion that we all ain't coming together just to hear our fucking selves talk. There is a reason this shit come about, dude. And I believe, and this is strictly my opinion, that all this shit that CERN is doing and that some of these other scientists are doing, they're fucking around with shit they got no business fucking around with. It's going to cause a problem, and people's eyes is going to get as fucking big as saucers, and they're going to say, holy shit, that crazy fool Von Help on YouTube was right about this. Fucking monster. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck do we do now? And could it be? Just throwing it out there. Could it be that the reason we're all having these damn discussions in the first place is a precursor to what actually is going to happen? That veil really is thin, and the veil's going to... And here come the motherfuckers who do that son of a bitch, and it's like, holy shit, what do we do?
No, it could be, but it's when do you get the warrant to actually think that is the case? Like, I don't disagree with what you said. I think scientifically, that's just part of being human, though. I don't think that just because we're messing around with shit that we probably shouldn't mess around with, that we literally shouldn't mess around with it. But
We got it.
But I think it's. I don't see anything that makes some of the stuff not possible. I mean,
Xbox, we got a fucking Terminator arm. A Terminator arm, for fuck's sake.
no, I know.
You know, I mean, at what point do we say, stop, you idiots? You know, I mean, seriously, at what point do we say stop, you know?
I don't think we do. I think even if it ends up in being our complete annihilation, we don't ever stop.
And isn't it interesting that allegedly that's exactly what Atlantis did?
Right.
They kept fucking with technology, fucking with technology, fucking with technology. And what happened to Atlantis? Man, it fucking sank.
We don't know.
You know, and I'm thinking, you know, history repeats, man. Here we go again, fucking Atlantis. It's all over again. Our technology's gonna fucking destroy our ass.
Maybe.
You know?
I still don't think we should stop, though. Even maybe in the face of imminent, if we know that that's what's going to do it, then we stop. But we don't know that that's a certain thing, so I don't think we should stop.
No,
I'm not even convinced we have a choice. Electricity is the only thing, you know, that we're ever going to use now for our power. Okay, so we're going to have to keep the juice flowing. That is it.
Right.
Civilization will crumble without electricity.
Right.
All right, billions and billions of people would starve overnight.
Yeah, that would be what most people consider the end of the world. It wouldn't actually be the annihilation of the world. It would just be the end of civilization as we know it.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, in the short term, because of course people would just immediately switch to getting electricity in other ways.
Right.
We can never go back.
Hey, you know, I mean, we do have Nikolai Tesla out there. Why don't we grab the government by the fucking throat and say, okay, we know you got his fucking plans, release the motherfuckers, put the shit out there, and let's get free energy and get this ball rolling, right?
No, I know there is a bunch of conspiracy that circles around him. I know there's a bunch of conspiracy that circles around like his wireless energy thing, and I wish that would come to fruition. Like they say that it only failed because of funding. Well, we should have the funding now if it's possible. So why don't we implement it?
No, dude, he built a tower for J.P. Morgan. This is not something I'm pulling out of my ass. He built one for J.P. Morgan.
I wasn't saying you were saying a conspiracy. I was saying that there's a lot of conspiracy that circles around that.
Well, there is, but my point still is valid. Why don't we grab our respective governments by the throat and say, okay, look, we know who Nikolai Tesla was. We know he built a fucking tower for J.P. Morgan. We know that him and Alva Edison got into it. We know all of this shit. We know all this shit. Right. Now come clean with us. Tell us what the hell to do to get free energy out of the goddamn sky, and let's move on with our lives.
No, I agree. That's what I was saying. I kind of agree with you there, because the whole thing around it said that he lacked funding is why that it never came to fruition. Well, we have the technology and the funding now. And it wouldn't be anywhere near what it was then. I mean, we have machines that build this stuff. Half this stuff wouldn't take the labor cost that it would cost. All this, like, they should be able to at least put a working model out there and show that it's there.
Okay, can I just say something? Which is, there is a reactor in France which they're working on fusion energy. And this project has been going now for about 20 years. And, yeah, you know, they are making slow progress on it. So it's not beyond the realm that we can actually get fusion reaction to work.
Right.
It's going to take a fucking lot. No, hang on a minute. Just can I stop you there? Can I stop you there? Because the problem is exactly the same problem as Tesla had, which was lack of funding.
Right.
Okay. Well, no oil companies or energy companies are going near this project.
Right.
Well, of course.
And it's costing.
Well, that's what Vaughn is saying. Vaughn is saying that humanity should be the one stepping up and saying, I don't give a fuck. Like, we should be saying, so, like, I don't know what we could do. I don't know how you'd get a unified front on that, but we should, as humanity should.
Yeah, I think this is one of the only project which is worth solving in the next, like, 100 years is fusion.
Well, I'm not getting any fucking younger. Let's get cracking on this shit, huh? You know,
well,
I mean, seriously.
No, that's something I agree completely with you there, Vaughn. We probably won't agree with a lot of things, but I agree with you there.
We have this wonderful new term that I've been hearing an awful lot about. It's called the Kickstarter. Maybe we ought to try something like that. Say, okay, if people are serious about free energy and they're serious about getting lower utility bills, how about we do a Kickstarter on this motherfucker and get people to pool their goddamn resources and say, okay, look, you know, our government has let us the fuck down time and time and time again. So fuck them. We'll kickstart this son of a bitch ourselves, get it going ourselves, get it going and get it stable and get it up and get it running and see if
that is what Tesla did. I mean, he went to JP. He didn't go like out to everybody, but that's what he did. He kickstarted his own program like that.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, 20 years to build a Tesla coil. Seriously, come on, man. You know, fuck that shit. Let's get serious about this shit. Let's get people on a unified front on this. I mean, who in their right mind, in the sound of my voice, does not want lower utility bills? Anybody? Is there really anybody out there? I mean, seriously. You know, come on, man. You know, one of the Kennedys here in the States, Ted Kennedy. Ted Kennedy shot down a weather vane farm because he was afraid it might ruin his scene as a bay. Oh, holy shit. You know, I mean, really, you know, we got to get serious. These politicians don't give two shits about free energy. They're raking in money, all kinds of money from special interests, from corporations, from big pharma, from all these other sorts. They're raking in all this fucking money. They don't give a shit about you, and they don't give a shit about me. So let's do an actual, literal Kickstarter for free energy. Get a goddamn Tesla coil built and see if the damn thing works. And if it does, hooray, we got the shit. All right. You know, let's do it. And instead of taking 20 years, maybe it'll take us 20 weeks. How about that?
That's where money is a terrible thing. Like that, our commerce and the way it's conducted is. We should be evolving towards actually helping humanity, not my bank account.
Fuck Rockefeller. Fuck Rothschild.
Well, we could all live like this. I mean, if it actually got together like that.
That's right.
There wouldn't be too many needs not being met.
The only reason we ain't got that shit right now, the only reason we ain't got that shit right now is because of control, man. They like controlling us. They like telling us what the fuck to do. They like sitting there and saying, oh, well, we'll charge you $100 this month on your utility bill. You know, we'll put a special meter on your fucking pole outside that spins a little bit faster so it takes a little more of your money that you worked your ass off to get. You know, I mean, how long are we going to continue being slaves to this fucking corrupt system? How long, man? How long are we going to sit on our ass and let our children, our children's children, our children's children's children be slave to these motherfucking elites? How long, damn it? When are we going to
as long as we like convenience and there's going to be a struggle in between this convenience and the next, we're always going to be a slave to them.
Well, I know what Franklin said. Franklin said those desiring a little bit of security in exchange for liberty deserve neither. Deserve neither. Okay, so you know, we need to decide of ourselves. Hey, we're not going to take the, you know, it's like it's a movie newsroom. You know, I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. You know, I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Come on, it's so hard.
Well, you know, it takes a different mindset. Okay, if the book we're using ain't working, throw the fucking book out and let's try a different book. Let's try a different strategy. Let's try a different paradigm. You know, it's time to change our fucking minds and stop being slaves to the fucking corporate elites.
I think we are. I think we are evolving towards that. Now, they'll be able to slow down the progress by making minor changes here and there that just kind of subside us for a little while, or kind of, I can't think of the word, kind of just pacify us for a while. So it'll be a slow progress.
It is just so fucking agonizingly slow.
I know. I agree. We probably, like, there probably are a bunch of things in the government stuff that, like I said, like conspiracy stuff that I would think is a conspiracy, and we'll differ on a lot of things, but I completely agree with you on this stuff.
Long overdue. Long overdue. We need to get started on this shit. Seriously, we need to get started on it. We need to actually sit down and say, okay, we'll start a Kickstarter on energy. And, you know, because our governments ain't going to let go of that shit, man. They're not going to let go of that shit. They got control, they got money, they got an easy life. They're not going to want to change. They're not going to want to upturn the boat or whatever. They're not going to want to do that shit. They're riding easy, man. Um, we need to change it. We need to say, as a people, we need to say, okay, look, man, we need this shit. We need to get going. And my little field mouse has gotten active again. Anyway, we need to just say, we're gonna take the bull by the horns. Our government is not interested. The corporations certainly aren't interested, and the fat cats in their high-rise penthouses ain't fucking interested for sure. The only ones that really give a shit is us. The only ones that really need it is us. They don't need it. They don't really need free energy. They got all the money they want. Why do they need free energy for? The ones that need free energy are the middle to poor class. Those are the ones that really need free energy. The fat cats with their money and their fancy cars and whatnot, they don't need it. We're the ones that need it. The working man is the one that needs it. And we need to change it. We need to say we're going to change this once and for all. We're going to stand up on our feet. We're going to open up the fucking shutters just like in a movie newsroom, and we're going to scream, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. That's where we need to get to. And I hope I see it in my lifetime. That would be nice.
Sorry, wife came in.
Whoa, did I lose my audio for a second?
No, I heard you that whole time.
Okay.
I couldn't follow you because my wife was talking to me, but I heard you that whole time.
Okay, everything just went quiet. That's why I was just wondering, man, if I lost my audio.
A couple of on the side, I'm not paying attention to. And I think I'm fixing to go open up a great debate room topic. I want to take away from Nadia's room. I like that Nadia lets people talk about whatever. I like having all these talks. I think not too long ago we talked about fusion, cold fusion cars and things like that. It's pretty neat.
Cool.
Well, it's interesting that General Motors here in the United States had a car called X1, I think it is, or something to that. It was a 100% electric car. It would take you 150 miles before it needed a charge. And the only problem with it is that it was butt ugly, man. But as far as mechanically, it worked great. It worked great. But what happened was that they found that it was cutting into somebody's profits somewhere, and so the X1 just it went the way of the dodo bird and the Etzel, right? But think if we had had the X1 from the '60s all the way up until now, man. Where would the oil companies be? They'd probably be bankrupt, right?
Yeah.
So that if you want to know how why we don't have the things we want and that things that we need, even in some cases, is the corporations, big pharma, big oil, etc. And they and then the elitists above them pretty much control the strings, and we're the little puppets. And it's time to break the string. It's time to cut the strings and pull our big boy pants up and say we're not. We need to change this. We need to change this. The people of Earth need to say we're going to change this. We're going to change it for ourselves. We're going to change it for the better. We're going to throw off the elitists, and we're going to do this for ourselves.
Nope,
That's where we need to get to.
Hi, Commander.
Okay, thanks for the combo. I'm going to drop out here and go open that other room. But yeah, thanks, Vaughn. I agree with you. Catch y'all later.
Dude, catch you soon, Xbox. Commando.
My Gnostic brother from another mother. How you doing, Commando?
Hey Simon, is a man and a monkey a proper dichotomy?
Nope.
Is a man and not man a proper dichotomy?
Fuck, it depends on the question, doesn't it? I mean, yes, in terms of everything other than a man and a man. So it's not a true dichotomy. I think man is quite a loose term in some respects. Do you mean with a penis?
Black and white are a proper dichotomy?
Nope.
Correct. Is black and not black a proper dichotomy?
Black and not black. Black and the absence of black. Black and everything but black.
You see, it really does determine what you mean by black.
Again, yeah, once you start putting not in front of a word, it becomes more important to give the definition of what the word is. So when you have two things which are opposite, which truly are a dichotomy, like, I don't know, I'll start having to think now, aren't I? Yeah.
You won't be able to think of any because the only proper dichotomy is actually use the law of non-contradiction. So most people think black and white are opposites or dichotomies, but they're not. It's actually black and not black. So it cites the law of non-contradiction. So.
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, you can go into set theory now and start talking about contradictions in that way as well. So there are a couple of other examples which you can pull out, but essentially what you're saying is it all boils down to, yeah, A or not A.
Right.
Or everything but A, which is how I prefer to look at it, because that's set theory, you know.
Well, which is exactly why I was saying that your question of God or not God was not entirely a proper dichotomy.
Yeah, and really, the important point about the law of non, or
any word and then regurgitate again with not in front of it is a proper dichotomy. Potatoes and not potatoes. Elephants and not elephants. Stop signs and not stop signs. Fire cones and not fire cones.
Yeah, I hadn't finished. You can say not quite a lot of times, and that's certainly the law of non-contradiction. What I'm pointing out is that there's a universal set which is assumed in order to have that contradiction in set theory.
Alibaba and not Alibaba.
Yeah, but that assumes a lot of other things, like a universal set. Okay, that's my point. All knots include this universal set.
And furthermore, go on to
so
Seamus.
That you have something and everything else, and that not means everything else. Or in mathematical terms, it's the universal set with the exception of A.
Seamus, what I was trying to explain in the side chat, and I think I was having a poor time of doing it, was even if something is a logical dichotomy, once you move that to a proposition, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay a dichotomy. In your question on the side about the existence of hell, or you said either hell exists or hell doesn't exist, is that a proper dichotomy? And the problem is that those questions there, there's a third option, which is that there's not evidence to suggest that hell exists, and there's not evidence to suggest that hell doesn't exist.
But so that's not a third option, though. How is that a third option? Okay, it's either hell doesn't. Hold on, but that's not a third option.
It's the null hypothesis.
It's either something exists or something doesn't exist, and there is no excluded middle. That's the law of excluded middle. It basically says something is either true or false, and there is no in between. Something.
Yeah, we're talking in the realm of propositions, in which case
there is yes and no, and there is no in between. There's true or false, and there is no in between.
Sure, right? There is. Mm-hmm. Because we're talking about the fallibility of humans. We're talking about the limitations of evidence we have presented to us.
Not in the law of excluded middle.
You can't just declare that there's no middle, and therefore there's no middle.
No, what we're
And it's
saying,
not a
it
middle
only
ground.
applies to proper dichotomies. It's not to say there is no other option besides yes or no if it's not a proper dichotomy. In a proper dichotomy, there is only yes or no, true or false, and the law of excluded middle says in a proper dichotomy there is no in between. It is either yes or no, true or false, and the in between is an impossibility logical. That's all I'm saying. This is a given.
But see, what you're not understanding
This
is you
me
have
preaching the truth.
you have two separate claims. You have the claim one, hell exists. All right. Now, someone could look at that claim and say, you know what? I don't see enough evidence to accept that claim. Therefore, I'm choosing
That's
the null
epistemology.
hypothesis.
That's epistemology.
And
We're
then
talking
there's
about
the second.
ontology.
All
What's
right,
the
well,
difference between epistemology and ontology? You're thinking
I have
about
no idea.
human perception. Epistemology is knowledge, human knowing. It's all internal to mind. I'm actually not talking about what a human knows or what he thinks the evidence. This is not contingent on mind. This is ontology. This is existence. Hell exists or hell doesn't exist. I don't care what anyone thinks or what evidence or whatever null there. That's epistemology. I want to talk specific ontology, whether something exists or doesn't
ontology
exist.
doesn't prove whether something exists or not, so it's relatively useless when we actually come down to evaluating the claims.
Ontology is just the study of existence and the nature of being. That's all ontology is.
Okay, what could we learn from the claim from the ontology of hell exists or hell does not exist?
The fact that we know it's a logical, proper dichotomy, it has to be one or the other. Either this thing that whatever they describe it as, hell, in this connotation, it either exists or it doesn't exist in this way. Okay? It can't be any other way due to the law of excluded middle. That is an impossibility logically. So either hell, in the way I'm talking about it, exists or it doesn't.
Sure, but then how do we go from that to determining whether it does or does not exist? That's where we move to epistemology. Where we move to epistemology, exactly. And that's the only realm that truly matters. You can sit around and say either something exists or doesn't exist all day, but you can't define it into existence. You need to evaluate it on some epistemological level.
True.
Ontology,
true.
You can't,
but
you
here's
can't
the kicker. You're all right. You're right about everything you just said. At one point, we got to go to epistemology. But here's the thing: whether or not someone believes something is true, whether or not someone thinks that they have the evidence to believe something is true, has no bearing on whether it's true. That's
Correct.
The difference between. So what I'm saying is, let's say that you don't believe in hell. You don't think that you have adequate evidence to believe in hell. That doesn't mean that hell doesn't exist. So if hell either exists or it doesn't exist. So if hell doesn't exist, you're fine. You're good. But if hell does exist, you're in a world of trouble. Okay? And that's what I'm here trying to tell you. And if you either care or you don't care.
Yeah, it's Pascal's wager.
No. It's not necessarily Pascal's wager.
That is exactly Pascal's wager.
No, Pascal's wager is actually is skirting the line of doxastic voluntarism, which is actually independent from Christian theology. Doxastic voluntarism says that you can actually choose what you believe. That means that you could actually say you could choose to believe that your mom is a teapot. Okay, if you think you can choose to believe your mom is a teapot, sure. But
that's
Pascal's
not the crux of Pascal.
No, listen. Pascal's wager doesn't rely on faith.
If hell exists, you did say if hell exists, you're in a world of hurt.
Yeah, Pascal's wager doesn't rely on faith. Pascal's wager is just it. You have to believe that Jesus Christ truly rose from the dead. Pascal's wager is just saying, well, it'd be in my best interest to think that this is such. It doesn't facilitate true faith. People that take Pascal's wager go to hell because they don't believe in the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
No, they don't go to hell because there is no hell. I mean, that's the point we're talking about. We're not talking about whether hell exists and then what happens if it does. We're saying no, hell doesn't even exist. How do you get to the point
that's fine.
where
And if you're right about that, then that's fine.
The point. How do you get to the point where you can prove
that this is why ontology? And I was saying this is why ontology doesn't get us anywhere, because I can sit around for days and say,
You could
okay,
say
well, my
philosophy
definition of
doesn't
hell,
get us anywhere.
if that exists, I could say if my definition of hell exists, then you know what, Shamos, you're going to hell. So you better believe in what I
All
say
I'm
you have
trying
to
to say
believe in,
is this:
because you
either
could go to
exists or
hell.
it doesn't. This is a fact. We've already established this. So hell either exists or it doesn't.
Now we have to go the next step to prove that it exists, or even
No,
go
I
even
don't.
further, say
I
prove
don't
that it
even care
doesn't
if you
exist.
prove it or not. Let's say it's never proven. Let's say it doesn't exist, okay? And it's never proven, and you never believe in it. Oh well, okay. But if it does exist,
Pascal's wager.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not going into Pascal's wager.
Okay, so if it does exist, then what?
What I'm saying is, if hell exists, your belief or the evidence provided has no bearing on whether it exists or not. So your belief and this evidence required has no bearing on whether this exists or not. None. Zero.
Yeah.
Correct.
So what you're doing is you're basically picking an arbitrary standard to say that this doesn't exist.
I don't think it's arbitrary.
No, I don't
Well,
think it's arbitrary.
it either exists
I
or
think
it
I've got
doesn't.
epistemology on my side. I think I've got epistemology on my side and inductive reasoning. What have you got on your side?
Truth. Oh, but
That's
you
it.
probably don't want to hear that.
Well, it's relative, isn't it?
Truth is never relative.
Oh, yes, it is.
Beliefs are relative, not truth.
Oh, no.
Truth is
Truth
never
is
relative.
Truth is relative.
Never.
Yes. I
Never.
could give you an experiment which would show you that your truth is different within your own head.
No, if you're going to talk about like subjective truths, like I favor the color blue or something like that, and that's true for me. That's ridiculous. If that's what you, I hope that's what you're going to say.
I can prove that you have two different truths within your own head, and you can experience them simultaneously. That's my claim.
I'd really love to. I'd actually really enjoy this. This sounds pretty cool.
No, don't let me stop you, Simon. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Right, I didn't know whether you wanted to let me know. So basically, yeah, what you have is 3 bowls of water, okay? One of them with ice cubes in, one of them at room temperature, and one of them heated to a hot temperature. Not so hot that it's going to burn you, but hot. Okay? You place your hands in the ice box, then the ice bowl, and you place your hands in the hot bowl. Okay? You leave them there for a couple of minutes, and then you place your hands into the middle bowl at room temperature. Yeah, that's clever, isn't it?
What are you talking about, like qualia right now?
What?
I'm talking about basically one of your hands will feel hot and one of your hands will feel cold.
Yeah, you're talking about what's known as
And
qualia.
yet the temperature is of course the same temperature. That's 2 truths in your head.
Trippy.
No, but truth would be
Oh yeah, buddy. Oh
the
yeah.
actual temperature of the water. So
Yeah,
truth is
and the temperature
ontological, not
is-
epistemological.
And the temperature is
Okay,
the
so why are
same.
you cutting me off? Go ahead.
Well, because the temperature is the same. That's my point.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you're talking about perception of it. So like, oh, he perceives that it's different, but what truth would dictate what it is, right? So you're talking about, well, I perceive it to be, that's epistemology, right? So truth is ontological, right? So we're not talking about what you perceive. That's a more akin to belief.
No. Truth.
I believe
Truth is not
No.
ontological.
Okay. Yeah, it is, because when you place your hand in those bowls, it's more akin to belief, right? You believe one feels different. It's not that it actually is true that they do. If you're talking about qualia, sensual experience, this is limited to epistemology.
Actually,
Truth is like,
incorrect.
yeah, there is no subjective truth, or yeah, I don't even know where to go from here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a difficult experiment to explain away. I mean, that's the
No, it's
problem.
not difficult to explain away. And you're talking about epistemology. You're talking about perception. You're talking
Indeed,
about
that's what
qualia.
I have epistemology. And
Perceived
induction on my
truth
side.
is not. Truth is independent from subjective
I
belief.
just know the truth in your head is not the truth.
That's
in the
subjective.
real
That's not
world
truth.
necessarily. Yet your subjective truth is different from your subjective truth.
I don't think you're listening.
I don't think you're listening.
No. I mean, I know exactly what you're saying. It's just I've already kind of told my critique of that, but yeah, truth is not subjective. It's not epistemological. It's not contingent on what you believe. It's not experiential. It's not sensual or qualia. Truth
So
is that which. So the correspondence
it
theory of
shows
truth.
that you-
Hold on, please don't cut me off. I'm almost done.
Okay. Oh,
The
okay.
correspondence theory of truth dictates that truth is what corresponds to reality. So truth is that which is, right? So this is independent from subjective, what you experience, what you feel. Truth is that which is. It doesn't matter. Even if we took away all the minds, there would still be truth statements to be made. For example, we take all the minds off the earth. The earth exists. That's a truth statement. It doesn't matter. There's no subjective or whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, if you contradict yourself by saying it's a statement. Can you prove that any statements can be made without a mind?
It's a matter of what is. It's like it's called the law of identity. The law of identity is a logical absolute. It's not dictated by a mind. Okay, the logical absolute, the law of identity says is basically something that is and can't be what it isn't at the same time in the same way at the same time. Okay, so what that says is the law of identity basically says the earth exists out of necessity, that it exists, and it doesn't matter if you think it exists or if a person is there to observe it. The law of identity must hold, and it's a logical absolute. If every person on the earth died today, the earth would still exist. This is the problem of if a tree fell in the forest.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I agree. I agree. The universe is not mind dependent. I completely agree.
The truths aren't mind dependent. No truths are mind dependent. None.
None.
Not a single one.
No, nor in fact the universe.
Truth is that which corresponds to reality. Truth is that which is.
Truth is that. So truth, therefore, is reality. And
well, depending, there's a couple different. You're gonna have to look into truth
because
you have to look into truth. How do you?
Dependent. Sorry, I hadn't finished there. I was just saying reality, therefore, is not mind dependent because truth is not mind dependent.
What truth theory do you prescribe through philosophically?
Truth is that which corresponds to reality.
Okay, so you're corresponding.
I was using your definition. It's not my definition. I'm using your view here.
Sure, no, but I'm asking you. So I'm asking you.
I
told you how. I've given you mine.
For me, truth is relative. Yeah.
Okay, if you think that truth is subjective or relative, then
it's relative. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a unique view to have or something, but I don't think we could really go much further.
Well, I just don't think your truth is necessarily my truth. Those truths are contingent upon axioms. The ones that we both share.
If you don't think truth is subjective,
if there's a truth that we both share, then it's dependent upon axioms.
Yeah, thanks for sharing your view, but I just wouldn't prefer to talk with someone that thinks that truth is subjective or truth is relative.
I didn't say that.
That's right, Simon. Get to the back of the bus.
No,
I'm just saying that's not.
You know what happens when you strawman me, Seamus? All right. I
said truth is relative.
No. I can't let this. No, I can't let this fucking go forward. I'm sorry. Truth is either absolute or it ain't worth the goddamn paper it's writ on. Period.
Thank you.
Period. Okay, it really is that simple. Okay, there really are. I know this is going to come as a shock to some of my fellow pagans and the atheists and even some Christians, but there really is such a thing as black and white in this fucking world. Okay, you know, if you wanna entertain the idea of multiple shades of gray, hey, knock yourself out. But there really is some things in this life that are indeed black and white, and one of those things that's black and white is truth. If truth is truth, then it is absolute. Period. It cannot be immuted. It cannot be changed. It cannot be altered. It cannot be messed with. It is either the facts and the truth as it stands, and if it does, it stands on its own merit. It does not need anything else. Period. End of story.
No, I'm afraid not. It stands on assumptions.
Well, you can say anything works on assumptions.
I'm afraid it does. You have to have presuppositions in order to claim that. Just like I do. I claim that truth is relative because of my presuppositions.
Well, if you think truth is relative, then
Truth is either relative or not relative, regardless of your presuppositions. So, who gives a crap what you think or what you presuppose? We want to know,
Yeah,
is
well,
truth
who gives a
actually?
crap about what you think because you're
No, but
just a kid?
no. Let's not talk about epistemology. Let's talk about
Well, no,
ontology.
let's just talk
The
about the
atheists
crap
love
that
to
you're
talk about
talking
epistemology.
about.
Or let's go talk about
No, or you could
epistemology.
be insulting again.
all right, boys and girls, I'm
No,
gonna
I
go.
mean I would like to be insulting again. Give me at least one more. Give me at least one more try. Okay.
I'm gonna be insulting and go play Left 4 Dead. I'll talk at y'all later. Have a good day.
Is there a difference between truth and absolute truth?
It's a question of epistemology. There is no difference.
Okay, so then the answer is no, there is no difference. Got it. At least according to your definition.
Truth is truth. There's no difference between absolute truth and truth. The distinction of when absolute truth is a philosophical term that emphasizes epistemology. For example, absolute truth is not obtainable philosophically speaking due to the problem of hard solipsism. Because of the philosophical problem of hard solipsism, you can't have absolute truth. And that means that epistemologically, since the whole problem of hard solipsism is an epistemological problem, that you will never ever have absolute truth. That means truth outside of your epistemology, right? So any truths that are absolute is how could you know that it's absolute, right? And that's an epistemological question. So it says if hard solipsism is true, you could never know if anything is true. Therefore, you could never know if anything is absolutely true, right? So that's why philosophically speaking, there is no such thing as absolute truth. They just use it in like a manner of pragmatism.
So Shamos, I have a question for you. You reject relative truths, but truth is what comports to reality. But then we perceive reality through fallible senses. Isn't it quite possible then that what we perceive to be true, based upon the reality it's based on, is incorrect because our perceptions of reality are relative?
Yeah, of course. That would be because every person can't have perfect reasoning. Like we have reason, it's good, it's valid, but it's not perfectly valid, right?
Yeah, and so that's what well, at least I don't know about Simon, but at least that's what I am getting. Well, when I say that truth is relative, because it's based upon reality, which is based upon perception, and therefore truth is, by factor of just being dependent upon something else, is relative to the reality we perceive. It can't be absolute. It can't be outside of my reality because I can't perceive anything outside my reality.
That skirts the problem of hard solipsism because you either have
I reject hard solipsism.
Okay, if you reject hard solipsism, then you have to say that other minds exist, that the material world is not dependent on your mind. Okay?
Yes, well done. Congratulations.
I can't.
You've just caught up. Remember, reality is not existent on mind. That's the point about truth. If truth isn't dependent upon the mind, then reality is not dependent upon the mind. But
Right.
it's a deep philosophical position that it does reject hard solipsism. You're correct. So,
but you can only
get all of the minutiae
of
the details
hard solipsism
so you
by
might have to
taking an
think
axiom.
about it for a few days. Sorry, you're interrupting again, are you? No, go on. Interrupt.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can only get through hard solipsism philosophically by either adopting a presupposition or an axiom that other minds exist. So,
no,
I mean,
that's not true.
Well, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole, but either way, when
Okay.
the original question was about absolute truth, and it's only an epistemological question. It's centered around the problem part solipsism, that no one could, even if something is true, no one could ever know it to be absolutely true. But
Right. Okay. Only through induction, I would argue. But then that's only using truth as a correspondence to reality.
well, see, I don't have to presuppose or take an axiom to get out of hard solipsism. Hard solipsism is false.
You do.
No.
Oh, yes.
No,
Yeah.
hard solipsism is
yes.
false. No, I can tell atheists all day long that they're pre-suppers, and they say, no, atheism is just a conclusion I've
No, I
come
can tell
to.
you all day long that you're a pre-supper as well.
Yeah,
told you
no,
this
it's just a
before.
conclusion I've come to.
Yeah, well, you claim that, but
Yeah,
really
it's
it's one of
just-
your
it's
axioms.
just a conclusion.
Assumption about
Well,
the
really, it's one of your
you
axioms.
get out of
I mean,
hard
it's just
solipsism.
You have more
No.
axioms than I do
No,
because of this.
God exists. God being all-powerful, okay, can leave his
Yeah,
word.
that's
The Holy
that's
Bible.
axiom
The
number
Holy
one.
Bible communicates that hard solipsism is false. Therefore,
Axiom number
hard
two.
solipsism is false. I don't need to,
So you
to
get two
take an
axioms.
axiom.
So you have two axioms before you can get to hard
No, I
solipsism.
don't need it. It's just a
I have
conclusion I've
one
come
axiom.
to. I don't need to presuppose the Bible or God's word. It's a conclusion I've come
Well, you
to.
just did. You just
Well,
did.
yeah,
You just did
Seamus,
if
that's-
and then if. That's two axioms. Okay, well, it's in your own sentence, man. I mean, you have to go back and listen to your own words. 'Cause
Well,
I
no,
don't
they're
know what
not
you're talking about.
axioms.
Oh, they're just presuppositions.
Just like Floyd says,
Huh.
he doesn't presuppose atheism. It's a conclusion he's come
What do you
to.
think the word "if" means?
I'm
Just
going
out
to say it
of interest.
again.
If.
Floyd
What do you think that
and
means?
Art and Saka don't
I'm just
presuppose
asking what if
atheism.
means.
It's a conclusion that they've come to. So, and we all accept that, right?
Right, man. What do you
Okay,
think
so
"if" means?
so there are basic assumptions we make about the universe in order to operate in it. In order to get around hard solipsism, you've added that God exists, that that the Bible is His true word, and that the Bible refutes hard solipsism.
Do you have to presuppose your mother's existence, Jim?
Why would I? It doesn't. That does not.
You know
fit
your
into
mother,
the,
right? You know your mother.
because that falls.
I don't presuppose God.
That falls underneath my other assumptions. I assume that the universe exists. I assume that I can perceive it, and I can assume that I can learn from it, and that I assume the basic laws of physics. But I don't have to assume my mother exists because she is a result of the other assumptions that I've already made about the universe. That's like saying, do I have to assume that my water bottle exists? And no, it's a process. It's something that has arisen out of my assumptions that I've already made.
What are your theories on the origin of the singularity, Jim?
I think the problem is I'm not too well versed in physics, and I kind of just have to fall back to I don't exactly know how the universe began. Like prior to the Big Bang, I would have no idea, and I'm okay with that.
Good answer. Fair answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people here, and I wish more people would adopt it with just saying that, I don't know. I personally have no idea what happened prior to the Big Bang, and therefore it would be unfair of me to make an assumption about it.
Good man.
At least under my current assumptions. But anyway.
Although M-theory is quite a good model as a goes rev, if you want to check one out.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that, Simon?
I'm just saying M-theory is quite a good model to have a look at if you did want to check one out. But of course, it still has a singularity in it, which still means unknown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yep.
again, my only issue is what is it? The universe erupted, the space-time erupted from the Big Bang. So
Mhm.
I just have a hard time. It might just be my own incredulity. What's fuck the word
Mm.
that Dawkins says all the time.
Yeah, incredulity.
There we go, that one. It just might be my own lack of creativity that prevents me of thinking of how that could
No,
possibly, how anything prior to that could exist. I mean, there's some
I don't.
theories like the multiverse theory and stuff like that, but
Oh, yeah, but those are all just so far off that we wouldn't even consider them to be real candidates for the actual reality just yet. Anyway, got a long way to go before we start considering those to be mainstream.
oh yeah,
But anyway, I mean, I think the again the issue comes down to the point Seamus is making and has been making for some probably time, of this difference between ontology and what's it called, epistemology.
epistemology. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean this seems to me the central question, because the issue really is that this abstract idea of God, this abstract idea of a personal God in some respects, as I consider to be abstract, really can't be shown to have a link with reality in terms of anything which is demonstrable within reality. And this is perfectly logical, obviously, and explainable. But it's the issue that I find the hardest issue to deal with, Seamus, when it comes to the idea of accepting the philosophical claims as some kind of proof. I hope you can understand that. I don't mean to be antagonistic to you. I just don't find that kind of language or that kind of demonstration. I've heard it before from other philosophers. I don't find the demonstration of that to be anything more than a deductive argument, which may have premises which could be invalid. Okay, and that always seems to me the problem. And yet, when I go to the other side and look at the inductive arguments, okay, well, they can't be inductive without having some relationship to reality, and that's why they tend to be my preferred logical methods to investigate reality rather than using deduction. I hope that clears up why we keep clashing like that anyway.
It cleared it up for me.
Well said, Simon. Some of
Sure.
us just can't get past a prime mover. Go for it, Seamus.
I kind of just wanted to go kind of highlight the difference between axioms and presuppositions in the secular worldview and then in the Christian theist worldview. For example, the secular worldview really kind of mirrors the philosophical worldview, right? It's kind of that crap. I lost my train of thought. What did I say right before that?
You were just saying that philosophy is part of science, really, that it reflects the worldview of induction.
Well, I was going to say that in a
Plato.
philosophically speaking, that term axiom it kind of comes from something that it's kind of so base that it can't be explained, and so it's they take it as an axiom or presupposition. So they basically in the secular or the philosophical worldview, an axiom or a presupposition is keywords for I can't explain this, right? It necessitates a circular justification, right? Like reasoning, for example. I'll just presuppose that.
The reasoning, the justification is circular. You could say that, yes.
Right. But what I'm saying, so we've kind of established that the presuppositions and axioms in the secular or philosophical worldview are just things that can't be explained. But in a Christian worldview, so what you're claiming that I'm presupposing God or something like this is not because, well, I can't explain it, so I just presuppose God. It's actually I presuppose God through revelation and through experience. But the things that you're presupposing, you're just saying, well, I don't know, I don't have an answer around this, so I'm just gonna take it up as an axiom. But I don't say, well, I don't know God, I don't know all this stuff. I'm just taking it up as an axiom. I say, I know God exists, therefore
Sure.
he exists.
Sure.
There's no I don't know in my equation, but
Sure.
for the secularist it is. So what
Right.
the
Well, I
whole
would disagree.
underlying, I'm almost done. The whole
Yeah.
underlying thing to the
Yeah.
presuppositions and axiom is fundamentally different between our worldviews.
Right. No, they're not fundamentally different, of course, because we're using the same word, and we're hopefully going to be using it in the same way. So no, there is some crossover, of course. No, my position is not that my presuppositions, they're axioms, but from a very few set, I derive the rest of my conclusions. But the difference here is that I'm not using deduction necessarily. I'm using deduction to find a path, but I'm proving the path through induction. Okay, and that's how I can tie it in to my axioms. Okay, so that's something that your worldview can't do because you have no way to tie inductively into God. You can only deductively get to God.
Peace, Bob.
Let's take the problem of hard solipsism, for example. So, like, since it's philosophically...
I don't see why, Seamus.
I was...
Have you explained what I've explained?
I'll just shut up.
I don't see why you would even go there.
It usually takes me like a minute or two to kind of think something up in my head before I actually start spitting it out, and then when someone interrupts me, it just kind of robs me of that. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, truth is relative. If you want to go back there, I mean we can.
We can go anywhere you want. I just want to.
Well, I don't want to go back because I just don't want to go back round.
No, it's cool. I just don't want to be cut off. But you could leave the chat.
That's cool. That's cool. But I don't want to have a conversation with you if you're just going to bring up the points you brought up 20 minutes ago.
You can leave chat, but just don't interrupt me because I just would like some respect.
Right.
So what I was going to say is that if we look at the problem of hard solipsism, it's unsolvable in the atheist or philosophical worldview. And they don't know. It could be that hard solipsism is true. They have no way of telling you if hard solipsism is false. They just presuppose it's false. It could be that it's actually true. So it doesn't actually speak to whether hard solipsism is true or false. In the philosophical worldview, hard solipsism could be true. They just presuppose it isn't. In my worldview, it's impossible for hard solipsism to be true. It cannot be true. It is false by definition. Now, there's no way in the secular worldview for that to even be possible. So that's kind of what I want to highlight.
Yeah, and what you don't seem to get about that is that you added an assumption to make it impossible. And that assumption was that God exists. And then to justify that, you will define God into where he must necessarily exist. And this is why ontology is pointless. It's because you can sit around and define things into existence all day, but that doesn't prove whether or not they do exist.
Yeah, the only way for me to prove to you God exists is for God to prove to you he exists himself. Because I've sit around for months and months and months giving arguments for the existence of God, and all atheists can sit on their high horse, Jim, and reject them due to some type of methodological naturalism. Oh, you can't prove God. And then they just say, oh, prove God. They're not going to hear a logical or inductive or deductive argument for it. They don't care. So there's no way you can sit up on your high horse or standard, and there's no way for anyone to prove to you God. Okay, so if what kind of proof you ask for is that hard type of proof, then only God can provide you that. But if you want reasoning and justification and logic and stuff, I'll sit here for hours and hours and hours and weeks and weeks and weeks and months and months and months and give that to you every time you want it.
But you can't.
At the end of the day,
to something. You can't reason something into existence. As you said before, it either exists or doesn't exist.
Right.
If it exists, then it should have evidence for its existence. Now, as I stated earlier, absence of evidence does not necessarily mean evidence of absence. So just
Well,
you might
that's
not
called God
have
of the
any
gaps
evidence.
hypothesis, and that would
You
be me
might
saying,
not.
look,
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it is not a God of the gaps argument.
that's what God of the gaps is.
No, God of the gaps is saying we don't understand this, therefore God did it. That's God of the gaps. What I'm
Yeah,
saying is just because you can't show me evidence that God does or does not exist, or in your case, you show me evidence that God does exist, just because you can't do that, just because you don't have any, doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. That's
well,
all I'm saying.
that's all I've
And
been saying the whole time as well.
and what I'm saying is because I don't see the evidence, I accept the null hypothesis, and this is where we get. This is why epistemology is more important than ontology.
Well, epistemology is just subjective. Ontology has to deal with what is or truth. So if you think epistemology is more important than ontology, then you don't hold truth to a high enough standard. And
Ontology is
Jesus
relative to your
Christ is the way, the
definitions.
truth, and the life. I have a value of ontology, a
Yeah,
value for
it's all your
truth.
fault, Jim. It's all your fault, Jim.
I'm
Jesus
just saying,
told him.
it's okay. You can value
Yeah.
epistemology more than ontology. You can value
I
subjective
value
more than truth.
inductive. I
Sure.
value inductive reasoning more than deductive
Just don't
reasoning.
find value
The
in
simple answer,
relative.
for the simple answer that it's related to reality in a very direct way, unlike God.
Yeah, we were kind of having a decent little back and forth there before you started interrupting again, Simon.
Shamos, what I would say is that ontology is relative. It is subjective because it's relative to the definitions that you use. You know, this is where the barrier of communication comes in. Is you actually have to define before you go into an ontological statement. Before you can go into those, you kind of have to define what you mean.
Well, my position defines itself. I'm a Christian theist. I don't need to define my position any further
Well,
than that.
that could be anything. If you were to ask G-Man what a Christian theist is, he would come up with a specific definition compared to Rand, compared to Veckel, and all those guys. Everyone seems to have their own different definition, and that's, definitions are important.
So you're an ichtheist now?
I don't know what that means.
It's someone that disputes the definitions of everything. It's like that God is incomprehensible definitionally to an ichtheist. It seems like they want clear, concise definitions on pretty much any topic that they head into, and what it turns into is it's more like a topic of definitions rather than a topic of substance. So I'm just kind of curious,
Never studied maths, then, have you, Shamos?
Well, I'm kind of talking with him. I was kind of
I'm
hoping
just
to
saying.
get back into
Just
non.
That's one
Definitions.
subject where definition is the most important thing, and it must be agreed on. And it's absolute.
I think that in the great debate community, definitions are incredibly important, and I think you would think so as well, Shamos. Is that definition?
So what would you want me to define then? What should I define?
You say that you're a Christian theist. So let's start very simple and say what do you define as God?
But for the sake of the argument, why do I need to explain me what will it clarify if I define God?
Okay, because here's the thing: is in the debate of whether or not God exists, you have someone say, I believe God exists. Well, in order for me to evaluate that, I'd have to say, what do you mean by God? What do you define? Because some people will define God as, God's the universe. And then it's like, well, obviously I believe the universe exists, so in that case I would say God does exist. But other people say he's a personal creator who's spaceless and timeless and sent his only son to be sacrificed for our sins. And that is a very different claim than the person that says God is the universe. My level of atheism, if you want to think of it this way, depends upon what you mean by God.
Well, sure. Okay, so when I say God, I mean the God of the Bible. So I'm a biblical Christian. So that's what I hold to.
Okay, so we're moving along now. Okay, so you say the God of the Bible. Now, and this is where one-on-one I think conversations are better, because then I would say, well, when you say God of the Bible, can you go into a little bit more detail? Like what version of the Bible? Do you believe the Bible to be allegory? Do you believe it to be literal? What
What
about
does this
So
have to
this is where we
do?
would go, because
No, but
because
this
it
is
goes.
more. No, but what I'm saying is this is a good conversation to have. It's kind of running down my epistemology, but I need to understand. You got to justify me having this conversation with you in lieu of how this would give better explanation to what I was arguing for earlier, right? Because otherwise, it's a subject change, right? So, but like if you were just asking me, you wanted a definition so we could continue on the topic at hand, sure, but that's not what you're doing here. You're actually running down my epistemology into a subject change. So is that what you want to do? Because I actually was just trying to give you the definition and then move about in my argumentation. But it seems like we're going to kind of go about what kind of Christian am I? What am I, a literalist, non-literalist? How do I take Genesis? What do I view the flood? I mean, I would tell you my life story, but I want to start getting back into this conversation.
Okay, well, what was the original argument you were going through?
Well, I believe we were talking about proper dichotomies. We were talking about the logical absolutes. We were talking about the ontological existence of God.
Yes. And we were speaking past each other because you were talking ontologically and I was talking epistemology. This goes back to what I was saying before is, in my opinion, ontology doesn't necessarily help us with making decisions, because all it says, it's all definitions. It's things exist because they've been defined this way to exist. Now, when we head to epistemology, we can actually make decisions based upon epistemology. We can actually move through our lives thanks to it. Developing a proper dichotomy about hell is not going to help me determine whether or not I should believe in the Bible.
That's a category error. Something being is independent from your knowing and your experience. So you're making a category error. You're saying, well, ontology doesn't provide me the things that epistemology does. No shit, they're two different things. What are you talking about? It's called.
And that's why I keep going back to saying that ontology doesn't prove it.
That's known in philosophy as a false equivalency. First of all.
But do you not use ontology to try and prove that God exists? Isn't that like your whole shtick?
Actually, the only way that you could prove God's existence is epistemology. But various arguments have to go through all the things. Oh, God exists. Existence is a question of ontology. Proof is a question of epistemology. So they go hand in hand, but they're not the same thing, and they should never ever be confused as such. How could I even start giving you an epistemological justification when I can't even ontologically justify what I'm talking about? They're. Do you see what I'm talking about? They're conjoined. They're contingent on one another.
Well, not necessarily. You could say that, for ontology purposes, that the Model ontological argument is a great example. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. Universe began to exist, therefore it has a cause, and go down that path. That's an entire ontological argument. But when it comes down to it, it doesn't prove anything at the end of it. It's one of those. It's the difference with the distinction between internally consistent and externally.
Well, it does prove something. It proves a cogent argument for a prime mover. Okay, and then it proves that the alternative, which would be the infinite universe theory, is less cogent. That's what it proves.
And how does it possibly prove that?
Okay, so do you believe that the infinite universe theory, which is contrary to the Big Bang, which do you think holds more merit scientifically?
Time makes no sense prior to the Big Bang.
Sure. But I'm asking a question. There's actually a hypothesis within science. There's the infinite universe theory, and this is contrary to the Big Bang theory. Are you familiar with it? There's
the idea that the universe is eternal. Is that correct?
Yes. Of these two theories, there's one of these two theories has more merit scientifically. It's considered I'm not making an argument from ad populum or argument from authority, but I'm saying that one of these theories is more highly regarded than the other. Do you know which one is?
What I would say is I accept the Big Bang Theory.
Sure.
But any theory that goes beyond the Big Bang and into an area where space and time are ill-defined is a theory that I don't see much support for.
Sure, but either way, it shows one of two things. Either it's likely that the universe has a cause, or that the universe always existed. Okay? And then that one is in terms of cogency and in terms of scientific backing. One has more scientific backing, that the universe came into existence, that the universe came to exist. Not that it always existed. That's what the scientific backing says. So in forms of cogency, cogent arguments.
But how can I'm actually looking here at?
Okay, I was almost done. So a cogent argument is forms in terms of likelihood, what is most likely possible. So given the argument in terms of cogency, the Big Bang is more cogent than the eternal universe theory, which means that since we've established that, then we've established that the universe most likely has a cause. So then we can assume from there that the cogent statement from that is that there must be a prime mover. So it doesn't establish the absolute necessity, but what it does is it establishes the more likely than not likely.
How do you know the universe has a cause?
Well, I just told you, you have to either be, it's more likely that it has a cause. That's what cogent, do you know what cogency means? Cogency means that it's more likely that it has a cause.
Yeah, it's more likely, but right
the
there.
The Big Bang supports that. That's what I said. You either argue Big Bang, so I'm arguing Big Bang, you agreed with me, so we both agree that it's more cogent that the universe began to exist. There we are. We both are all on the same page. And you're questioning me on this.
But what caused the Big Bang? And that's the answer to the argument is
right,
to say
right. The argument
God.
goes on to describe that. No. It necessitates a prime mover. It's actually was retooled to fit in God. In fact, this argument was like Aristotle's argument for the prime mover. It was never tooled into an argument for God until later. Okay, so it firmly establishes a first uncaused cause. That's what the prime mover would be defined as. A first uncaused cause. So something that is not contingent. Are you familiar with contingency in modal logic?
How can you show that the universe is not contingent? The cause of the universe is not contingent. Or whatever caused the universe is not contingent. How can you possibly show that?
How can we? I've told you we're talking in terms of cogency. Now you're talking about how do I show something? Like
no. Okay.
Do you get what a cogent argument is? Like you're saying, I'm giving you an argument in terms of likelihood, and you're like saying, no, I want proof, and I'm saying, well, no, the Big Bang says that it's more likely that the universe has a cause. Okay.
But see, then we're running to the problem of what do you mean by cause? The Big Bang, the thing is like, did the universe exist prior to the Big Bang in a state that we just wouldn't recognize it in? Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, how did it go from pre-universe to universe? And there's the Big Bang, but what was pre-universe? And what you're trying to do is you're trying to supplement it and say, okay, we see things coming into existence because of a cause. The universe came into existence, therefore it must have had a cause.
Well, we're kind of discussing the first premise of the Kalam, right? And the usual attacks on the very first premise is that the universe did not begin to exist. That's what the first premise of the Kalam is. The universe began to exist.
Well, so, what do you mean by begin to exist?
Hold on.
Nothing.
Hold on. I'm not quite. All right. I'll see you guys later.
Nothing we see around us ever began to exist. It always existed in some other state. So that's why I keep bringing up the fact that you keep saying the universe began to exist. And nothing we've ever seen just began to exist. So how do we know that the universe just began to exist?
You done talking? Because if I begin a sentence and you cut me off 5 words in, I'm gonna blow my top. Do you understand?
Well,
Well,
Shamos,
you
I've
keep
heard you
repeating
cut him off
yourself.
too, so
No, no, no. I'm just giving you respect and courtesy, even though I'm upset, and I'm just asking for the same. Can you reciprocate?
Shamos,
Can we
I've
get
heard you
back
cut
to the
him off too.
conversation?
Shamos, I've heard you cut him off too, and he didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, that's part of a conversation. Is
I
sometimes someone
listened
will
for a
say
whole
something.
minute. I listened for a whole minute, and then 5 words in, I got cut off. I'm ready to say what I was going to say if you'll let me.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Give me one second.
You gotta hurry up. I got a cake in the oven. I'm gonna have to go here in a minute. I'll be back later, but
Let's just do it another time.
okay. All right. Well, it'll be a date. You're paying though.
Because I have a lot of I like multitask a lot, and if I get cut off like 5 seconds in, it's 90% of the time I won't remember, and it's like because I'm multitasking, so it's like that's if I had like a long memory, short-term memory, I wouldn't get as upset. But like literally, if you cut me off, you literally just it's like you can debilitate me in conversation. You can literally debilitate me by cutting me off, and it robs me of all my worth and reasoning. And I have nothing to offer because I have my attention span so short. So it's like that's why I get so upset. And it's like the only way to like silence me or just to get me to be incoherent is just to start cutting me off because I'll never remember anything I was going to say. And then yeah. So
And you have
anyways,
to
maybe
remember, I'm
next time.
someone. Oh, I'm a super jazzed up, active person, and the way that I communicate with people is to jump in when they're talking. But I have to go now. That's the oven, so we will discuss this later, Shamos.
Take care, Jim.
Yep. Bye.
Hey, Shamos, you know how you can fix that problem? Is quit multitasking.
Yeah, Art plays video games when he does this, but I'm usually editing videos and doing a couple other things, and like I don't know, I find it like it's like I couldn't just sit in front of the computer and just kind of talk, you know? Like I need a little something to preoccupy me with. So I'm kind of like Art in the sense that I only use G plus as a something else to do while I'm doing something. You know what I mean?
So you're not giving the other person your full attention, and so that's not very respectful.
No, it's not that I'm giving them the full attention. Like I'm giving them the full attention. I'm putting like I'll formulate my thought or whatever. I'll try to hold it in my head, and then I'm like moving on and doing a little bit of typing, moving some stuff over here, and then I'm waiting for them to finish talking, and then I'm going to go on with what I was going to say in regards to like usually the first or second point they make while they're talking. Like I can't like go through and address everything they say. So usually the first thing they say or the second thing they say, I'll form a response to that. And I've got it held in my head. I'm fucking with the video, and then they stop, and then I start regurgitating what I was going to say to respond to the first two questions. And then if they cut me off, I'm already messing with the video again, and then I forgot what I was going to say. And I was like,
So you don't listen to everything they have to say. You just pick out a couple words that you want to
no,
talk on.
I
and
can't
you
respond
go-
to everything everyone says. I just pick up a few good points and I respond to those few points. Like if he lists 5 points, I'll probably respond to like 2, like the first 2. Like I can't hit on everything you say. Like if you ask me one question, then we can have that back and forth. But if you like say 5 things, I normally can only respond to like 1 or 2 of them. It's just
Well, that certainly explains quite a bit.
Yeah, but you might miss if you're not giving them your full attention, which is a respectful thing to do. They might make a couple points, but then as they go along, they might define them points a little better. So it would make the whole conversation go along quicker and easier if you understood them completely instead of just formulating what your answer is going to be before they even finished explaining what their point was. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, you're an atheist.
Yeah, what do I know?
well, you don't got to be like that. I don't ever do snide remarks like that. So it's
Oh,
not my style.
wait.
Either way, I would say
what?
this.
What? Wait. Let me. I know I'm cutting you off, but before we go, you never say slide
I'm
remarks
a
like
jerk. I'm a jerk, but I'm outright in your face a jerk. I'm not like a little comment under the mic like after someone says something. Like I don't. That's not me. If I'm a jerk, I say it straight to your face and I insult you straight to your face. And everyone knows Seamus just insulted. It's not like I just whisper a little thing on a mic or like laugh with my mic open a few times. I don't do that. That's not me.
You don't remember that intervention then? You don't remember that intervention then? We had about a week and a half ago. No. Okay. You were probably multitasking at the time.
So when you said earlier about the atheists being on their high horse, was that a straight out insult or was that just a little slightly cut?
I don't even know if you guys are even trying to have a conversation anymore. Or what are you? Did you guys want to talk or?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to get you to understand that. You get mad and you get upset, and you're in the conversation. You're always saying the conversation's going nowhere. Well, I'm just trying to help you work on that so the conversation can go places, so you don't get so mad and get so upset, and you can have a decent conversation.
Let me explain to you something. Your name. Me and you've actually had probably quite a few good conversations. You let me talk. When you stop, I start talking. When I stop talking, you start talking.
I know, because that's me.
Yeah, see, I stop talking and you start talking, and that's all I wanted earlier. And that this is all I want, and that's all I care about. So what I'm saying is, what I'm getting right now, and why we're going about it in a logical conversation, and everything's fine, we're having dialogue, is because I'm getting what I want, respect. And if I get this, we can have any conversation you want, as nice as you want it, all day that you want. But what I'm saying is, the first and foremost is this is what has to happen. And if this doesn't happen, shit breaks down, and Seamus gets pissed off. That's all I'm saying. So that's what got us here.
Yeah, I know. The thing I'm saying is everyone has their own way of doing things, and if you can't change a little bit and accommodate, because I'm kind of that way too. If like I said, there's points if I don't say them right away, I'll forget them, and then I won't say them at all. But the thing is not everyone works like that. And there's people that cut in, and I'll let them cut me off. I let them all the time. It don't bother me because that's the way some people are. So everyone is different. No one is like you. You're your own special person. Everyone's their own special person. So I will not get mad. I will not get upset. Well, except for when someone treating somebody else bad. That's when I get upset. But to me, the way people talk to me, it don't mean shit to me. Because nobody's better than me and nobody's worse than me. So, but I will take the time and listen to what someone says, everything they have to say, because to me that's a show of respect, to listen to everything they say, not just a couple of points in the words. So, I mean, we're all different. You look at it like, don't cut me off, I need to do what I got to do, respect me for that. And me, I'm like, well, you should listen to the whole thing before you have a response in your head of what you're going to reply. That's a respectful thing. So you got to learn not to get mad at people because not everyone's like you.
Well, I mean, I've realized that not everyone's like me, but I mean, certain parts of the conversation, like I'll get into a little bit of a back and forth, but like, I mean, if I really have a good point I'm going to say, and I get like systematically cuts off, it really does bother me, and I have a really like low threshold. I'm not very courteous about it. I'm not very forgiving about it. I'm not very humble about it. It pisses me off, and it literally, people know this about me. Like, I'll stop a room dead in its tracks. I'll either leave or I'll stop, and I'll just literally, we'll have to get the conversation so fucked up to the point that we all have to realize about respect and courtesy, and we have to talk about it for 20 minutes to the point where everyone just wants me to shut up in order for it to bang through people's heads. And like, I just can't. Like you said, that's just who I am.
Yeah, I hear you there, Seamus.
another thing about me is, and I do this to myself, but I mean, a lot of times I'm in the rooms and I'm just kind of me versus a lot of atheists. And the Christians in the room usually will kind of like, I guess, just let me kind of take the reins, or some people just either they're AFK or whatever. So it's like, I've got a lot more heat on me than, like, you guys put a lot more heat on me than I put on you. You know what I'm saying? Because just there's more people. Like earlier, it was Simon and Jim. You know what I mean? And it's like, and this is an everyday thing. And I'm not saying like, I like it this way. But what I'm saying is this is why I'm a little bit more defensive, because I'm kind of by myself, and I'm like that's what makes me more.
We just call that whinging in this country. That's what we send our boys to public school to sort out.
Yeah, but I think that's the thing on every theist is they're always on a defense, because that's a position you got to defend. Where atheism isn't a position that because it really, it's just a view on something. So there's nothing to defend. So that's where a lot of it comes into. It's not that they're ganging up on you. It's just that you're making statements, and
I wasn't saying that you were ganging up on me. What I'm trying to, you guys heard me all wrong. I'm not whining. I'm not. Simon, stop fucking cutting me off, please. Okay, so I'm not whining or complaining. What I'm saying is, you know what? Every single time.
I wasn't saying you were whining or anything, or I wasn't.
Just saying, Simon cut me off again, and I forgot what I was going to say. It's like, I'm begging you, please stop, please. Yeah, so I'm not whining or complaining or saying I'm a victim's complex, or I'm getting picked on, or it's all versus me. What I'm saying is why I'm more defensive is because it's usually me versus a few other people. I'm trying to give you a justification of why I'm a little bit more defensive when I get cut off, because I'm being cut off by multiple people usually. It's not like me and like 5 theists versus one atheist or anything like that. I don't even go to rooms like that. They're no fun for me. So what I'm saying is the reason why I'm more defensive is because it's usually a few people versus me. I'm giving you a reason of why I usually jump to that level, because I feel, that's why.
Well, I know, and I wasn't saying you were whining. I don't know if you weren't listening to what I was saying.
Simon was. Simon, look in the chat.
I don't pay attention to the chat. I'm paying attention. See, I'm not multitasking. I'm listening to you. I'm giving you my attention, which is what I think is respectful. See, that's why you were watching the chat on the side, and you weren't responding to me when me and you were talking to each other. Which was very disrespectful. You're not paying attention to me when I'm talking to you. But whatever. So, anyways, what I was saying is you got a position that you're trying to defend. So, yeah, people are going to gang up on you, and it's not right that they gang up on you. You should be taken one at a time. Where atheism isn't a position to defend. It's just a view on a certain thing. Where Christianity is, you're trying to assert that this is the way everything should be, and this is why you should be like a Christian. And you're trying to save people. Okay. So that position you need to defend, which I understand, So that's what I was trying to say. I wasn't saying it was ganging up on you, or you were whining or anything. It says, yeah, I can understand why you get mad, because you got so many people coming at you at one time. But I don't know if I'm just rambling now.
No, I like it like that. Like, I mean, I don't mind. Like I said, I don't really prefer the rooms with more Christians than atheists, because I'll hold on 1 second, my cat's scratching to get out. My favorite rooms are probably a lot of times, like, kind of the rooms that I see you in, you know, like Nadia's or Xbox's rooms, like, to me, those are the ones that I prefer, you know, but they seem to have more atheists in them recently, at least. When I first came to G+, there was, like, Beckel and Arcane and Fritz, and you would see those guys, like, every night, but they've kind of been taking a break there a little bit. But anyways, I kind of do it myself. I like it, you know. I like the good discussion and the back and forth. You know, I don't like to go into like an echo chamber full of Christians like patting each other on the back. You know, I want to back and forth. I want dialogue. I want someone to criticize my position, and obviously I want to criticize someone else's position. So, you know, I like it that way. But I just feel like I do it to myself a little bit too often. Like every night, you know, it's kind of like Shamo's first whatever atheists want to dive in, and I get, you know, when I start getting cut off because it's just one of me and a few of them, and it bothers me because, you know, like I need a little bit of time to get my stuff out so 2 or 3 people can hear it and criticize it, you know. But without me getting it out, it just kind of, it's nothing but criticism. But yeah, anyways, I don't think that's whining as Simon put it, but either way.
Yeah, I understand. If Peripheral Prophet got the same thing. He, you know, he wants it more one-on-one, and I've told him too. I says, yeah, you know, if you feel like you want to go in a big room where you know before you go in there, you can see who's in there. If you feel like having people jump on you and you want to try and discuss things that time, do that. If not, open up your own room and invite certain people that you know can challenge you and, you know, give you a back and forth. You know, get 5 people in there to cut the room size down. You know, get, you know, 2 like you and Peripheral Prophet or something, or, you know, 2 Christians and 3 atheists. You know, then you can control the room and make it a little bit better for that. But you got to know when you jump in a big room, everybody that's in it, there's 10 people in here. Everybody wants to try and say something. Well, usually. So when people hear a calm point or something, they want to jump in and get their view said. Because if not, you're going to be sitting there a half hour, 45 minutes, while 2 people go back and forth, and then by the time you wanted to say something, they're off the topic you know about, and they're moved on to something you don't know about. So people are going to jump in and try and get their point in before the topic changes too much, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
And me, I avoid all the rooms because I don't like talking bad about people. I will, if somebody's doing something wrong, I will state it, but I don't talk bad about people, and I don't yell at people. And I like the philosophy thing. I don't get too much in it with philosophy with you because I don't know a damn thing about philosophy. I'll listen to you guys talk, and I'll try and pick it up so I can get involved in the conversation, but I don't know crap about philosophy, and I really don't want to know anything about it because to me, it leads to nowhere. It doesn't help anything. Other people believe it does, and that's great. You know, I'm just going everything from my position and what I think.
Yeah. That's why you're not a true atheist, though. Well,
no, I am my own God.
I say that with my best humor.
Yeah,
well, I'd also say another difference between me and a lot of people might not realize this, but I guess maybe if I say it, you might think about it and like give it some pondering. But the only time I question an atheist's epistemology is usually about objective morality. Like about objective morality, I will literally put heat on atheists and question their position. But any other conversation, I rarely ever question the atheist position. I don't try to get in their head and question their epistemology or any of this stuff, except on, like I said, on the subject of absolute or objective morality. But all the time, so I'm usually more focused with like my claims, right? With my justification, with my work. I don't really give a crap about theirs, you know. So I think that's another thing that usually most people are criticizing my worldview because that's the conversations I invite. Most of the time, I'm not questioning the atheist worldview. So it's like I'm usually always got the pressure put on me because of the conversations I get into. It's because I don't really care to question the atheist worldview. There's not a whole lot to really question. Like if you want to make an appeal to objective morality or the ontology of objective morality, then we got a problem. then I'll come in off the top ropes. But anything else, I really don't care. Like, I just don't care at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. I mean, the Christians have a position to defend where, like, you know, the atheist worldview, I don't even know what that is. I don't have a atheist world. I don't look at the world with, you know, I don't live my life and make every decision. Well, there's no God. What should I do today? There's no God. How am I going to do this? And there's no God. You know, I don't do that. I just live my life. And when I see people getting wronged, that's when I step in. I've mentioned it before. That's why I'm on here talking, is because I don't like the way people are treated because of the way of things in the Bible. You know, I believe Christians should be happy going to church and do whatever they want, as long as they don't impose their views on other people, which is what happens in this world. So, I mean, if that's a worldview, then I guess that's a worldview. Other than that, I don't have a worldview, and I don't even know what an atheist worldview would be.
I think that's a lot of the problem. Like atheists, they don't like the word worldview. They don't like the word presupposition. They don't presuppose things. They just come to those conclusions. Atheism isn't a worldview. It's like it seems to me like all these things that atheists just want to. Atheism is a rejection of a belief. Atheism isn't the assertion that there are no gods, even though that does fall in the assertion. It's like they want to manipulate every single little thing. Do you kind of feel what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be rude, but like I'm trying to get you to feel like how it comes from like my perspective with all this.
Well, I think a lot of it before the Side 10 Brugengate thing. I don't think it was such a big deal with, you know, presup and the atheist worldview. I don't even remember that being actually brought up before that. Then, when we get told that you know there's a God and you know, you're presup and you're doing this and you're doing that and you're doing this, well, yeah, we go on the, you know, people go on the defensive when they're told, when that's not what they believe or think, but people are telling them that. So people are going to go on the defensive and say, no, 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 no. How many times are you going to tell you no? You know, that's where I think it all started from.
Yeah, you're probably right, actually, because when you said that, it kind of clicked in my head. That's probably exactly what it was. I don't think people really gave a shit if you called atheism a worldview 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Or, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's like the new modern type thing with the whole presupposition stuff going on, and you know, atheists want to rebut that they have that they presuppose atheism and say that it's a conclusion, and they want to like rebuff that, you know, atheism is a worldview and all that stuff. I mean, I understand. I think it's a kind of a like you said, kind of like a pushback against that presuppositional or that modern apologetic or whatever.
Yeah, and it's just a different view. I mean, like I said, everyone's got their own points, their own views, and I don't. You know, you want to say you don't care about what other people think or believe. Damn, Simon. But
fuck you, Simon. Fuck you. Get out of here.
You know, but people do, and people want to change people's minds. And just to throw mine out, I used to believe there was a God. I actually went, you know, to church, and I actually prayed for change in my life and prayed for him to come into my life. And that was like 20-something years ago. For 4 years, even before that, I kind of always thought there was a God. But then after, about 20 years ago, I kind of really didn't give it much thought. And then lately, I just come to realize, and I'll say this, that there are no gods. I'm not like other atheists who want to keep that option open, who don't know for sure. But to me, in my own mind, I don't believe there are any gods. And I will say there are no gods.
I just want to... I said fuck you, Simon, and the whoever's watching doesn't know that he muted me. So Simon muted me. He's a cunt.
Thank you. I just got to keep the joke going.
Simon.
I noticed you fell out with Art as well. Is that right?
Yeah. Art is a cunt too.
I still love you guys, though, really. I'm going to unblock you anyway.
Yay, manufactured drama.
Take care. I'm going to go off now. Thanks, guys.
All right, see you later, Simon.
Bye, Simon. Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how.
That was.
Well, how could people do that to you, Jackie? You're just too nice.
Ha.
Really? From a lady? I would never expect that.
Cause you deserve it. Oh no. I always feel bad when I do that. I always feel bad when I mute people.
I don't. I think it's hilarious. Especially when I'm talking and somebody mutes me and it's like I keep talking and I don't realize it, you know. And I'm thinking, hey, dumbass, pay attention. So, but no, I'm having fun.
Where is everyone tonight? It seems everything on G Plus seems kind of quiet.
It's hump day.
It feels like a calm before a storm. I don't know.
It's
It's been a while before. Huh?
It's hump day. Everyone's out humping.
Oh, that explains it. Oh, except for me.
Well, except for me too.
Oh.
When I got divorced in I think in '99. So I haven't.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I got divorced in '99. I haven't had a girlfriend. I've been with a woman since then.
Yeah, my long distance relationship, like the long distance part ends in 2 months, so then I'll be humping on hump day, and it'll be splendid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the longest time after I got divorced, I didn't want to bring another person around because my daughters were still young. You know, they were like 5 and that.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to bring, because my ex-wife brought people into her life, you know, men and that, and I seen the problems it was causing, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not getting my kids attached to someone, and if it don't work, then they're gonna lose that feeling, and then I'm not going through all that crap. So I just never had anybody, and then it's, you know, after 10 years, it's like, really, I don't need anybody. It's like I get all my money for myself and my kids. I can do what I want when I want. I don't have to ask anybody anything. I just go, and it's just great. I don't have to worry about somebody else and taking care of somebody else and making them happy. It's whatever I want to do. Whatever I want to make myself happy, I can do.
Isn't it wonderful? I like being single, but like my relationships are always an accident. Like I don't go out looking for people. I don't date. I've never dated.
No,
I just don't.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. Like I meet people I like in, like, you know, doing things that I like. You know, for example, feel like I can meet people at Anime Expo, or like at a game like Dungeons and Dragons, or even in animation classes, because I share interests and stuff, and because I do a lot of things, it's like it increases my chances of finding people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, and I think it has to do with with people's brain chemistry and their body chemicals and their thought patterns in their head. So when you go out and you meet people, you can know that, you know, for some reason, you can be friends with this person. You know you're not going to like this person, and then there's just some people you have this undesirable urge to be with. You know, like that feeling of love and that. And I don't think it's anything you can control. I don't believe you can make yourself love somebody.
Yeah, that doesn't help. That doesn't happen. I mean, like, my relationship with Kevin was a total accident. It was a happy accident. Yeah. And I'm happy and he's happy, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah, like my oldest sister, she was with this guy, Ralph. They were together 15 years. They got married. The year after they got married, they got divorced.
Oh, wow.
It was I mean, like, why did you guys just stay together? Why did you guys have to get married, you know?
Yeah. I think marriage is overrated. And whenever I say that, the Christians are all like, what? Marriage is like so sacred and blah, 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 blah. Marriage has no intrinsic value. It really doesn't.
Well, I mean, it's something. It's just a rule in the Bible you're supposed to follow.
Yeah.
Just like.
And I mean, even in non-religious marriage, I mean, we put too much. It's almost like a relationship is seen as more valuable if two people are married. And there are so many other ways you can show that you're committed to that person for life. Like, why does it have to be walking down an aisle and kissing in front of your family and saying I do? I mean, my big dream is that I'll find someone, and hopefully this is gonna be Kevin. Find someone and travel the world with them. I think that's the way I want to show my commitment. Because, you know, home is wherever that person is, and if you can put up with them through all the stress of traveling and being in different places for like a month or two, then you know you found home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And like you said, the marriage thing is basically for everyone else in the law. That's pretty much all the marriage is for. Because two people can go stand on a mountain or in front of out in the woods or whatever they think is a beautiful setting and just read vows to each other and just commit themselves to each other, and that's all you need.
Yeah. You can do a silly dance around a candle and throw flower petals everywhere and be like, yep, that's our commitment. I mean, you don't even have to do anything at all. Just commitment through actions, through loving actions, you know. I mean,
because the Christians will dedicate their babies because the dedication's good until the kids get older, then they should be baptized or whatever. But at one point they think dedications are fine, when they dedicate their children to God. But why can't they think people can just be dedicated to each other without getting married?
Yeah. Cause I don't understand the whole thing of sex before marriage. It's so bad. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
it's one of those nitpicky things about Christianity that just bothers me.
Yeah, I mean, even Christians, they have things there's things in there that bother them, and there's other things that don't. And the one standing next to them, the things that don't bother them bothers the other person.
Yeah.
That's why I say as long as Christians want to go and practice their religion and like a hobby and just they want to go to their churches and do what they want to do as long as they don't try telling other people that they should do it their way. When it's still there's no way to prove that their way is the correct way and it's not Hinduism or anything else. It's like
Yeah.
It's great. I'll listen to the Christians tell Muslims that you guys are wrong. Your book's full of contradictions, and they'll repeat the same stuff to Muslims that we tell them, but it don't click in their brain that hey,
Yeah. I find it really funny when like a Muslim and a Christian are talking to each other about how wrong each other's ideas are when I don't know, it's just ironic.
Yeah. And it's kind of based on the same Abrahamic God, and it's like, oh well, can't please them all. That's why I say you go your way, I go mine, and just don't tell me which way I should be going. Then everything will be fine.
We should start the religion of just love everyone and be happy. I don't know.
Well, that's what even some Christians say is what the whole thing of Jesus was that was basically his whole message. But which is great. But you don't see a lot of the Christians doing it.
Mm.
And atheists, not a lot of atheists do it either. I mean, people are just people. You got a majority that kind of lives a certain way, and so. You got what, another month of school left?
2 months.
2 months.
Yeah. Or actually a little less than 2 months.
Right.
I have 7 more weeks of school. That's it.
Yeah, that's 2 months. Yeah. Yeah, because my daughter, she's going to college. She's going to be I don't know, she's going for like grade 6 and under school teacher, one of those. But she wants to be a teacher of children, so.
Yeah, I'm about to graduate. So.
Yeah, this is her second year. She's got quite a bit more to go.
Yeah.
She'll be 21 in July.
Oh.
And
yeah, the summer I came home from my junior year, so last summer actually, it was funny because I took my dad out to the bar and bought him a couple scotches, and it was fun. I like being able to treat my dad to some booze. And then my dad is also an atheist, so we talk a lot about like the stuff that's talked about in the Great Debate community.
yeah, it is cool. I mean, yeah, when you can, because you're not when you can buy him a scotch, it kind of brings you up a more of a level where you're still his little girl, but now I'm an adult dad, I'm an adult dad, so Look
So
at me.
let's have adult conversations. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the way I look at it too is from a fatherly view. When the daughter was to do that, it's like, wow, she's grown up. She's a mature woman now. She's got a clear head on her shoulders. I'm proud of her.
Yeah. When I get back to California in August, I'm gonna try to set my dad up on G Plus and see if he wants to join in on the conversation. Cause he has a lot of good ideas, and I think he could make a couple friends on here.
Yeah.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, just kind of warn them who to stay away from.
Oh yeah.
Hey, your name here. What's going on?
Hey, not much. You can call me Bob.
Very well, Bob.
Yeah, one of these days I'll change that, but.
You shall be Bob.
Bob.
Dun da da da. Who's this? Jackie. Oh, you're cute as a button. You are.
Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
You know what the worst thing about?
Alright.
Did you hear?
The worst thing about being named Bob is when you got a friend named Neil.
Oh, hello. Bad turtle. Bad turtle. So, what's going on, folks? Not much,
Not
eh?
much.
No.
Oh, you're Canadian, huh?
I am Canadian. How did you know?
Yeah, I caught the A. I caught the A.
You caught the A. Oh.
Yeah. You
Where
said
are
A.
you from? Well, where are you from?
I'm from California.
What part of Cali?
Near LA.
I love LA. I love LA.
It's funny because I didn't know that many Canadians before I started in this community like 6 months ago or something, and now I can tell just by like mannerisms and speech patterns who's Canadian. It's really funny.
That's a good skill to have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty helpful.
Well, you're gonna find
Not
all
really.
kinds of us. You're gonna find all kinds of us Canadians here on the interwebs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so weird because like the population of Canada is less than California, but I feel like I know way more Canadians on here than I do Californians. Very odd.
Well, you can explain that. California, you got the beach. Everyone's out at the beach and in the sun. In Canada, you got snow. What can you do up there in the snow?
Right.
Hey, listen. Hey, listen. We're not constantly wreathed in snow, you know.
Yeah, it's all Arctic and tundra and all that. Like
it's not.
Even in July, like there's 6 feet of snow outside your houses.
What are you talking about? That's it. I'm gonna mail you a moose.
Oh,
That's
and they all have pet polar bears.
No, we did no pet polar. Listen, my dear, polar bears are nobody's pet. Trust me. Believe me when I tell you, they may look cute and cuddly in the gun shops, but they're nobody's pets. Trust me.
And another thing about Canadians is that their entire diet is based off of maple syrup.
It is not.
Yeah, it is.
You're just having
You're
me
lying.
on. Oh, no. You're just having me on. You are.
I know more about your country than you do, and I don't live there.
How is that possible?
Isn't that argument so absurd? I've heard so many people like try to tell people how they live, and that's not that. Polar bear! Oh, you're so cute! Look at the fluffy face!
Bob?
Oh, the big paws! Oh, you're so cute!
Bob?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Bob, what's going on, Bob?
That's a Jackie. Anything cute and fuzzy.
Who is cute and fuzzy? I'm not cute and fuzzy.
No. Anything. You mentioned anything cute and fuzzy, and Jackie she just can't help herself.
Okay.
Joe could say something. He's got a polar bear.
Polar bear pup.
You're so cute.
Well, if you like that.
I've never. Hold on. Side note. I've never seen anyone use the Opera browser.
No.
No. That's so weird to me.
I never even heard of it.
Thank you, polar bear. It's a fluffy ball.
There you go, Jackie. Click on that little link I sent you, Jackie, and you'll see all the cute and cuddly you can stand.
There she is. There's the queen.
Hey,
Michael
kids.
Ann.
Hey, Michael Ann, what's going on?
Not much. Checking in, seeing how our girl's doing.
Puppies! Oh my god! Puppies!
That's a polar bear.
Puppies! Oh! You're so cute. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god, they're nibbling on the shoelaces! Oh! One of them is trying to eat the other's face off. Oh, here comes Mama. Oh, so cute.
Okay.
I can't watch anymore. Yeah, I'm like,
You probably shouldn't.
no, you guys can have your conversation. I'm disrupting it now.
Well, no, but it seems to be having a rather pronounced effect on you. So maybe you shouldn't watch it.
I love puppies.
Okay.
Puppies.
We'll know that for later. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, my father went to Canada. Who was going to be? They used to go every year moose hunting, and they get over there and I can't remember where they go. I got some home movies of it, but they get in them canoes and they get in them canoes and throw that little outboard motor on there and drive upstream for 5 hours and then find a place to camp and But that was probably 40 years ago when they did that. That was when it was easy to get over there.
I gotta go. Sorry.
All right.
Boyfriend's calling.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Nice meeting you, kiddo.
Nice meeting you too.
Wow.
Oh yeah, anytime you bring up the puppies or mention puppies, it's the same reaction all the time.
Forewarned is fair warned, I guess, eh?
She's an awesome little girl.
Yeah, she sounds like a lot of fun.
So, Bob, you ready for the big day?
Yeah, I'm taking. I got a camper all set up. I got to take it over there to the campground tomorrow.
What time does she leave tomorrow?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, probably 9 o'clock.
I don't know. I think it's later than that. I think it's around 3 or something like that. She doesn't get in Metro Airport until about 8:30.
Yeah, she has a connection she makes. She comes through Utah, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Bunto.
Bunto Skeet Flower.
Hello.
Hey, sweet cheeks.
Hi, sweetie pie. All right. She's been sleeping.
Yeah, she's been out for 3-4 hours now. I think maybe longer.
That's great. I heard the aggressive God talk earlier, like Sheamus versus Floyd.
Oh, I missed that one. I come in when he was talking to Joe and Simon.
Well, I took Christian Hillbilly on earlier today.
Heated.
I won't even be in the same room with him because I can't keep controlling myself when I talk to him.
He is a chore. He is a bit of a chore, I'll tell you that.
So you guys have shirts on?
Sure.
Yeah.
I should put a shirt on. Easier for this lapel mic. So what's the good news, guys?
He just saved.
Yeah, that's right. You can't do nothing for the Leafs, though.
Okay. She takes her flight to to Michigan next week? Or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
All right. She ready?
I hope so. That's only the first part though. When she gets here, I mean, she'll have the trailer for 3 months, rent free. So, and then because you can't live in a trailer in Michigan over winter because you can't run water and everything will freeze, and the trailer is really not a winter trailer.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, she has a ride to the airport, and all she has to do is get on the plane, right? Or is somebody going to meet her at the airport to help her? Anybody know?
Hang on a second.
Not I, coaches.
It's just so she don't miss the flight, right?
That's a fact.
Well, okay. I just thought maybe you guys would know. I was just interested.
No, I was choking over here. Yeah, I don't know what she's doing to get out of the plane. I'm gonna pick her up when she gets here, though.
Cool. Yeah, that'll be a thrill.
Yeah, it's like it's almost like meeting a celebrity, you know?
Yeah, you should film it.
Yeah, you're watching someone on a screen. You're like a celebrity.
You think you'll film it?
Oh, I don't know. She might.
Exciting, truly.
Yeah. They said I'd give her some place to stay for a couple months, and then.
I think that's really great. I think that's fantastically kind of you.
Yeah, it is.
Oh no, it's no big deal. I mean, there's a whole lot of people doing a whole lot of stuff. I'm just giving her a place to stay. But anyways, like I said, that's only the beginning, though. I mean, we still got to work on something permanent, you know.
Yeah.
Like getting her either in New York or Canada if she wants to go there, or you know, if we can get her, because there's a couple Linux kernel jobs here in Michigan. I looked online, so might be able to find something there and then get her in a house. And
oh wow.
That's all up to her where she wants, you know, what she wants to do when she wants to go.
Truly. You know, just so that she can get herself straight. I think it's an improvement, of course, that she's leaving Oakland.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think I'll just skedaddle. I was just curious. Wish her well. What time is she taking, in the morning or the afternoon flight?
Yeah, she gets into Detroit 8:40. I don't know what time she leaves out. So then I'll take her over to the camper and then go back over there Friday and take her up to the grocery store and whatever else.
Cool. Well, I'll be checking back and in, you know, back and forth, because I really want to see what's going on. I thought, you know, somebody could update me. Thank you all.
All right.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I'll make sure to drop you a note how everything's going.
Oh, lovely. Thank you, Bob. Take care.
All right, man. See you later.
Oops. Somebody's backing their truck up.
That's right. That's right. It's my truck. It's my truck full of awesome. I need my daily dose.
Oh, I think she's awake. Wakey. It's going to be a long haul for her tomorrow.
Yeah, hope her legs or her knees will hold out.
Yeah, same here.
She should probably call ahead and get a wheelchair. I don't know logistically how these airports are set up. She's checking her baggage, so at least she's not schlepping and hauling.
Okay.
Never arranged for a wheelchair. I wonder if, I guess she would call Delta for that. I'll ask her when she gets on.
Yeah. Yeah, she might not need it if it's depending on how big the airport is, or.
Well, I always wonder about that connection. You know, you always come in at the furthest terminal, and, you know, they have you doing planes, trains, and automobiles just to get to your next terminal.
Yeah, I've never been on a flight.
Somebody's cracking open a quick cold one. What's going on?
That's nonsense. Nonsense, man. I would never be so good. Saturday, good night, Eileen.
Farewell and adieu.
Let's go to
Fucking amazing.
Got that Canadian mother.
Gus, you rule, man. Gus, you're awesome.
Oh, stop you!
Gus is out of control.
I'm gonna make my head big.
Well, I'm out of control too. Too much fucking rum.
Is that you knocking back the quick cold one, Rev? Come on, yo.
Oh yeah, Brett Keane is a fucking asshole.
Oh boy. Hey, girlie.
Hey, Nadia.
The breakfast crew are here.
Hello. Oh, breakfast crew.
Yeah, don't do that to her. She'll be like, how long did I sleep?
Nadia, the angel of atheism. How are you, hon?
Oh, doggy.
Rise and shine.
I don't see the Australians in.
You missed an adorable little person named Jackie.
Oh yeah, she's got her plans for after the graduation.
She didn't say she was enamored of polar bear pictures and puppy videos.
Oh yeah, she squeals.
There's one definite conclusion that we can make about Jackie. She loves puppies. There's no doubt.
Yeah, anything cute, little, and fuzzy.
Yep.
There you go.
Marianne or Michael wanted to know if I was a lushy.
Doesn't make you a bad person.
Thank you very much, sweetheart. Thank you.
I was just trying to echolocate that tab spritz thing sound.
I was having a soda.
Hey, Nadia, what time do you leave tomorrow?
Well, there's a layover at Salt Lake, and the first flight or leg of the trip, whatever, leaves at 11 something. So I go at about 9 to avoid delays putting out past the.
Now, Nadia, you watch out for those Mormon boys in Salt Lake, man. They may seem like they're a lot of fun, but once that Mormon underwear comes off, it's Yahoo Cowboy. I'm telling you. You'll end up in a Mormon harem somewhere going, how did I end up the seventh wife?
Michael, and is Gus not the greatest thing that's happened to Nadia's match recently?
Stop it.
No, I'm gonna keep pumping you up, bro. You're great.
Stop it. You're gonna.
Holy Christmas!
Yeah,
You know why they call it,
the line at the club.
you know why they call it the Church of Latter-day Saints, eh? I said it's like, aren't you guys Christians? Yeah, kind of. Don't you appeal to saints? Not today, on a later day. And then it's off to the collective farm with you.
Oh my lord!
Very, very good, my friend. Very good.
Has anybody ever seen this strange underwear?
You should know.
Only on South Park.
Thankfully, no.
Online.
Magic Mormon underwear. Okay, I'll look it up for you guys.
Was it them, or is it the Masons that have magic underwear?
It's them.
Magic hats don't count.
If you're wearing your underwear as a hat, you've got bigger problems. Nadia, if they abscond you to a Mormon harem and your husband-to-be is wearing his Mormon drawers on his head, you can lodge an official protest, eh?
Here you go. Side chat, temple garments. Not Mormon underwear, temple garments. Check it out.
Yeah. They're Mormon underoos, everybody knows.
Looks weird to me.
Takes soiling the linens to new heights.
Oh, hello.
Can you imagine that, being on a date and thinking, man, this guy's really cool. Next thing you know, he's talking about his magic underwear?
Yeah. And you're sitting there saying, honey, it's not about the underwear itself. Let me explain this to you using charts and pictures.
Exactly where the magic comes in.
That's right.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, you're a nurse, eh? Have you ever been a health nurse?
A health nurse?
Yeah, you know, like you go into high schools and tell teenage boys not to jerk off or they'll go blind.
No, not one of those. I'm an infusion specialist.
Oh, okay. So that's what happens when you go to a Catholic school, you know.
Don't I know?
You get Father O'Fiddly-Dee standing there telling you, now boys, just remember, God didn't make it for exercising, only for the big game day. And if you wiggle it too much, your testicles will fall off. It says right in the 4th book of Exodus.
Meanwhile, back at the rectory.
Yeah, meanwhile back at the rectory. Oh, you're a fine boy, a fine, fine boy.
It's not a sin, my son.
It's only a sin if you enjoy it, boy.
How about a wee bit of the grape first?
Yes, right.
Good Lord, I'm starting to get sick.
You know, all kidding aside, one good thing about Pope Benedict is he's not putting up with that garbage anymore.
He was a Nazi. What are you talking about?
No, that was the Pope before him.
No, it would be both of them. Thank you very much.
Pope Benedict wasn't a Nazi. What do you want about it?
They were all there at the time, my friend.
He was Brazilian.
He was there. He was still in the church.
But that doesn't make him a Nazi. You make it sound like everybody in the Vatican was goose-stepping back and forth to morning prayer.
No. There were a few sympathizers that were wearing the cloth, would be about how I'd put it.
Well,
more than one, let's say. Be on the safe side.
Now, Cardinal Ratzinger, who came before him, that guy was practically in the fucking SS.
Hitler Youth, he was.
Well, it wasn't everybody, though. It's like try to grow up in Germany during that time and say no to the Hitler Youth. The Hitler Youth was like the Boy. The Hitler Youth was like the Boy Scouts with armored vehicles.
I don't think that's a comparison.
You've never seen a Pinewood Derby car, then, have you?
Well, Nadia, I'll be glad when you get out of that room. I'm telling you, the first couple of times I heard the train, I thought it was somebody using like sound effects on the toolkit or whatever this thingy is. And then the more it kept going off, I'm thinking to myself, mother of mercy, this stupid hotel room is probably sitting on the railroad tracks, and this is going by. What's the time span between each train ride or flyby?
I think about half an hour.
Oh, my Lord. Bob, she's going to need to sleep for a week.
No.
We got her out of a hellhole right into a railway nightmare.
A railway nightmare.
But as we speak, can you imagine that right on time? Timed it better.
Nadia, get ready, there's a train a-coming.
Don't need no ticket, you just get on board.
Very good, Gus. You know that one?
Yep, it's one of my favorite Jeff Beck songs.
Sweet deal, bro.
Yeah, it's like a little Johnny Cash. We need a little, you know.
I keep my balls close to me 'cause they're mine. They're left wide open all the time. I keep my bathrobe done up tight with bale and twine. And if you're mine, please pull the twine.
Ain't no walking the line.
Oh my God! Don't make me laugh at this shit. This is crazy.
We're fine. Check it out. I was in Southfield, Michigan, where I got that done. Principal actually hanging around where they came out, or where they were supposed to have been filming.
It's funny because Nadia is one of the few people who set her webcam up to look directly into her face. So every now and then she leans forward and peers intently into the monitor, and I'm like, "What the fuck is Nadia looking at me?"
The angel of atheism.
It's built-in camera in the actual laptop.
I keep a close watch on these pants of mine because they rip wide open all the time. I accidentally showed a neighbor my behind. It was not fine. She called me swine.
Very good, Gus.
Thank you. My name is Johnny Cash.
I'm facially grimacing over here, trying not to get up.
You're making sounds remarkably similar to laughter for someone who's having such facial grimacizing over there.
Oh my God!
My question to Commando is: does Commando ever go commando?
Right. You ever just walk out of the
Talk
house?
about magic underwear.
Yeah. Yeah.
Commando, do you have magic underwear?
Not me.
No, we don't have one Mason in the group. Jiminy crickets.
No. I know a Mason. A friend of mine's a Mason, though. He goes to the lodge every couple of weeks.
Mark Unoya said he was a Mason. I think.
He's a master mason. Know his lodge.
Mark Anoya is a masturbator. What?
He's masturbating at the Mason's lodge. Hey, they don't take kindly to that. They'll put a mark on you.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They'll be like,
Stamp.
I'm gonna.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Gus, bro. Just hold
Yeah,
back,
the
bro.
British contingent has been conspicuously absent.
Who's conspicuously absent?
The British contingent?
Oh, Simon? Well,
No, not Simon. He's here all the time.
Well, we worked him out pretty good earlier there, Simon. We did.
Simon's a good egg. Simon makes me laugh.
I had him moderating a scrap between me and Christian Hillbilly.
Well, Andy, Jack, Joe DeCeppo, and who else? I don't know. Tom Prophet. There's the other one on later. But,
Okay, you're going to have to articulate a little better, honey bunny, because that was just fuzzy. Say that again?
What was the last one you heard?
It was too garbled for me. I don't know about anybody else.
What was the last one you heard?
Tom Prophet.
Okay, so then, He-Man, Padama, Rodney King, Logic rolls the dice, or Emmanuel Kant. Fair number of others around from the UK, not just Mark Unoya, Wayne Hudson, and various others. Or various others that crew. You see how my phone's charging? 62%.
Good deal.
Square bit.
Yeah, I found that I actually got decent AC or something. So.
Nice.
The one, the TVs. Yeah. Oh. This is why I don't need glasses. Yeah, you see me in person, you'll see I need to drop a lot of weight.
Oh, Nephilim Free's got a live hangout.
That'll vacuum these people up.
Oh my God, somebody died. I told them the Nephilim Free had a live hangout and somebody died. Somebody fell over dead. It's
There
not
was
that bad.
another good one on too. I think his name is Raw Apologetics.
Oh yeah.
They had a Palestinian man on there, pretty aggressive into Sharia law and being. It was an amazing room, I got to tell you. There was more Catholics in there, not Catholics, Christians in there, and.
I was there.
What did you think about that, Rev? Was that amazing when they all just started to say "I love you" and they were so calm with him, even though he was, truly in a tough spot. He's talking about being in Hamas and building the tunnels, and there was the koala bear guy, and he apparently, I guess, was an ex-Muslim and was trying to review with him the Quran and how things might look a little different. It was amazing. It was really an incredible hangout to listen to these men.
Johnny KZJ.
Is that the koala guy?
Yep.
And then who's the teacher of the whatever, teacher of the something?
Teacher of the Bible, Jack Coons, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, the administration, the teachers forum, his dad.
They were really something, those guys. There was another administration. Is that a person?
Yeah.
Administration Teachers Forum, that's Jack Coons' son.
Oh, really? A father-son team. Nice.
Yeah.
In PA, no less, Michael Ann.
No way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, it was wall-to-wall love in that room. And if the Palestinian gentleman was, true to his word, there you got somebody in the heat of the battle and on the wrong side of the message.
Ra is my favorite preacher on here.
Well, that was a first for me. I'll have to put them in my must-watch list. Yes, atheism, he did. He had an avatar of a child holding a military gun. Yes, ABC. Yes, that's exactly who he was. Oh, beyond disturbing. But people do that to get you riled up, so sometimes I think when you have an avatar that disturbing, you're just begging for, a gunfight at the OK Corral type thing.
Yeah, we were all trying to pull him back from that crap. Trying to witness the love of Christ. So
You know, I
hopefully,
never expect anybody to jump ship, but I thought he might have been close.
we can only pray.
Yeah, he said he was only 16 going on 17.
I don't know. He had an older voice. I don't know.
Who's
He
that?
didn't.
Who had an older voice?
That ABC. He didn't sound young, and he also sounded more bitter, more like an older person. He didn't sound like an angry young kid. Usually they fly off the handle and whatnot. This was more deep-seated and long-term, I felt. Much older than his stated age, I think.
Well, if he's living in Gaza, he's probably grown up really quick.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
Commando, yo, bro, what's up?
Yo. Commando.
Welcome, Commando.
Yo. Was AFK for a while before, sorry about that.
See, Commando has the same problem. Extremely young, much deeper, older voice.
Apparently so.
Hey, brother, you making that video about Christ?
Maybe.
I can't wait if you do it.
Did you catch any of the series of hangouts I had with mostly Tom Yannett and Jimmy Stevens about the parables of Christ?
Are these older ones? Archived ones?
Yeah, they were a number of months ago. Probably 6 or more months.
Yeah, way before me. I'll check them out.
I didn't quite agree with quite all the moral messages, but yeah.
Rev, where in Pennsylvania is Raw?
Oh, go ahead. He's not in, Raw's not in Pennsylvania. Raw's in Florida.
Raw's in Florida, yep.
Oh, who did you say was?
Administration, Teachers Forum, and Jack Coons.
Oh, the other guys.
Yeah, near Lancaster.
Oh, there you go. Okay, that's close.
Yeah,
Close
those
to
two
me.
are Pennsylvania. Well, barring, making it through quite some hurdles to Canada, I we'll probably end up in the Northeast somewhere. Actually, New York specifically.
You're home.
Yeah, if that's where you want to go, that's what we'll work on getting you.
Yeah. Just
That's right, Bob.
keep an eye out for, get the body worked up and keep an eye out for whatever it is. I mean, it's gonna have to be kind of just umpty roommates being that kind of thing, and they've got an eviction on the record, and so several evictions on the record.
Or
Apparently-
not, just run the border. Run right into Canada, hon.
Well, it's easier said than done.
I hear you.
Well, one step at a time. We take care of your immediate needs, then you move on to your short-term needs, and you continue on with your long-term, wants and goals. It's a little one step at a time.
Yeah, the thing is too is I can move the camper to New York to a campground. It's harder in the winter because you can't run your water lines. because everything wants to freeze up. But you could still use the water in the winter, but you could use that camper over there for a year if you need it. So, I mean, it's just harder in the winter. So that would give you, paying rent if you can get a job over there and pay the rent over there. That'll give you a year of payments, so you could go from there into an apartment or a house. So.
Yeah, if I get upstate, I can at least take the Metro North down for specialists and stuff. But I mean, getting out to where specialists are, plus where all is covered, I can go back over that, one more time again. But that's kind of a big one too. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. It's got maybe 3-4 months of the ones that don't stay without. Okay, sorry.
That train is beyond obnoxious. I want to kill myself. I don't know how you could possibly stand it, Nadia. I really don't. I give you credit. Holy Christ.
Nadia, just get on board.
I would have been out of there about the third time it came through. Oh my goodness. That train is really obnoxious.
Michael Ann, listen, it's a message to her. The train is bored.
Christ. Oh my Lord. You know, they didn't put the train in the brochure, and it certainly is not mentioned in Yelp. Oh my God.
Message, Ron. Message.
Everybody has to write a really bad Yelp review on the Jack London Inn on Embarcadero Drive. Holy smokes, the poor thing. It must be like, like a Chinese water torture hellhole. Except with a train.
I don't know. I could probably tune it out.
Me too.
That thing's pretty loud. I'll bet it rumbles. Can you feel it, Nadia, when it goes by?
No, but it's pretty loud. Yeah, it's calmed down a little bit.
Okay, when you check out tomorrow, ask them if they can redo the brochure and throw a couple of trains in there.
All right. Yeah.
Otherwise, tell them not to check Yelp for a couple days.
Yeah, you have to throw a train spotter in there. Train spotter friendly.
Right, room with a view for train enthusiasts.
Yeah, there are a few definite time limits. What is it? There's something about winter. There's the estrogen and such. Those things are a bigger deal than anyone told me about. Because apparently those things keep your metabolism up or something, and that metabolic acidosis. It's harder where they're unplugging the thyroid stuff. So, it's kind of not the, oh, well, it'll keep you pretty in grace and boobs thing that people told me about. It's, it's not growing boobs, not keep me pretty, and it does give me ketoacidosis when unplugged, when it gets cut off or whatever. So, getting out to where that's covered, it's a big deal. California wants to play a whole bunch of games with, I don't know if they're needle shy or what, but New York actually deals with intramuscular things, which, part of the reason they, have me on the unusual regimen of doing it daily and so on is because I'm fairly unstable enough or whatever with the type 1 that I get the fluctuations from the weekly dosage or what, and
I get all kinds of things, not just hot flashes, but even ketoacidosis. So.
You got to get over the border, eh?
New York might be more cooperative than Canada, depending.
Really?
Well, it's not easy to say. I mean, California supposedly got even friendlier than New York policy. I mean, New York only actually changed over in the past, very recently, a few months, to cover this stuff. And
Oh wow.
yeah, but when I was paying out of pocket and so on, doctors who wrote the scripts for New York, or originally did. California's had like zero cooperation. It's like, what on earth? Speaking of San Francisco, and I can't line any of this up.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a nightmare there.
Yeah, I don't know what happened out here. I'm not really interested in finding out anymore because, well, no job, no reason to be here.
Might as well be a red state.
The rate is going, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been to New York. They had a whole different kind of setup. I mean, they had, yeah, me even no job in Harlem. They had some kind of, I don't know, family clinic, it's like a 118th or 120th in Madison. You know, walking distance of the old apartment, 124th in Madison. They had, I don't know what kind of program deal, whatever, but you know, before even Obamacare, they were just sending me right there. There were endocrinologists all over the place. What was it, Beth Israel? What's the name of the medical establishment? Yeah. Got a bunch of endocrinologists, easy to find, and apparently knowledgeable about my affairs. So.
Well, I'm glad you're getting the hell out of there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Endocrinologists out here, it's like, hear about some Frank Shu who nobody's ever heard of, nobody's ever written a review of, and none of the quote unquote trans anything setters have any idea about how anything but the trans works. So, like, I started Thorogid type 1 and I did thyroid, and I didn't really have any clue. I doubt it.
Well, we're just happy you're not going to be out on the street, Nadia. You know, we're happy about that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, it helps think about, why am I in the ICU once a month? Doctors playing all kinds of weird games with not writing the scripts, not doing the authorizations, whatever it is from the insurance, so on. And that's what's pulling the plugs in the medicine, sending me in the ICU again and again. It's playing some nasty games with my kidneys, right?
Yeah.
So I'm having trouble walking around. I had to get a cab, only go 10 blocks.
So if you get into Canada, they'll take care of everything, right?
Yeah, the coverage is supposed to take care of, everything.
There you go.
Yeah, before we get too far.
What?
I said before we get too far, you were talking about walking. When you get to the airport, Mike Lamb was wondering if you should call ahead. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna need a wheelchair because the airports are long. to walk from one end to the other or anything, or?
I've been flown around. I know how to actually line it up. There isn't really anywhere to call ahead, but you can. Once you're on the ground there, you can find them.
Okay.
They actually don't take very long to show up. So.
You're awesome, Bob.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I wish you guys would stop.
You're
I appreciate. I want to say I appreciate you guys for saying it, but I don't. For some reason, I just don't like people saying that to me. I don't do it for. I do it just to do it because to help. I don't.
I know, man.
Yeah. I don't want to sound like a dick and not be appreciative of you guys mentioning it, but
Just reveals your character, man. You're a good man.
Yep, I agree.
all right, thanks. It's not just me. You guys. I mean, there's so many other people doing so much. Everybody. There's a whole lot of people here helping out. So.
Yeah, it takes a fair number chipping in all at once to make it happen. Last time I got bailed out in 2011, I wasn't just one guy with a job connection. There was good maybe 15 or so who really did a lot of things to make it happen. And, talking about like, real people and they could really do and all that. Yeah, it's not something. It's not a one-person job, even for like small scale stuff. Say for one person, you really do have to spread it out across. Well, a lot.
You got on Google Hangouts for a reason, Nadia. Remember that.
Yep.
Well, I did even then. I don't know my own direct reasons and intentions.
I hear you. But we love you, hon.
Thank you. There's a. Yeah, if you're talking about taking a cab from New York, that's gonna put me upstate. But the Metro North just goes straight shot in the city, so all the specialists can pretty much be gotten to that way.
Whatever you want to do, Nadia, we'll help you. Go ahead, Bob. Sorry.
Yeah, just saying. I mean, I got campground for 3 months here in Michigan, but we can move it anytime. So there ain't no hurry on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot rides on basically the. But right now it's really only a web page and so on to apply for some call center thing. Unless that comes through nice and smooth, it'll get a little bit rougher.
Well, I'm sure there's other ones out there that you can, that probably do it over the phone like that. Besides just that one McKay's with.
Yeah. The phone thing really is a brilliant plot there because give you the mobility to hop across the country to places where the insurance coverage will do it. So
First
Too bad
step.
you didn't know CAD. Too bad you didn't know CAD design. My brother does CAD design, and that's. I mean, he goes to a place, but he also brings the work home because he can do it on his laptop. So that's like an at-home job you can do, and CAD designers make a lot of money.
Well, yeah, it's a different kind of programming. Anyway.
Yeah.
First step, Nadia, was making sure you wouldn't be homeless, and praise God, that's not going to happen. So.
Yeah. Oh, there's also the kind of short-term things that Michigan should cover with respect to various kinds of health insurance, and of those things, there's a lot of stuff that'll run out fast. I've only got stockpiles of the stuff that won't get covered.
Nadia, is the end goal for you to either get back to New York or Canada or some such?
Pretty much, yeah.
I hear you.
Like I said, immigration's a pretty high hurdle, so there's some good open question as to how likely the immigration stuff is.
Run that border, eh?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. The barrier in the past has largely been employment stuff and kind of lack of the volunteers to try to marry or whatever. But when even when you do marry and such, you have some pretty tight financial kind of requirements, like big money. You have to have saved up and so on.
I'd marry you, Nadia, but I live in a red state.
Yeah. Canada's got some funny policies and so on for, I don't know, I guess the hormones and so on, so that get interesting too. Might be an issue like California, but
Well, wait a minute. Canada doesn't cover everything?
well, depends on what sense, right? So when I have like the other kinds of issues like I have, their cover gets a much bigger question. Well, the availability of it too, right?
All right. Well, what about England? I mean, if somebody could get you into England, I mean, would you be okay then?
They'd actually have similar issues to Canada. I guess the question is, how far off the straight and narrow can you be while they still accommodate you or whatever? The wildly out of control type 1 might rule me out of a lot of stuff. And out of control doesn't mean that I'm neglecting it, just to sit off and buy a hair trigger and such, right? I know some of it is really a bit of a question mark as opposed to really knowing for sure it wouldn't. But I know New York has the right stuff. So.
All right then, NYC. Got to get back there then.
That's where it's at.
Here you go, Desert.
Yeah, if I get some blood levels in particular in line after being stabilized for long enough, which needs the endocrinologist to do, various like longer term things like surgeries or at least medically be a candidate for again. A big part of what destabilizes it too is the weight, such. I can develop resistance, even though I've actually got type 1, and how you cut the resistance down is dropping weight. So that'll help bring stuff in line. It'll help bring the A1C. They call it hemoglobin A1C. I'll bring that in line. So.
We'll do all we can to help you, Nadia.
Yes, indeed.
I remember back in New York, I was able to get 8 strips a day to get, good testing coverage and so on. And get back to where the companies will do that, insurance companies will do that. I can really get that bolted down. Or just getting myself eligible for surgery and stuff. It's also kind of a general indicator of how stable my case is and how well it's staying in control and so on.
It's all good. We're here for you.
It's kind of like a lot of things actually dovetail together, or work toward more than one end at once. Like the same kinds of things that stabilize my stuff, so I'm not in the ICU once a month and so on. Those get me eligible for the surgery. Surgeries don't just make me feel better. They also, well, frankly, cut down discrimination and so on. Every little piece works toward more than one thing. New York doesn't just have the accessibility to endocrinologists and other specialists, also has transportation logistics, so because I can't freaking drive anymore. Not since the seizures.
Really sorry to hear that, Nadia.
Who knows what the future shall bring, Nadia? Remember, you're going to Michigan, you might be able to run that border. Eh?
It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. There are Canadians abroad.
That's the spirit. Welcome, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Good to have you on, Gary.
Hey, Nadia, what's going on? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, Desert, how's it going?
I'm okay, man. How about you?
Oh, good.
Good deal.
Nadia, are you outside?
Yeah, I'm on the balcony of the hotel.
Oh, okay.
You want to be smoking, you got to be outside.
Yeah. I wish that one weren't quite so radioactive. Right? maybe people would understand it better. We're going over some of the plots, or kind of, things that I need to get working on and so on. I give people an idea why I'm approaching it more with sort of, grim determination as opposed to celebration.
Right. Well,
go ahead.
I encourage all listeners right now to donate to Nadia's Patreon. Get your phone out, take that QR code, take a snapshot, go to it, donate.
Yeah, here's the link on the upper left-hand corner.
Do it, guys.
And I put in a bit of effort for it too. I do try to keep these things going, like round the clock and all that kind of stuff. So.
The angel of atheism.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully there's a bit of quid pro quo there. Yeah, working the call center stuff. I end up doing like McKay and doing the BRB thing, whatever. But odds are I'll just kind of mute myself and take the calls at that point.
Love you, Nadia. Gotta take off. God bless you, all right? You take care. And keep doing what you're doing, hon, all right?
Yeah, good night, Rev.
Take care, Rev.
Peace out, guys.
That took another 30 years, Commando.
Yep. I'm currently waiting for a chicken burger to cook.
Say chicken?
Chicken burger.
Yep. At 4 o'clock in the morning. But, oh well.
I'm trying to go vegan.
Am I trying to go vegan? Oh,
what's that?
Did you say you... Oh, right.
The pizza's kind of lit with the cheese, but pineapple and mushroom at least got the actual meat off it. So.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah, I guess lacto-ovo at that point, but yeah. It's not like a religious thing. Or maybe that's the wrong word to use. Yeah, from what the diet calculator tells me, the actual it basically just recommends vegan stuff anyway. So.
Well, vegans are tough people to go vegan.
Yeah, I kind of got lucky on that front because I don't have that much of a sense of taste, so.
I guess it does work out in your favor.
Yeah.
It's like might as well be healthy.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, back before I bloated it out into an orca whale, I guess you can see it. There we go. That's pretty sizable. Back before I bloated into an orca whale, some doctor hit on me around Penn Station, took me out for coffee.
Ooh.
I think it was a doctor. Yeah.
A doctor.
Yeah.
You should have tried to marry him.
What's that?
You should have tried to marry him.
Well, nothing really came of it, but.
What were you saying? I'm
It's,
sorry.
I said nothing really came of it.
Oh, okay, you were saying something
But,
else before I interrupted. Sorry.
and welcome, Fud.
If
He did theorize that, you know, I might. He theorized that it might have Kalman syndrome or something, which would explain why the lack of sense of smell or taste, or at least less of one.
was this an older doctor, like a lot older than you, or?
No, he was actually relatively young.
Oh, cool.
I don't remember so much detail.
Did he ever take you to his mansion?
No, it was like one stop for coffee, and that was it. Somewhere between Penn Station and Madison Square Garden, and that was about the end of it.
You've lived near a lot of famous places, haven't you? In New York.
Well, if you're in New York, you're in the middle of a lot of famous places.
True that.
You know, like the Apollo Theater was just a little bit down the road from where I was in Harlem. You know, the Museum of Modern Art, the Museum of Sex. What was it? A lot of famous Empire State Building, World Trade Center. It's all there. Central Parking.
Have you ever been inside the World Trade Center?
Kind of, sort of. There's the big, sort of like Fulton Street station and such. It was right around there, and I guess it spans a pretty wide area. And the Fulton Street affair is, I think by the time you get to the 2-3 lines and such, they're actually, like the actual buildings are somewhere near you. Like the trying to remember exactly what stops were where. But it wasn't by dint of really going to the place, it was by dint of just making like subway stops like that were in adjoining areas. I went to the ones before they got knocked down. Had an interview with a place in them. Job interview.
Oh boy.
Alright. Have a good night, Bob.
Sleep well, Bob.
Good night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Literally.
Yeah, there was some kind of voice over IP stuff they wanted, like drivers for digiboards or something.
Well, I'm glad you weren't there on that date.
Yeah, there were, I think. It wasn't any of the people I met, but I think, new people, actually. Well, had trouble on that day. One of their offices was there and so on.
I hear you.
when well, I don't know, people poach participants and such, in something of a predictable way.
New York seems like the place where you could get away with being crazy and nobody will pay you attention. You just walk down the street nude and nobody will give you a second look.
If I had to guess, when I, dropped on the street and such, people actually did come up to help.
Did you say nobody?
No, I said people actually did come up to help.
Oh, good.
A lot of other places where people are in their car bubbles and so on, and they just keep driving past.
I'm surprised. I saw a video. This guy was acting goofy, and this woman she fell behind of him, and people actually rushed over to help her in New York. I was like, wow, I'm surprised.
Yeah. You actually have to face people. You have a bit more sympathy and such.
Do you think it became more sympathetic, or do you think it was like that before 9/11, or it became more that way after?
I don't have a good way of being sure, but I think it was before that.
Okay. That'd be interesting.
New York,
much.
LA.
I think it was a much older incident that was involved there. Let me see if I can Google it up.
Yeah, I'm surprised the room is doesn't have a lot more people.
Kitty Genovese in 1966.
There are a lot of people over in the Xbox room.
Yeah, he kind of vacuumed out my hangout. It was Kitty Genovese in 1964 who got stabbed to death by Wynton Mosley in Kew Garden, Queens. Yeah. The newspaper article reported the circumstances of her murder and the lack of reaction from numerous neighbors. The common portrayal of her neighbors as being fully aware of what was transpiring, but completely unresponsive, has since been criticized as inaccurate. Yeah. That portrayal prompted investigation into the social psychological phenomenon that has become known as the bystander effect, or Genovese syndrome, especially diffusion of responsibility. Kitty Genovese, that's the one that did it, not 9/11.
Wow, 22 minutes after the hour and train horn. Interesting. It's happened a lot. It may be a coincidence, but they seem to be running a pretty good schedule. I am curious if somehow, Nadia, you're going to manage to pull off a hangout while on the airplane tomorrow.
That would be sweet.
U.S. domestic flights are still screwy with internet access and so on. So, no. If I were on an international flight, and apparently other people have on flights outside U.S. domestic affairs, it could happen. No, it's not going to happen on a U.S. domestic flight.
Nadia first class.
No, the airplane has to have the appropriate Wi-Fi equipment and such.
I don't know offhand if it's worry it's so much a matter of Wi-Fi, but the regulations and so on say no electronic devices and whatever.
Yeah, it's generally during takeoff and landing you can't use your cell phone. Well, you can't use your cell phone at all. That is, at least not the radios. But with typical, I think they do allow you to turn on electronic devices as long as they don't have radios on them after landing and, after takeoff and up to some point prior to landing. But they do still worry about radio interference on the flight control systems, which is kind of scary.
Well, the rest of the world doesn't need to worry about this, so U.S. concerns are exaggerated at best.
Yeah, it's like nobody actually believes it. Although I've heard pilots actually say, oh, no, it's true. But I don't know. Maybe they're also no better shape to know than the rest of us.
Apparently inspired a Perry Mason episode just a year after.
Was it ripped from the headlines?
What's that?
Ripped from the headlines? Law and Order sometimes use that as a tagline, for their stories. Ripped from the headlines.
Nadia, have you watched that television since getting there at all, or when you were offline yesterday or last night?
I've literally unplugged it.
It's a good idea. TV sucks these days anyway.
Well, I mean, there's nobody, there are no people there. So.
I think she wanted to plug for something else.
I was hoping it would drain less of whatever out of the outlet. So, my phone is charging. It was up to like 62% last I checked. So.
It's charging as we speak?
Yeah, I've got it on the charger doing Wi-Fi.
Oh, cool. So you won't drop or anything, right?
Well, fingers crossed it'll keep charging all the way to 100%.
Sounds like a plan. A good plan.
Let me see what it's at now.
75 maybe.
I was actually worried that you bought a bad replacement battery for your phone and that's why it wasn't charging.
The batteries aren't serviceable. The whole phone is
Didn't
replaced.
you buy a new battery to replace the old one because it was puffed up? Or
they replaced the entire phone.
They replaced the entire phone. Wow.
I didn't buy anything. They replaced it free and they replaced the whole phone.
Wow, that's kind of like the way they do it for iPhones.
You should catch a ride on that train. Just jump on it like a hobo.
It might take a bit longer than the flight.
Might end up in the wrong state, too.
Yeah, that would hurt.
Seems better than Oakland, though.
Well, in principle, with enough money to basically do all your business in San Francisco, Oakland's not that bad. In practice, if you're screwed, you're screwed all the way.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's been seeming to me that really the biggest problem is the extreme mobility well, extreme lack of mobility. The fact that you can't walk a few blocks without falling down dead or whatever it is that happens.
Yeah, in principle, I just get tired and have to sit down. It would need somewhere to sit down.
Well, surely the streets have sidewalks and shit.
Yeah, sitting down on the sidewalk's not the greatest option.
Why not?
They don't have benches anywhere?
Further than I can make it. Yeah, suburban fairs and or whatever kind of car culture sprawl and whatnot. Spread the benches out too far. New York, there are bus stops more often.
Where I live, there are no sidewalks.
Yeah, that is a big problem too. And I had that out in New Jersey, and the cab fare and so on just really backing me out. I was not exactly as energetic as I could have been, even then. I could not handle the multiple hours commuting, so the hotel cleaned out the rest of the paycheck for that. Oh, well, I don't really, not too really bother too much.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. It puts a smile on my face to know that you will have a roof over your head and a nice bed to sleep in.
Yeah, you did catch though how it was a matter of, you know, launch pad to get up and
Yeah,
out.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trick is going to be saving up for a more permanent residence solution.
Yeah, I know. This is just a stepping stone.
How do I save up? It's
Well, that depends on what happens in Ann Arbor, Michigan, basically.
yeah, a lot of big nasties happen where you're effectively trapped. Well, there are a lot of things that aren't going to be able to be kept going very long, like HRT and so on. Well, everything I'm doing, or everything fundamental I'm doing is HRT. Yeah, only 4 out of the 6 are covered. Yeah, so those last 2 are make or break. Maybe they take a week or 2 instead of 48 hours, but that's still quite a bit of time pressure. And
yeah,
the nastier time pressure is things like the Lispro and the Glargine, and also the levothyroxine and levothyronine. They're all out.
Oh.
Well, when I land, I need to get something going fast.
Yeah, I hear you.
So Do you have okay? Do you have prescriptions that are transferable, or are your prescriptions expired?
They're not transferable. Wow, looks like Xbox has my entire hangout over there.
Oh well, there's your ADD moment.
I'm dedicated to your hangouts, Nadia.
Okay, so what were you using as pharmacy? Walgreens, CVS, some other big chain, or some little mom and pop store?
Rite Aid, Walgreens.
Ooh,
Depends
Rite
on
Aid.
who you deal with.
In my area, Rite Aid got purchased up by CVS. Thing is, if they have a chain store in your local area, then because their computers are all interlinked, if you've still got refills on your subscription, you should be able to do something on that account. Obviously, it's a question of transportation and locating a suitable store.
Yeah, that's less of an issue than getting the coverage, so I can actually get any of it.
Well, you're on Medicaid, right? That's federal.
That's not actually federal. There's like a federal funding backup of it, but each program is statewide, so none of it transfers across state lines.
Shit, why was I fucking paying money into Medicaid then? Or was it Medicare? I get the two mixed up. I don't know why they even have a difference between the two.
Because they want to kill poor people.
That must be it.
Or at least the Republicans do.
Yes. Kill off the useless feeders, and then discover they're the one that are buying all the electronics and crap that keep the economy going.
Well, they cleaned out all the money, so yeah, and cut all their paychecks, so nobody's buying the electronics anymore, and all the industries are collapsing. It's called insufficiency of aggregate demand.
It's definitely true that the PC industry itself is shrinking. I'm not up on the other consumer electronics, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me if overall they were shrinking, which would leave companies like Best Buy and what have you up shit's creek.
Yeah, consumer electronics as a whole are going in. Best Buy and a whole bunch of those other retail consumer electronics affairs just basically crashing. So. And another train.
There it is again. It's calling you.
Yeah, they have some seriously narrow intervals.
How is it that New York has more trains and more useful trains, and they don't make anywhere near as much noise?
Well, they keep them underground where they belong.
Yeah, I actually thought about people instead of whatever the hell I just did here.
Well, there's no room on the surface, so they have to run them underneath all the buildings.
There was room on the surface. Question is what they chose to do with it.
Yeah, do you still have an L in New York, or is that gone?
The L? Yeah, it's still there. It goes from, what is it, 8th Avenue to Brooklyn.
Oh, real fast, Nadia. Tommy says that he heard what you said about Republicans. That's all. He wanted me to tell you that.
Okay, then what part of it is not true?
You heard her, Tommy.
Republicans want to kill poor people. And
So do the Democrats, though, to be fair.
really?
Yeah.
Why do Democrats vote for social welfare, etc.?
It's about money, though, isn't it? I suppose.
It's about getting votes.
How does social welfare, etc., get the money? It's expensive.
Well, they're all sort of in league with massive corporations, etc. So. We're all bought out. It's just like two different sides of the same coin, really. There's no choice or freedom in America. It's just all a bit of a stage, really. Never used to be, but you know, sort of is now.
Well, it's a bit trickier than that because, of course, the noblesse oblige faction of the upper crust and so on has different ideas about how to handle the poor than just, well, lock them out of city gates and let them all starve.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that the rich really need to consider, and from what I've seen, some of them actually are taking that into account, is how the French Revolution turned out. You know, the Bastille Day and then the subsequent beheadings of people. If you get a large enough population of poor, starving people, and somebody somehow organizes them all together, that's a serious shitstorm.
I think they're, well, assassinating enough of the actual prospective organizers, and that they don't have much to worry about there. And when it comes down to it, I mean, they'll just have drone strikes, drop cluster bombs on all the food riots and homeless encampments.
Yeah, I kind of like the way Soylent Green handled it. They used good old-fashioned front-end loaders.
I don't actually remember the movie that well. Front-end loaders?
Yeah, they'd come in and they'd dump the front-end loader down on the people who were in front, scoop up most of the mess, lift it up and dump it into literal garbage trucks that had compactors in them. They just scooped the people up and drove them off, presumably to the Soylent factories.
Yeah, if I've seen it, I don't remember that part.
Yeah, there was one scene where one of the guys who was actually working as a hitman, kind of hired by a Soylent factory, going after Charlton Heston, was like ready to raise an iron bar and crack him over the skull with it, and at just that moment, scoop from front-end loader came crashing down on his head. So he wasn't really paying attention to the situation around him when he was sneaking up on Heston.
Still though.
Hey, you never know. It might be on pay-per-view on your hotel. Or better yet, free on demand. I don't know what they have set up there.
Humans are not that good energy source.
Of course, that would require draining the electricity from your walls.
Well, there's one outlet that's not really weak. And that one outlet is where the TV would go. Odds are the TV would not run on any of the lamp outlets.
I wouldn't
So,
be...
main part is that the humans are not that good a source of nutrition or energy.
Wouldn't be surprised if you could torrent the movie from your motel room, but the problem is bandwidth requirements. It would probably not finish downloading before you have to leave, and it would probably knock you off the air.
The Wi-Fi is flat out unusable. This is all my, 4G, etc.
Yeah, well, you definitely don't want to do it on your 4. Well, you never. I don't know who released 4G, but they're
4G is how I do all my Hangouts.
right. But I mean, the MPAA is, for if you were to do some torrenting, I'm just saying the MPAA is got custom torrent clients that basically see what you download, and if you're seeding, they can catch you far more easily. The basic point of the matter, well, basic thing is you can get a nasty gram.
No one's ever bought. World domination for Google Hangouts.
That's some dedication.
It is indeed.
Bear with me. I'll get a shot and some cereal.
What?
I look like a hell of a lot fatter for some reason. Yeah. Just 3 pizzas in 3 days, will that do it?
Nah.
At the very least, there is simple physics involved. The only mass you can actually gain is the difference between what you eat and drink and what you excrete and perspire. Hopefully that's not too crude. You also breathe out moisture through your lungs, of course. So, water weight there, CO2. So carbon that you actually metabolize, that goes out through your lungs. And, of course, what you dump in the porcelain bowl, that's weight that you do not gain.
Well, let me take a shot, get some cereal going.
Okay.
I kind of need something to eat, too. I'm going to see if there are any pot pies left in my freezer. So I'll be AFK for a few minutes, but I don't think I'm taking up slots right now.
Nah, it's all good.
Hopefully running the microwave won't knock me off the air.
I hope not.
Well, it has done so before. The microwave runs on 2.4 gigahertz. The Wi-Fi runs on 2.4 gigahertz. It's not regulated frequency, which means basically some degree of interference is allowed.
Oh man, it's rough.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I'm too far from the router for the 5 gigahertz channel to be reliable because it's got a much, much shorter range.
I can't believe there are 20 people right now hearing me speak.
There's 20 people watching this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no one's joining.
Yeah, for whatever reason. I don't know. Can you see what I'm doing with the measurements? Let me see.
They're probably all AFK as well.
They're probably listening from the toilet or something on their phone.
Okay, let me see if you can see measurements set up there. I think you can. Okay,
yeah.
Here we go.
Actually, your template is covering it because you're sharing that. So it chops off the bottom of the view that's covered by the panel. But I see a cup in your hand.
No. The scale and such is all kind of visible. Okay. Well, actually, I should present it or something.
Let's see. Always measure by weight, not by volume, because some settling of contents may occur.
Exactly. No. What she does? A mixture of like solids and liquids. This is a scale. And
well, that's a nice one.
Yeah, Ermine sent it.
Yeah, I was going to say somebody sent you that, didn't they?
Yeah, Ermine did.
Yeah, that's a very nice scale. I mean, I've got an old triple beam balance somewhere.
I can probably set this somewhere.
Actually, it may have been lost in a move. But yeah, a nice digital scale with a tier button. Able to switch between units. That is the shit.
Is that a carton of milk?
It's a carton of coconut milk.
Delicious.
Apparently, even lower calorie load for the calcium than other things I've tried, like soy. Yeah, soy actually is a little bit.
I'm going to see that to that horribly bad for you pot pie thing and be right back.
Okay. Nadia, you said you can't drink almond milk or you just don't like it, right? I can't remember.
Neither. It just doesn't have very much calcium fortification or whatever.
No, that's
Maybe it has. I just haven't seen a calcium fortified almond, whatever. All these things are really about some nutrient or other. The lowest number of calories per percentage point of USRD.
I see. Are you going to pour milk into that glass with the cereal?
Well, not directly. I will show you.
That is going to be awesome.
This is what I'm supposed to do all the time. I haven't been able to do because various logistical barriers. But, I guess now you can see the full cup and
yeah.
So it's a measure out the liquid now like this, and so I know exactly how much there is. Actually, the last one. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Alright, this is a measuring cup.
Yeah, the measuring cup.
Right, so got exactly the weight, got exactly the liquid measure, and that's when that's in order to stabilize my condition and such, like type 1. I'm supposed to do that every time. All the time. That takes a bit of interest. And that's just to calculate my dosage, right?
Oh.
It's not about losing weight, nothing of that, just so I don't drop into ketoacidosis. calculate dosage, get it all right, and well, don't die.
And this has got to be rough keeping up with all of that. It sounds like one big pain in the ass, but you have to do it.
Yeah, the mortality rates for people who have what I have are pretty brutal even into the 70s. And 80s even. In the 80s, they came up with these electronic reagent test strips and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Blood glucose testing. Before they had to work off of ketones in urine.
I used to be a serial fanatic.
Well, it depends what you're getting.
Has anyone seen that cereal cafe they have over here? They've got like a cereal cafe. You basically like pick a cereal and certain, types of milk and whatever. It's run by hipsters.
Fran. Oh wait.
Hello. Hello. How are you, Nadia? I came in to say hi and see how you're doing. I haven't talked to you for a while.
Well, I am on my way out to Ann Arbor, Michigan, shortly.
Yeah, I noticed your surroundings were different.
I'm just in a hotel between, well, the eviction and the actual flight out.
Michigan, huh? Is that a friendly place?
Well, as far as within Michigan goes, Ann Arbor is, but well, as a state, it's probably missing a few policies that help me along.
Well, I'm happy for you. Change could be good. Positive, new outlook and whatnot.
Well, there's a lot of work to get done. No guarantees any of it will actually work. And welcome, Flip.
Hey, Flip.
Hey, Nadia. Desert, what's going on?
What's going on, bro?
Oh, just hanging about. Do we have the actual Rand King?
Yeah, it's me, brah.
Well,
this is interesting.
Oh, hi, Radcam.
Oh boy.
What's going on?
Yeah, hi. How you doing, Nadia?
You've got double Rand action.
There's an echo in there. Somebody turn down your speakers. There's an echo.
Is that me? Am I echoing?
No.
I think he was just saying that it's about to get loud in here, and
No.
very good looking.
There's that echo again. Must be me.
Very metallic. So, and unless you into today's release of OSX, I could still suddenly the radar.
I didn't understand a word of that.
I didn't either. Maybe it was his end.
Yeah, lots of breaking up, interwebs issues, I would say.
So, I'll be close to the border. I should be able to make the crossing over to Toronto pretty easily if arrangements are made on that side.
Is romance in the air? Is that what I'm smelling here?
Well, we need to find the person to interested in the romance. Rand said he may be able to play matchmaker.
Well, I thought that was the idea since you were mentioning being close to Toronto.
Yeah. Welcome back, Fud.
Thanks.
At first, I thought that was a clone of you, Fudd.
I hate it when I'm right sometimes. Oh, look, I'm good.
Was that the microwave?
Oh, well.
Hey, Fudd, what's going on?
I did get an error message saying that my connection was lost due to some sort of network issue. Running. It's got about approximately another 7 more minutes to go.
So it is the microwave.
Probably. I am. And I'm too far from... And this computer is too old to be using 802.11 AC. Both bands multiplexed with beaming.
Yeah, the Dearborn, Windsor, so on and so forth. That's where I'll be right next to. Wow, my face looks incredibly fat. And masculine.
You're right now, so I might drop again. Oh, no, you moved. Okay, cool.
So how are you doing, other me? You been punching out any aliens on your front yard lately?
He's been a wild man. He's been taking on and I don't know, entire tribes of headhunters or something like that. Wrestling elephants to the ground.
It gets very confusing for me. I go into a chat room and they're like, "So Rands, have you just gotten off of a space shuttle?" I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Apparently the other me made another crazy video recently. I don't know what the hell it's about. So I gotta catch up. I gotta do my homework, you know.
Lucifer.
Hey, Lucifer.
Jello.
Oh, wow. Xbox.
Yeah, the dueling rounds are always good to see. And welcome, Lucifer.
Thank you. Get ye behind me.
You're gonna get double teamed, Lucifer.
What?
Get
Frank, wait.
behind me.
Do you want a male figure behind you?
I thought you said you had no sexual body parts.
I think I'd rather get behind Lucifer, if you know where I'm coming from.
I'm not sure I like the way you said that.
Prison does a lot to change a man.
Lucifer,
Yes.
have you come to Christ yet?
So, what do you mean? I have been next to him. Does that count?
You need to repent.
About?
I think the only reason Lucifer would come to Christ would be to strangle him.
He can't strangle Christ, bro.
Yeah, we can't really strangle each other.
No, Christ would whoop you.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, Christ would whoop him in seconds, bro.
The angel of forgiveness and mercy would whoop me?
Who's the angel of forgiveness and mercy?
Ezekiel, the person you call Christ.
What'd you call him?
Ezekiel.
What is with Flip's new icon?
What is going on with you, Lucifer?
I'm eating tuna ice cream.
Tuna ice cream.
Yes.
What are you at, Nadia's?
No, I'm in Japan. They have tuna ice cream. It's delicious.
We've had this discussion before, Lucifer. You're not supposed to eat fish ice cream.
But do they have octopi ice cream also?
Do they have fish
octopus?
Do they what?
Are you being sexual?
Food that literally fights back.
I don't think I'm being sexual, but I think Mr.
there.
Randscam thinks I'm sexy.
He better not.
Little bit.
You're gonna make us look bad.
She's got a pretty voice. I don't know what to say. How the hell am I gonna make us look bad? Have you looked in the mirror lately, brah?
Leave Naughty out of this.
You make us look bad every time you get on camera.
I'm getting sick and tired of you.
Everybody else seems to love me. I don't know why you don't.
You think they got Rand scam crushes?
I think so. I think there's a lot of Rand scam crushers out there.
Nadia looks like she might even be catching a little Rand scam crush tonight. I know that lives.
Between you
Okay,
and
I thought Randscam was ghosting. I've only just now.
you gotta stop downloading
Doing two
porn.
browsers? Or...
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, microwave beeped. Less chance of getting dropped. Time to grab my very unhealthy meal.
What's wrong with my avatar, Fudd?
You appear to be worshipping some kind of cloaked figure. Or possibly getting ready to perform a sexual act.
You're not seeing... Oh, you're seeing the guy, the man on the mount? I changed that. What happened here?
The dude who seems in his left hand to have a stick and in his right hand a lamp.
I changed that.
Not a lamp, Blue Jay.
And Blue Jay is down at the bottom in a position to perform a specific type of sexual act.
Actually, he's reaching for the staff, but...
What are you talking about?
But I changed that. I shouldn't be there.
Well, you know how Google is.
That's not what the rest of us see. The rest of us are seeing a Tweety bird.
Oh, and I've got a cat. I thought a putty cat.
Yeah, I see
I
it
did.
of the Wild Kingdom.
I'll be right back. Hopefully this stupid connection won't drop again. The thing is, the microwave, Rance Campbell, it's really simple. The microwave runs on the same frequency band that Wi-Fi does. And if there's a slight radiation leak from the microwave, considering it's 1100 watts and the router is like 5, the router can get drowned out completely.
Wait, your router runs on microwaves?
Yes, all Wi-Fi runs on microwaves. 2.4 gigahertz. Look it up.
So, anytime, I'm not sure how many of you heard, but I'm relocating, well, halfway across the country, and after I get set up, probably the rest of the way across the country. And welcome, Tommy. I heard you might have been unhappy with my characterization of Republicans as wanting to kill poor people. Okay.
Tommy Hall is one of my favorite Christians. Listen up what this man has to say. He knows his science.
Absolutely. Natural news all the way. And hopefully New York is a bit better about the trans healthcare than I found California to be. California is like not doing shit. And I've actually researched it online. 0 reports ever of anyone, even once, getting any surgery covered by California health insurance.
Not once?
Well, speaking of like Medicaid, right?
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, I was really impressed. Yeah, there's a good news article listening. And welcome back, Tom.
Hello. Sorry, I'm experimenting with Chrome. I've got a Mac, and my connection, I don't know if it's my computer or if for whatever reason Google Plus isn't just jiving with Mac or what, or with Safari rather. I don't know. So this is an experiment, I guess, with Chrome. We'll see what happens because I keep getting disconnected. So good to see you guys.
Hey, Tommy, good to see you.
Love you all. Good to see you, Desert.
What's up, Tommy?
Is that Rand and his twin brother? Or maybe they're one and the same.
We got the dueling Rams today.
Cool.
Yeah, that's me, Tommy. Good to see you, brah.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that's me, Tommy. Good to see you, bro.
Wait, wait, which one is it? Which?
I mean, this game is real fun and all, but I'm the real me. This other guy couldn't be me if he tried.
Yeah, well, as soon as I think I've got it figured out, I have to readjust my thinking because I get confused. So I keep going back and forth.
If I was doing any better, there'd be 2 of me.
There are 2 of you.
I'm not a dog with 2 peckers, you know what I'm saying?
I had to lend the other me $100 just to make his ass worth kicking.
So
we had to tie a pork chop around the other me's neck to get the family dog to play with him when he was a kid.
Yeah, we had to jerk off the cat just to feed the dog.
How do you know when Rand's been at your house? Toilet ain't never flushed and the cat's always pregnant.
And don't forget those skid marks beside the toilet seat.
That's right.
I have no idea what two of you are up to.
How many RAN scams does it take to turn a light bulb?
How many?
None. That idiot loves living in the dark.
Yes, he does.
That's the reprobate RAN.
I've told you this before. I never retrobate on camera.
I've seen you.
You wish.
Duh. Put a D on the end of that.
Wait, you watch people retrobate on camera?
I watch myself.
Retrobate on camera.
Have you ever reprobated, Lucifer?
No.
Oh man.
Wait, was that to me or to Lucifer? Are you asking if I've ever retrobated Lucifer?
Oh dear.
Well, I didn't, but I'd sure like to hear the answer.
No, I haven't. She's very elusive, this Lucifer character.
I heard Lucifer is hung like a saber-toothed field mouse.
Look at Lucifer. Do you think he needs to masturbate?
It's retrobait, and smarten up. Quit making this perverted.
Yeah, well, yeah, they have machines to do that for us now. Or at least for me, anyway. The shock spot.
Yeah, speak for yourself, Nadia.
Yeah. Do you have a reprobation officer?
Yes.
Oh dear.
I think I am a retrobation officer.
So, Lucifer.
Yes.
You realize that I've put a warrant out for your arrest.
Oh, did you?
You didn't see my video?
A warrant or like a bounty?
I have a warrant out for the arrest of Satan.
Is this the same warrant you put out for me? Because it doesn't seem to be doing much good. I heard you sent out the SS, but I haven't seen hide nor hair of them.
No, the SS is on a mission to find Lucifer. We're going to bring him in. We're going to nail him to a cross.
So you'd say the SS are out goose stepping around looking for Lucifer?
Tiptoeing, yeah.
No, wait a second. I thought the Nazis were supposed to be on my side.
No, they've turned against you.
Are you Catholic, Lucifer?
Oh, no, definitely not.
Of course he is. You're a liar. We can't believe a word you say.
Yeah, some stormtroopers stopped by my house today. On a completely unrelated note, I have some submachine guns for sale.
Oh, interesting. What do you think of that, Lucifer?
I bet they're worth a lot of money.
So, where are you right now, Lucifer? Are you still in Japan?
Oh, yeah, I just got here not that long ago.
Well, you were there 2 months ago when I was talking to you.
No, that was South Korea.
Oh, that's right, South Korea. Geez, you move. You're really going to and fro, ain't you?
Well, that's what I'm supposed to do.
What do you think, Tommy? You think Lucifer should be going to and fro?
Sounds to me like he's working for Samsung.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Well, stop watching porn on your computer, Tommy.
No, dude. Yeah. I was retrograding with my wife.
Oh, nice. Lucifer says that he's been going to and fro.
Well, I think travel is a good thing. See more of the world.
So, Lucifer, when you travel, do you take a plane or do you fly solo?
No, they usually take a boat.
Yeah, I would have thought you would have just teleported yourself.
No. What god would give Lucifer powers?
Well, I mean, if you can walk around the Earth and in it, I mean,
Then why would I need a teleport?
well, to save yourself a few steps.
No, time's on my side. I don't need to save steps.
Oh, you're out of time, dum-dum. Time is far from on your side, brother. I got your number. You got Rand Campbell coming for you.
That's right, brah.
I'm a warrior, and now there's two of me.
I'm a mountain in front of God.
Oh, okay, someone has seen The Social Network too many times.
You have no idea what's coming for you.
Is it more ice cream?
Oh, there'll be no ice cream where you're going, bro. I am gonna personally pick you up by the scruff of your neck and the seat of your pants, and I am gonna fire
Damn
you.
it, Tommy, you're ruining this.
I'm sorry. I know I'm ruining the moment.
Would you knock it off, Tommy? You're the one destroying this.
When he said ice cream.
Came in here.
Yeah, Rand was.
Like usual, Tommy comes in and everything gets fucked all to hell.
Yeah, you interrupted Rand when
Let's
he
not
was.
ruin it by telling everyone that USA is really Shock of God doing one of his voices.
Yeah, you
Oh,
interrupted Rand Scam doing his BDSM thing on me.
Hey, listen, Tommy, did you hear the type of ice cream Lucifer's eating? Tell him what kind of flavor you're having.
Was it tuna fish or something?
Yeah, tuna ice cream.
Yeah.
Lucifer, did you hear it? I have a plot to get back to my pre-thyroid failure weight and so on.
Oh, no one told me.
Linear programming. Find the selection of, food items and so on. Gives 100% of the U.S. Recommended daily allowance of vitamins and minerals, while minimizing the number of calories.
What are you going to be getting most of your calories from? Fat or sugar?
Likely neither. Likely carbohydrates.
Carbohydrates or sugars.
Bet you didn't think that answer. Bet you didn't see that answer coming, did you, Lucifer?
Well, if you're characterizing them that way, I would say sugars are a subset of carbohydrates, but still.
So, Lucifer, you advocate a fat diet.
I advocate a balanced diet.
Yeah. Let's just call them polysaccharides and be done with it.
I think it largely depends on if you're trying to do something specific, whether you need to focus on something.
I don't much care for these big words. They're just confusing me.
Oh, but you must appreciate nitrocellulose.
Not at all.
Well, in principle, if I can get a stable environment at some point to carry out what the algorithm says I should do, then in about a year and a half I should be down to my pre-thyroid weight. Possibly sooner, possibly as soon as 9 months.
And how much is that? 120? 6
yeah,
to 120?
Closer to 130.
How tall are you, Nadia?
6 feet, 183 centimeters.
Yeah, you should be about 160, not 120, not 130.
That's what I was before.
Yeah, but that didn't sound healthy.
It wasn't unhealthy. My case of type 1 was stable.
What do you weigh, Lucifer?
Right now I weigh 127 pounds.
127 pounds.
Holy crap, I hope you're short.
No, I'm 6'1".
I could wear you as a tattoo.
No way.
So 127, 6-1. Basically, if the winds hit 20 miles per hour, you're going airborne.
It'll take a little bit more than that, but yes.
I
What
would
are you,
imagine if she extends her wings, she'll go flying, quite literally.
What are you, a zipper?
I'm not, no, I don't go zip.
That's racist.
6'1", 127 pounds. What are you, a stick man? What's the?
I'm pretty thin.
Like a praying mantis.
That was me in October of 2011. And I looked a hell of a lot better. And was a hell of a lot healthier, too. And fucking right ranges.
When was this?
You were 130
October
there?
2011.
It might be the Mountain Dew, Nadia.
No. All that I drink. Sorry.
You probably need to think twice about that. No, Mountain Dew, sodas are just not a good option if you're trying to lose weight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, come on. It's only acid. I mean, seriously. Carbonic acid with phosphoric acid.
There are
fructose corn syrup.
There are 32 teaspoons of sugar in a can of Coke.
Well, this is diet, so it's actually 1/4 of that of aspartame.
Yeah, that even worse. Aspartame is even
Or
worse.
rather,
It's poison.
1/30 of that.
Yeah, it's poison and it causes cancer.
Or is it saccharin? Or both?
Saccharin would require 1/300th as much for equivalent sweetness and has 0 calories because it's not metabolizable.
Are you absorbing these charts, food charts?
Am I?
No, it's Flood. He seems to have a grip on all that.
He's Googling.
I listed a couple of well-known sweeteners. You really don't need to absorb much to know that information.
You and Lucifer in cahoots?
Well,
Yeah.
sugar is 4 calories per gram. Aspartame is also 4 calories per gram, but it's 30 times sweeter than sugar. Saccharin has no calories whatsoever because it's non-digestible, and it's 300 times sweeter than sugar.
Yes, me and him are in a pact. A covenant, you might say.
I thought so.
Oh, dear.
Well, we all knew that about Fudd.
You a Satanist, Fudd?
Well, if I survive until August 2016 and am able to actually execute the kinds of diet suggestions the optimizer makes, then, yeah, clearly I'll be a lot closer to where I was in August of 2011.
I think you're going to hit it faster than 9 months. Possibly not, actually.
Yeah.
You're really
Well, 9 months require 100% of the Mifflin St. George BMR, and I guess empirical observations are you can drop a 33% lower. So August 2016 is the 33% lower case, and late November of 2015 is the full Mifflin St. George BMR. So. It could be faster if I actually manage to get some kind of exercise, but that's not likely. The 90 days are going to be taken up with, well, pretty much non-stop crisis mode kinds of things.
How long is your flight, actually? In hours.
It looks about 3 hours longer than it actually is. Let me check.
I think there'll be more time spent checking in and fetching luggage than the actual time spent in the air. Oh, and on the taxiway.
Okay, so says departs Oakland at 11:31 and lands in Detroit at 8:40. So knock 3 hours off. Basically 11 to 5. That's 6 hours and kind of sort of in the air with 1 hour layover. And probably about 2 hours up front. Top that for security. So 8-9 hours total airport time. And welcome, Seamus.
Hey, Seamus.
Well, if the sort of job affairs actually work out, maybe there'll be some chance of landing on insurance to get some kind of surgery done. But, well, diet will also help get the hemoglobin A1C down, so I'll be eligible. And otherwise stabilize my case more, so, well, again, I'll be eligible. So.
Right below you in Illinois is a blue state.
Right below what?
Right on the left of you, Illinois is a transgendered health state.
Well, the trouble is going to actually center around more transportation logistics and availability specialists, where New York pretty much has those two lined up, and also the TransCare. I think the Illinois affairs also don't go quite as far. I'm pretty sure they don't cover any surgeries.
I've changed my mind about that disgusting ice cream, Lucifer. Have yourself seconds and thirds, please, and a sandwich. You need to fatten up, some girl.
No, we haven't. No more ice cream for you.
Well, the ice cream is sugar-free, so like, not really gonna get fat from it.
That's no good. We need to put something on you. Have a sandwich, girl.
Well, I guess if it's tuna ice cream, it would have to be sugar-free, wouldn't it?
Well, Lucifer, hopefully I'm going to be catching up with you shortly.
Oh, then wait. Oh, yes.
What's this all about? What's this all about?
The next couple of years. Sorry.
The catastrophic health failure, you might overshoot and end up being somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 ounces.
Seamus, what's up?
No, I'm pretty much shooting for, same range as Lucifer. So.
Hello. Hey, guys.
Oh, I thought you were talking about going to hell.
No, in terms of weight.
Well, you said I'll be where you are, so I just assumed.
Oh, there is no hell, but if there was, that would make a really nice place for her.
Now we know you're lying.
Father of lies. Listen to him.
That's what he does.
I'll start lining up 6 figures so I can get a face done, voice done, maybe a boob job, and of course downstairs.
Do you hear that, Lucifer?
Thought I heard what she said, yes.
Then you better start putting away some money.
I don't have any money.
Lucifer's already there.
So the basement is your lowest priority?
What is that?
The basement is your lowest priority?
The basement? What?
Downstairs.
The order you said them in was face, then tits, and then the basement.
I said voice too.
Oh, voice too. That was in there somewhere as well. Yeah, could you what if you someone said, well, I'll do one of them for you. Which one is Which is the big one?
Hard to say. We almost toss up between the face and downstairs. It's really hard to look yourself in the mirror. Have a man's face staring back at you.
We know what you mean.
I'm not sure
do
you
you mean, do you mean the 2 Ren scams?
Yeah, we have a rough time looking at ourselves.
Yeah. We look in the mirror and sometimes, it breaks. We break a little inside. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
I guess what it really comes down to is which man's face looks back at you from the mirror. If it's our face, God help you. That's what Rand's saying, and I agree.
Yeah. I've been caught singing that Michael Jackson tune a few too many times, bro.
Well, in a random coincidence, Southfield, Michigan, another suburb of Detroit, is actually where I got the snip snip. So I'll, in principle, be near wherever the medical waste ash pit. Those things were dropped off at some point soon here.
So in a way, you'll be making full circle. Or ball. Well, I guess we could call it a ball in this point.
Literally.
Who knows? Greed is all you offer. Interesting.
Did it get a little bit too rough there?
I don't know. Shameless got bored.
Whoa, that's kind of creepy.
What was that? What's creepy, bro?
Lucifer.
The song lyrics sometimes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what song though.
Are those song lyrics, Lucifer?
Daddy, yes, they are.
Is this a song you've written?
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's a song you've written.
Oh, no, definitely not me.
What song is that?
It's I Am Stronger.
Okay.
Where's it? Who owns the copyright?
I'm not actually sure. I don't even remember the band that does it, but if you type in I Am Stronger, you'll find it.
Getting called out on this one is highly unlikely, but yeah, I'll just leave it. Highly unlikely.
Possibly Uncle Adams or Britney Spears.
Definitely not Britney Spears.
Maybe Britney Spears covered it.
That would be scary.
Depending on when she did it, she could have really covered it.
Hi, everyone to the room. I've been really busy. I haven't been in Nadia's chat room for over 2 weeks. Nadia, update me. Where are you at?
I am about 11 hours away from heading out to the airport to fly to Detroit or Ann Arbor, Michigan.
What state is that in?
Excuse me.
She was flying somewhere. Is that in the United States?
And she's flying to Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is in the state of. Anyway.
I went to school in Michigan, so I know where Ann Arbor is.
It's just that the cities were named, and you asked, and the state, and then you asked what state is that in.
It could have been a lag issue, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
It's just that
It seemed funny. It was humorous.
It was
Now,
reflexive on my part.
Another question: did Ram have a duplicate or splicing or what's going on with the USA and Canada?
I've cloned myself, brah.
Yeah, I cloned myself, bro.
Okay, you guys are twins now. I thought your brother died, Ram Canada.
Yeah, he did die, but I collected an American brother.
Oh, okay. Well, nice to meet you, American Ram.
Nice to meet you too, brah.
Nice to see you, Flip, Mud. Any others? I don't know yet. Desert, I know. Lucifer, you're new to me, and the Army guy.
How you doing, Rides with?
Hey, Rides.
Lucifer's
I've been
not new to
working,
you.
working like crazy. It's not easy having a full-time job and a dealership on top of that. So I don't get on here much.
Quit pretending like you don't know Lucifer.
But it's good to see Nadia is getting out of where she was, and she's going to Michigan. I went to school there at East Lansing. 4 years. Hockey scholarship.
Did you get your teeth knocked out by a puck, or no?
No, never got my teeth knocked out by a puck. No.
Sorry about the train.
I hear that happens every once in a while.
No, I had my position was goalie, so
Oh,
I've had bruises all over my body. Yeah.
So you could take a punch from Rand, possibly?
I could take a punch from any man.
No way, brah.
Oh yeah.
Not a chance. I'd knock you across the room in one Rand slap.
What did I start?
Good luck with that, champ.
I don't know anybody that could take my punch.
George Savallo.
No. Even George would tell you. I know George. Even George would tell you you'd be pretty hard to take my shot.
Well, he took a lot of shots, didn't he?
Well, that was a lot of years ago.
Hey, Rand, you ever heard of Willie Pep?
Yep.
Yeah, I met him and talked to him. He used to jog around all the time.
Oh yeah, I know Willie.
He gave me a couple of boxes. Not really a lesson, but nice old guy. He passed away though, like a few years back.
And I'm sorry, Rand, you're not on my bucket list to go down to Mississauga again unless I was paid to take one of your punches. Yeah.
No, sure. I wouldn't punch you anyways, brother. And you're where are you again? You're
Okanagan Valley.
Okanagan Valley. That's really beautiful there, bro.
Yeah, I know. I love it.
Yeah. My daughter just moved to Calgary.
Oh yeah, yeah. My wife's from there.
Yeah, I'm in Mississauga, but I won't be here for long.
I should say ex-wife.
Yeah, I got all kinds of exes, bro.
Don't we all?
Jeez. Yeah. I'm going to be single for a while now. I've decided I don't want a woman in my life.
I pretty much given up on that part of my life. I'm just into flipping deals, making money. You know, get the cars in, get the cars out. But my true love is helping the mentally disabled people that I work with every day.
Oh, I should introduce you to some of my trolls.
I like to help the mentally disabled people on the interwebs. I give them the scam slaps.
Yeah, that's what we do. I've got a lot of them here that follow me on my channel.
Yeah. Well, I have a casework of 20, except we lost a girl, 29-year-old girl, to suicide about 3 weeks ago.
That's sad to hear, bro.
First time that it's happened to other people, but it's the first time that happened to me. It took it pretty hard, but it's nature of the beast, you know.
Don't use that word, the beast. Lucifer's here, right?
Yeah. That we don't talk about her that way in front of her.
I'm not a beast. What are you talking about?
You are a beast.
Is that supposed to be sexy talk?
No, you're the father of lies. You're the meanest entity to ever walk the face of this earth.
The shit on. The shit on. You shit all over. You shit on stuff.
I can't wait till I find you and nail you to a cross with my bare hands.
Wait, you're gonna nail me to a cross like your savior?
With my bare
Upside down.
hands.
We'll nail you upside down, Lucy.
Yeah, I'm gonna drive the spikes in with my bare fists.
Maybe they'll even set it on fire.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be in fire for a very long time.
What if you set me on fire? I would die much more like your savior did.
Yeah, well, he's not dead, so get that straight.
So, Lucifer, if I sell my soul to you, what's in it for me?
I don't have pockets, so you wouldn't get anything.
Oh, your misfortune then.
You mean unfortunate?
Unfortunate for you.
Yes, I guess.
What do you do with all these souls you buy, Lucifer?
Well, I don't have any.
What about all these people that worship you?
More than are foolish.
Yeah.
That's an honest Lucifer, man. They are foolish.
Yeah, you might notice that the character involved here is not the
actual
Lucifer. It's not the Christian devil.
You're lying. You're lying, Nadia. Why are you lying for him?
I don't have to.
Nadia, I was just going along with the Joker in the room, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's the actual Lucifer, not the.
By the way, you're looking a lot better, hon. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I have good feelings
don't look
about
better
it.
yet. Give it a few more months to have any kind of noticeable effect.
Okay.
Yeah, Nadia, I wouldn't try to go full vegan if I were you because of the difficulty. Be much easier to just go like a light vegetarian.
You understand what the difficulty is?
Yes, the difficulty is the animal products are in goddamn near everything. And
Actually,
food without any animal products whatsoever involved in their proper preparation is
Well, I
expensive.
wouldn't care if instead the animal products were going to have less calorie load for similar nutrients.
Nadia already has some hormone deficiencies. I wouldn't suggest her to cut her cholesterol.
Yeah.
Cholesterol is not having trouble. No, it's supposed to be on simvastatin anyway.
I'm thinking in terms of cost issues.
Probably not really aware of is that with gastroparesis, I'm supposed to be on a low residue diet.
Oils, lots of oils.
Low residue.
You know, a great option, Nadia, would be to get a nutritionist and stop listening to assholes on the interwebs.
Yeah.
Well, I might be not listening to them, which is why I've.
Yeah, I know you weren't listening to him. That was more for him than for you.
Yeah.
So, what state are you in, USA, Ram?
Yeah, fruits and veggies tend to be high residue food.
Washington State, the legal West.
Okay.
What do you mean by residue? You talking about like the ash?
You're right below me, bro.
Fiber, actually.
Oh, okay.
There's a chunk of vegetables that you simply won't digest, and so they pass right on through your digestive tract. It's actually supposed to be good for you, but it is high residue.
So insoluble fiber is residue, high residue.
All right, I'm going to bed.
Have a good night, Ran.
Okay.
Okay, Ran. Give a left or right hook to someone in your dreams, Ran.
Oh, I will. I beat up demons all night long, bro.
Keep it up, man.
All right, guys, stay out of trouble. Nadia, I love you. You have a good trip, okay?
See ya, bro.
No retrobaiting.
Yeah, no reprobating on the airplane, Nadia. You know what happened the last time.
Well, I don't think the shock spot is within the YouTube guidelines.
Okay, you'll be good. Have a safe trip.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Do I have to look up shot spot?
I'm wondering, is it possible to go into the bathroom on the airplane and join the Mile High Club by yourself? Is that something that can be done?
I'd try it.
I probably am not capable of it myself.
No, I meant for anybody. Like, I don't know what the rules are. Do you actually need a partner to join the Mile High Club?
I would say yes.
Officially, you do.
Yeah, I don't think masturbation really allows you to be in the Mile High Club. So.
Oh, that's nice to see. The Mile High Club requires a buddy system.
Yes. Also, I think the real members are the ones that use a blanket and have adjacent seats rather than going to the bathroom.
Now, do you want the 8-inch or the 12-inch shock spot?
12-inch, of course.
$2,100. That's insane.
Holy shit.
I thought it was like $4,000. It must have cut prices recently.
Why would it be that expensive? How do you make that?
Complicated machinery, Bluetooth remote control, and so on.
Fudd, do you think you can? Are you good at electronics?
No, I'm not. But I was thinking, for that kind of money, the damn thing should have a HTTP server so that you can put it on the internet and have your friends control it just by giving them the IP address for it.
I think it was
It's a
made by
Bluetooth remote control.
Hey, Fudd, how's that app going, bro?
Hey, they got a YouTube video on it. Cool.
Which one?
Well, the one that you were telling me about, geez, slipping my mind. I don't know the computer world too much. I think it was about the calories and food and everything like that.
I'm having difficulty locating good data sources.
That's turning my diet optimization affair into an app so anyone can use it.
Yeah, basically. I mean, the idea is basically Nadia's, and
wow, that
ideally the algorithms would be as well, or at least some of them.
Have you made progress in it since I talked to you last?
As far as acquisition of data, I've got the USDA's SR27 data set, and there's a couple free sites out there that are kind of inadequate, and one that charges money that might be adequate. I don't know yet. It's a complicated application, actually, to do properly, so I'm trying a simpler application, which is to do with barcodes, well, specifically just the QR codes.
Mm-hmm.
But I do have a test app that will read almost all the barcodes that are out there.
Yeah, that's what you were saying last time, so I hope that works out for you, man.
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I can actually generate QR codes, and I can generate Aztec codes as well, but they're not used. They're popular for much, so that's not very useful. Unfortunately, data matrix I cannot do, but data matrix is apparently primarily used in shipping, so that's not a problem. QR codes are where it's at. I can do them.
I've got well, I can pretty much hand enter results and have, the optimizing engines and such, well, give me the results I need to tell me what to do. So I'm, in pretty good shape on that front. And there's kind of rules of thumb to, give me a sort of first cut. So I'm not like calculating forever at the store. Basically just like look for a nutrient that it has kind of like a really low number of calories per percentage of USRDA, and that's kind of one of the superfoods, whatever, to throw into the mix.
Cool. Well, I have to go have a smoke, then I gotta go to bed. It's getting near my bedtime, and I gotta go to work tomorrow. Hopefully, Nadia, everything will work out for you. I'll see you probably on the weekend when I do have some time. So my thought and heart is out to you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Cheers.
you're welcome. Take care, Ray. Take care. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night, Ride.
Yep.
Good night.
Night,
Yeah. Try to get a passport once I'm on the ground. Be big deal. Just try to get the Canada option open. And I've had enough address instability that I'll have a pretty short window.
Yeah, I don't. It takes the processing time. Figure a month. So
the processing time is longer because they have to deal with the identity change.
right. Okay, but I mean, you've got a birth certificate that has your current name, right?
Yes.
And you've also got a social security card with your current name.
Yes.
I think that should do it, honestly.
What are you applying for?
Well, to get a passport or a passport card.
Oh, okay.
It actually takes more. I have to have a letter from the surgeon and so on. I'll actually be in the area where the surgeon is, so I can actually harass them to get them to. If the letter, as it stands, that I got a couple years ago, isn't good enough.
You have the court order for the official name change?
I have one last copy of it and could order more if need be. They're, I think, $6 a copy.
How much a copy?
$6 and something a copy.
Oh, whew. For a moment I thought you named something really big. Okay.
Well, I need a passport just in case.
Well, a passport. The world is your oyster once you've got a proper book passport. It's not just Canada. I mean, you can go anywhere as long as money is not an issue.
Yeah, it's definitely good to have.
Immigration is an entirely different story, of course, but that's a separate step.
Well, for all these things, it would be immigration, right? So, yeah, with Michigan, right? The estrogen and such, right? Sex hormones, again, right? You play with metabolism, right? So my stockpile, where I'm dealing with there, that runs out in 3-4 months. So,
Hey, really quick, I gotta leave. But I wanted to leave on an up note. What do you call it? When Batman leaves, it's a Christian Bale.
Okay.
That requires a joke or laugh.
Yeah.
That was very good. It was very creepy.
Okay, that was good.
Sex hormones affect metabolism big time. Metabolic acidosis is, the more general category that ketoacidosis falls into. Ketoacidosis you over and over again.
Oh,
trans coverage, sex hormone. The trans coverage, so that sex hormones get covered, is actually kind of a life and death thing.
Do you know the requirements that you need for New York, like the actual residency requirements? Like, is it 90 days or?
Not much. No. It's not much. Just have a bill that goes to an apartment or an address somewhere in New York.
And how
You're
soon
pretty much
after
home.
that can you get coverage? Almost immediately?
Yeah, actually, the coverage is even looser.
See, I saw a plot of land there for $500.
Pretty much just buy it there.
Yeah.
There's a
I
plot
don't
of
want to
land
use
in
the
New York
words
State.
final destination, but for moving around inside the United States, I think New York City should be your target. It seems to be your home stomping ground, has all you need available just about. And if it's not in New York City, a train will take you there.
Well, everything except the surgeons. So those you can pretty much just fly me out to and such.
Or at least get to New York
Yeah,
State
but
and
that's-
establish your insurance.
What?
At least get to New York State and establish your insurance, and then you can make your way down to the city.
Well, there's not much of a reason to
Well,
be
that's
elsewhere
your
outside the city. That eliminates the entire advantage of the accessibility of like medical specialists.
Okay.
Well, whatever place where the medical specialists are, I guess that's going to be our priority. I'm thinking in terms of all those other things like access to grocery stores, pharmacies,
I was saying if there was somebody
little
within
shit like that.
driving distance of New York State, but that still
Well, I
doesn't.
can't drive
give you
anyways.
Yeah.
What is
If
it?
you can't drive, you need
No.
public transit.
No,
New
somebody
York
was
City-
close enough to take you driving to where you needed to go.
New York City has some of the best public transit in the country. I mean, basically, New York City, Philadelphia, Washington, D.C., that's where you find decent public transit.
Because like New York State, you get right next to Danbury, Connecticut, right around there. What's your job? Like, what would you actually be able to do? I know Linux kernel, but what else would fit your job requirement? Like what else?
I don't know. That's a requirement.
Like what kind of job would you be looking for?
With healthcare compensation and so on.
No, 'cause I was looking at serious satellite job openings, but I didn't see anything necessarily that fit Linux. But they want a lot, like 7 years experience, 5 years recent experience.
Well,
But I didn't see any.
Well, it doesn't fit. They need signal processing and such. They don't need a kernel per se.
So I mean, that's what I mean. What else can you do that, like in a job? When job requirements are listed, like what would you fall into? What else besides specifically kernel Linux? Like
Once you take it out of my specialty, I'm
kind of
just someone who knows how to program. That's about it.
Yeah. Well,
what kind of programming skills?
Nobody asks for someone who just knows how to program.
yeah, that's unfortunately kind of true. I mean, if you're a general, I'm a general programmer. I do not have particular domain expertise anymore that's relevant. Even my iOS experience is not, top of the line or anything like that.
So to get back to your 6-figure salary, what kind of jobs would you be looking for, specifically with Linux kernel programming?
Pretty much Linux kernel programming.
So where would you have to look for that? Only a few basic.
Welcome, Ocean.
Hey, Ocean.
By and large, the vast majority are in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
But if you're...
Which you're leaving.
Well, there are locations, right, the Bay Area is where they're concentrated, and there are companies, and we don't want to name those on here, because...
Yeah. The Northeast has a tech sector as well, though. And I'm not going to name companies either.
The Northeast tech sector is not...
Oh, it's not as big as Silicon Valley. No one is.
It's not as big as the domain areas are very different.
Where would be like the hub for the tech areas in the Northeast?
New York's Silicon Valley, in the Flatiron District and such.
Yeah. There's also Boston.
A couple 3 years ago.
Boston.
Whatever's going on in Boston, I don't know much about.
Well, okay, but Boston is definitely got stuff.
Familiar.
Philadelphia area actually has stuff, believe it or not.
Yeah, what domain areas?
The job I interviewed in Boston was for a specialized application of search. If I get too specific, that kind of gives away the company name.
Well, actually, we need more generality, right?
Well, yeah, they were interested in. They were the ones that gave me, were publishing the NP hard puzzles.
Well, the trouble is, of course, you're looking for a general domain area
Well,
as
they
a
were
broad characterization and not like what one company did.
in their particular case. They would have been happy with anyone with good mathematical ability, which you have, and programming skill, which you have. They were not absolutely married to a particular language, although Lisp and C++ were at the top of their list.
You do C++,
So
Nadia?
that doesn't really help characterize what domain area that was.
It was an optimization algorithm for, well, let's see, how famous are they in the
Was
business?
it online advertising? Was it signal processing? Was it produced through kernel affairs? Was it
They were,
graphics?
okay, I'll tell you what they were in, because I think that I don't think that'll necessarily
Well, it doesn't matter what they in particular were in. It matters what kind of domain areas going around at Boston, Cambridge,
Well,
check on slaves, so to speak.
Okay, they did airfare searches, and their algorithm was being used by a number of online ticket purchasing agencies as well as airline reservations themselves.
I know who they were. The question is what the tech sector around Boston, Cambridge area is.
It covers all things from artificial intelligence and robotics to various medical algorithms, to stock, to stock trading. I mean, like Bloomberg, for example, is in New York City. So, I mean, a specific domain, they have a shotgun of domains.
And where are the financials around New York? Yes.
But I mean, the thing is,
you're kind of not really able to answer the question.
I can only answer so much because I've only applied for so many jobs. I mean, I've done stock trading, I've done credit reporting, nearly got into the airfare search thing. I've done.
Can't really get to it by applying
Shopping
for jobs.
Yeah, I've done stuff that basically takes, handles databases and shit. I mean, I've done a number of things.
Welcome, Rev.
Hey, Rev, what's going on?
Yeah.
Hello, Ranscam, laughing like the Joker, that really freaked me out.
That wasn't Ranscan, that was Lucifer.
Laughing at Ram's joke.
Yeah, apparently, and then, of course, Nadia complained that it nearly killed her.
Anyway, guys, carry on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. Interesting new logo, Rev.
Nadia, do you have C++ skills or no?
I know the language to some extent. It doesn't really help you because the experience in it.
Yeah.
is lacking.
Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Nadia. I apologize. I was just going to say C++ 11 that is the 2011 ANSI standard, is the second most popular big language out there.
After what?
Interestingly enough, after a tiny upstart called Swift.
That sounds odd.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how they're getting their data. Doesn't make sense to me either. Haskell was near the bottom of the list on that particular list of, I think it was top 10. I think Haskell was number 10.
It shouldn't even be in the top 10 if it's something about commercial demand for like programming language skills.
Well, the thing with Haskell is it's got a cult following in the functional programming community, and because Lisp is kind of considered dead, even though it's not, although it's very niche.
Neither Haskell nor Lisp are anywhere even on the map in terms of industrial demand for languages and whatnot.
Right, you're not going to get a job with Haskell.
You're not going to get a job with
you can get a job with C.
What survey? What was that survey about?
It was a poll over people's favorite languages.
Okay, that's unusual.
It was not a what are the most commonly used languages in industry today, which is what would have been more useful to you, obviously.
Well, not really. The languages are not that big a deal.
No.
In reality.
Right. But, HR, they like, 10 years experience with C++. Obviously, you're not going to have that with the C++ 11 dialect. But C++ has been around since the 90s, and if you've been staying with it and growing with it, then you would be absolutely rock solid on that checkbox item, even though it have fuck all to do with the actual domain that you're working in.
They're not like human languages.
Oh, I
you
understand.
You basically know how to program in, a particular paradigm, and from there, just a particular language is not much more than, syntax.
Yeah, essentially. Although, don't fight the language. Even though Boost does add functional programming concepts using the standard template library. For example, they have, they fake closures with classes, that kind of shit. But
I know I don't know what I'm talking about at all, but like if you started your own, let's say LLC, and you put out your own work, kind of like just to kind of build up your profile and resume, but I don't know what you would actually do, what kind of work you could produce, like for yourself, or
most likely you'd go broke.
Not to actually produce anything, but just to build up kind of like your work profile, like your skills that you can kind of present.
There's not much of a plausible way to present much of what I'm doing in kind of product context or
without
much of
actual.
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is essentially flip what you're talking about, except without going through the overhead of an LLC. I'm dealing as an individual. I am trying to get some quality applications on the iTunes App Store for the iPhone platform, and possibly even some OS X apps on the Mac App Store for the OS X platform, and that would allow me to, fill in my own gaps, because I have actually got larger gaps in employment than Nadia does.
Right. Like what Rev was saying there, I mean, like this app, for example, could be something that you could, would be one thing you could add to it.
Yeah. But the thing is, if the app is successful and makes money, who needs a fucking job? If it's not,
There you go.
resume item.
Well, who knows? Between that and the internet, and Nadia putting on these hangouts, linking everything together, you don't know.
Yeah, yeah, it's really going through a shotgun approach.
Like this guy, what's his name? I don't know. Indoor smokers, electronic cigarettes. In 3 years' time, he quit his job from YouTube. I'm not saying going to do that, but things come together. All of a sudden, they take off. People pay you for advertising. A lot of things can happen. So.
Okay, what Nadia just typed into the group chat is actually very, very relevant.
Fuck it all.
It won't get you a job, unfortunately, but that's kind of essentially the philosophy I follow. It is, don't get married to a technology. Understand the theory behind it. Well, the theory behind the actual theory of computation. I mean, that's the briefest way to put it. Like understanding the contents of Knuth's The Art of Computer Programming, for example.
Yeah, but Nadia puts out videos of her skills in mathematics. Somebody might see it. You continue to put out videos and blogs of what you can do, and possibly an employer might see it and be like, offer you a job. You don't know. Things happen.
Well,
like
it's a little harder than that, but that is a reasonable strategy.
Just show what you can
start with. I mean, that's kind of the strategy I'm going with. Is
like this app thing is a great idea.
Getting code out in public associated with my name, that kind of thing. And I am also hoping to, because we've actually got no formal agreement or anything on this, although I don't think one is actually necessary. I mean, you only need a legal formal agreement for contracts that would last over a year. But basically, with the idea of a nutrition app, I'm kind of hoping that Nadia would be able to do an Android version.
Well, hopefully, Nadia, you'll learn to start doing YouTube videos, like short ones, like with all what you can do, and come up with a lot of different formulas for all sorts of different things, and people see it. Like, I could use this person.
Yeah, the nutrition app only requires two things outside of the user interface, and that is a few basic algorithms for the different goals you're trying to achieve, and a database of food items with with the necessary data to fill in the algorithm, the slots in the algorithms, the variables.
Did you get any closer to finding the database?
Well, it's actually something of a different category though, because it's making your decisions for you in a way. Where other ones would just take whatever decision you made and basically just look up nutrition data and count calories and such on a ledger.
Right.
Target date.
This one says what to eat.
Yeah, and having a recommendation engine is actually a non-trivial problem.
There's also a bit of trouble with, given that we're not licensed nutritionists.
Do you have to be a licensed nutritionist? I mean, is this a program that would fall under FDA regulations?
I don't know.
Because as long as it's not, we're good to go.
Michael Ann, I think, isn't she? I don't know.
I don't.
I think she said.
Well, she's a registered nurse. That doesn't make her a nutritionist.
No, I think she mentioned something about that. Maybe she can lend some credence to it.
You could have it, but the RN wouldn't automatically cover it.
What's the target date you have for finishing this, probably?
Finishing what?
The actual application. Have it ready to go.
Oh,
there's shit happening. There is not a target date. It would be
How long could it take?
No, there's no target date.
Yeah.
That's that can be held to.
Yeah, it's an indeterminate period of time, basically.
Are we talking 1 year, 5 years, 2 months?
Oh, Christ, if it's 5 years, then that might as well be never. 1 year is not unreasonable.
Okay.
There's no target I can really be held to. It's like,
yeah,
how much shit is going to be exploding in my life, and for how long and how often. I can be kept in the air for longer than I have left to live. So there's no way to hold me to anything really.
Right. Exactly. And I certainly don't plan to. Obviously. But you would be testing the algorithms on yourself, or at least some of them. I mean, so there
Well, I
is.
could at least, if I get a scale and I don't know, there's not.
If I can, I feel like.
Is 90 days only, right?
Yeah. And if I can
So,
get a database put together.
Such incredible instability happening here.
Right.
What can you really say?
Yes. Yeah, I completely understand that, and trust me, I am taking that into account on my end.
The minute I hit the ground, I literally have to scramble for life and death to get more of the Lispro and Glargine.
Yeah.
And Roxine and Leothyronine and Diclopramide, Brethazine. And Andestron and
Well,
goes on and on.
It's not necessary to enumerate all the difficulties. I think we're aware of them. But yes, and I'm taking all that into account. And really, all I am currently targeting is, and I'm not working on it this very moment, obviously, because I'm here, but I mean, I'm targeting the database end of the situation, regardless of algorithms or user interfaces or any of that crap. It's just being able to put together a coherent database that can be used to query the data for the purposes of any particular algorithm. So that's essentially what I'm trying to do. But because
Maddie gets settled for a few days where she's going, and that works out.
Well, basically, I'm working on another thing as well because I think I'm going to need some funding on my end, and it's an entirely independent project. Has nothing whatsoever to do with the nutrition thing.
Oh, I get you. Okay.
So the database, I mean, until I can build a database, I don't see doing the nutrition thing very well anyway.
Or licensing one. Clearly, these apps are having some kind of access to some database with some license somewhere. Trick is, none of them are saying where they got it from.
Yes, too many secrets. It's a non-trivial issue. That's one of the reasons why I'm working on what is hopefully a much simpler app. And I'm rather glad that Xcode was updated today, because that means I don't have to bounce back and forth between two different versions of Swift. Because I hate Objective-C.
A better idea might be to try to schmooze somewhere. Get one of the authors and one of these diet apps to freaking say where they got their database.
It's like, I'm going to be a direct competitor of yours. Where did you get your data?
Actually, we can be direct competitors. The kind of advice this optimization algorithm gives is pretty harsh stuff. And
Yeah, that is.
No variety in the diet. Really freaking vegan type stuff. A lot of times that doesn't taste good.
I
Not
have
the
some
kind of
ideas on introducing variety.
what?
I have some ideas on introducing variety.
You can make it an all vegan app.
Well, it doesn't have to be all vegan at all.
It
It's
doesn't
a
have to
question
be
of,
because it's the vegan stuff is the things that get the lowest calorie count for the most nutrition anyway.
yeah. But there's a question of playing with constraints, allowing people to say, well, you know what, I like my meat on Fridays, that kind of shit. So you would be delivering what would obviously be a suboptimal set of recommendations for fulfilling the USDA requirements within what the user wants to eat, assuming that is, of course, mathematically possible.
It'd be a niche, though.
I already did something to, I guess, try to throw in some variety, and it wasn't very interesting kinds of things it gave. So, and it was also a really big hit to the diet things and so on. It really is very much a straight and narrow kind of path that comes out of it. I mean, it's basically like all but one choice, or all but some really very similar small group of choices, are needed to, get the most bang for the buck, some nutrient for calories and so on, and then everything else is just like useless. Like
Well,
the entire jar full of food.
It won't achieve your particular goal. I'm talking being able to achieve different goals. Like, for example, what you're talking about, the absolute optimization of nutrition density for calories is a particular profile that one might choose. Someone might want to optimize on price. Someone might want to be rather more flexible, and it's like, well, I just want to make sure I'm eating healthy, which starts getting pretty loose in the constraints.
Well, what's an optimization problem? Carrying out the optimization gets a similar kind of effect. Even if you had it on cost, you'd have the same phenomenon, except it would just be dollars and cents instead of calories.
Yeah.
Right. The minimizing the numbers of dollars and cents to get some particular vitamin or nutrient. Right.
Yeah, but I think there is wiggle room there.
Maximum calcium for the minimum dollars. And maximum iron for the minimum dollars, and maximum vitamin C for the minimum dollars. And
there are going to be hard constraints in
You will
all
follow
the
the
time.
protocol, or else.
Well, the smoke clears. If it's an optimization problem at all, it's going to produce the same kind of, not very much variety kind of thing.
People don't need any variety.
No, people will want variety. So that's where the idea of recommendation comes in. It's just like Netflix has an algorithm out there. They've publicly published it. It was part of a contest that they did circa 2005, maybe 2007, in that neighborhood. A group of statisticians from IBM ended up sweeping up the $1 million prize, which just shows you the level of competition that got into that problem. But essentially the idea was you have people who like this group of movies. What movies do you recommend to them that they will actually like? And that's what they were basically looking for, was the optimum recommendation engine, which operated off of statistical algorithms. In fact, the IBM group published a Greek to me statistical equation that they were basically implementing as the algorithm for performing the recommendations. So if the application took down a token that was essentially not contained no user identifiable information in it in order to comply with privacy laws and also policies, the idea is that people could contribute to, like, I like this, that, and the other, and start getting recommendations along those lines for various recipes or food combinations or whatever that meet the requirements or come close to meeting the requirements.
If I could also rewind a bit further, a lot of the results you get out of this are either identical to or extremely close to pretty much, figuring out the, for each nutrient, what gets you the most bang for the buck or bang for the calorie, right? So, like 50% iron in 130 calories, that's pretty much top of the line there. And just going down the line on the various nutrients and doing that, pretty much gets most of what the big fat optimization engine does. Right? So even to the extent that this is producing results of a kind that people wouldn't actually kind of sort of like, it's worse in that the sort of fancy thought that went behind it ends up breaking down to something almost simpler that doesn't require a whole lot of thought.
Will you be able to set your calories? Like, if you wanted higher calories, would it adjust for that?
Well, stuff I have now actually does. It's trying to minimize the deviation from the target weight, not specifically, make you gain or lose or anything else, right? So you have your you have a target weight. You have you don't need to lose. It'll tell you to
tell
your
you
full
your
body with calories.
Yeah, indeed. And keep in mind, I'm not disagreeing with anything Nadia says.
There's also another trouble where I have kind of built into it the assumption that, essentially because it applies to my case, and welcome Sean, that there's not a whole lot of calorie burning apart from the BMR. That is not going to apply very far outside myself.
I don't know.
In fact, if I could ever actually get to exercise equipment to compensate for the injury so I can actually burn any calories myself, I won't even apply to me either.
Yeah, the USDA database unfortunately does not talk about people with thyroid issues. At least I've not found mention of that yet.
Yeah, and that also goes on BMR calculations, yes.
I sent you that video with the resistant band cardio thing, but you didn't watch it, I'm sure.
On the other hand, in the data...
I am swamped. I'm sorry.
Yeah. On the other hand, in the data, there are things that would serve as hard upper limits. For example, vitamin A consumption or sodium consumption. Those things are relatively easily tracked.
Well, bear in mind though, calcium has a much narrower band than vitamin A, right? Calcium doesn't seem to be the constraining factor. You check the actual constraints, and calcium is not one of them. Why is that? Because almost nothing has calcium, and most of what does doesn't have very much.
Yeah.
The vitamin A, on the other hand, that's all over the place. And
yeah, it's not just in carrots.
Yeah. So the sodium, that can get up. I can get up there a bit further, but I don't know. It's not usually considered make or break.
Yeah. Well, the point is, these are simple upper limits rather than bandpass constraints. So they're easier to deal with.
But there's no lower limit on sodium, you say?
Well, okay, technically there's probably a lower limit on sodium, but I suspect that if you eat normal food, you're more likely to hit your sodium limits before you hit your caloric limits.
Well, I personally have hyponatremia.
Okay, does this mean you need there's a special kit, you need like eat salt pills or something?
They don't tell me to, but my blood work comes back saying, yeah, hyponatremia, sodium's low.
All right, but okay, so
Sea salt.
somehow they need to measure that. I mean, obviously you can just go and get Morton iodized table salt, and you'll get a lot of sodium out of that, although salt licks are probably not likely to be a recommended food item.
Yeah, sea salt.
I also have cardiomyopathy, so they like to have sodium restrictions for that in general, and occasionally they have put them on in the hospitals, and then lift them as soon as they get blood work back saying I've got hyponatremia.
Yeah, it's, well, like I said up front, it's not a trivial application. I mean, doing, you know, with dealing with your limited data with your Haskell script, you know, that is a very, very, very specialized case for you. And I just want to generalize it. And I don't want it to just be a simple one of those calorie counters that are out there.
But how can you?
Calorie counters.
You have pretty serious epistemic or measurement problems with any kind of calorie burn exercise, right?
Yeah,
you have pretty much no idea what exercise does, and people describing what they're doing to you, it's not going to help you figure it out.
No, actually, for the iPhone application, I was going to hook it up to the HealthKit API because it provides a whole shitload of additional data.
I'm not convinced that would get the kind of information you need to determine the calorie balance.
Depending on how much people use HealthKit, it would tell them roughly how many calories they are actually burning each day. Also,
breaking you up really bad.
Size. Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you break up for anyone else?
Yep.
Okay. It wasn't my end.
Breaking up.
Someone else using the microwave?
Not I to the bear.
Nadia, did you say microwave?
John 5.
Yeah, I was asking if it was close to your microwave.
You're exactly right, because I've been trying to trace down my Wi-Fi problem using this program called Ping Plotter, and I've been watching my signal. All of a sudden, it'll start going out, and then when it comes back, I heard the microwave quit, and I've been tracking it for days now, and it's every time the microwave's on. How you like that? Must be on the same frequency, I guess.
Yeah, both microwaves and Wi-Fi routers use the same frequency band. That is the 2.4 gigahertz band. So a slight leak in the microwave, especially a modern 1100 watt microwave, is absolutely going to swamp your 5 watt router, especially if the microwave is closer to your computer than the router is.
That smells like a YouTube video.
Tell me this. Do you think this would work if you wanted to check your microwave for leaks? they say to put your cell phone inside of it, close the door, and then try to call your cell phone, and it shouldn't ring.
Just don't turn the microwave on,
Right.
or you'll have a very nice, pretty fireworks effect.
Do you think that would actually tell you if your microwave's leaking out?
It's an interesting idea, because, but that's for the cell phone. Cell phones have an entirely different set of frequencies. What you really want to find out is how well a Wi-Fi receiver is working. But a microwave is supposed to be a Faraday cage, and it's supposed to work through the 2.4 gigahertz range. Whether it covers the much higher frequency ranges used by cell phones, I have no idea.
Well, damn, I'm going to try it and not turn it on.
Now, in principle, I would suspect that the phone would have a great loss of signal, but it might still work because, you know, it's that grating over the window. The holes might be large enough to allow cell signal through, but if it's a proper Faraday cage, it might well be opaque to those signals.
I used to have a cell phone jammer, but that worked on a different principle, just by putting out a white noise that the cell phone would latch onto. But,
well, that's effectively what a microwave does to your Wi-Fi.
Oh, really?
It leaks. Yeah, it's putting out white noise. I mean, it is tuned to the frequency it's tuned at because hydrogen atoms, it's a frequency that hydrogen atoms will be oscillated by. So the radio energy physically jiggles the hydrogen atoms, which creates the heat that cooks the food.
Huh. Oh, my brain feels so much better. That's...
I point out what I was trying to before the interference got in the way, which was that in order to go outside my special case, right, and why did my video just drop? In order to go outside my special case, you need some kind of a way to get calorie consumption beyond BMR. And Deidre, we don't know. Basically, cross fingers and who knows what.
You can use your Verizon out there, can't you? You have unlimited, right?
The question is, how good will my cell tower reception be?
Yeah, we don't know if it's an aluminum camper that you haul by a truck, or if by camper he's talking about a mobile home which is built out of ordinary drywall and sticks. Because one has aluminum siding, the other does not, and that makes a huge difference on how well the cell phone will work inside it.
I wonder if
well, the bigger issue is just where the cell towers are, and can my phone get signal to and from them?
There's an app that shows you where all the cell phone towers are.
Well, yeah, there's a crowdsourced database for that somewhere. In fact, I know Apple has used it. And
being near a larger city, I would assume you probably get reception.
Yeah, I think Ann Arbor is going to have plenty of cell phone coverage. Question is, how much of it is going to be 4G or LTE versus mere 3G or, God help you, Edge?
What's wrong with Edge? That's what I'm rolling with.
Edge is too slow for video.
I'm just kidding. They've got repeaters if you're in a bad area too that they'll usually give you, but they
don't work.
Require network.
I own one. They don't work at all. Don't buy them.
Well, Sprint gave me mine for free because they're so horrible.
Me too. Mine doesn't work.
You can't drive away while on the phone because it doesn't make the handoff Yeah, they're pretty terrible. But
You got that Air Tower thing or whatever it's called?
I got the Air Rave. Yeah.
Air Rave, yeah. They gave me 2 of those because we're paying like a lot for phones because my mom runs a business or whatever from her phone pretty much. So she bought one, and then it didn't work. So they sent us another one, and it still doesn't work. I don't even understand how Sprint. Yeah.
I don't believe in hell, but working customer service at Sprint would be my definition of hell, because they are so terrible that it's like just having a high-powered cordless phone. It's really line of sight with them.
Yeah. T-Mo would have the same problem. Because unfortunately, for working outside of Sprint or T-Mo areas, which are exceedingly small, they have to lease the towers from AT&T or Verizon. And do you think AT&T and Verizon are going to give them the quality of service to actually legitimately compete with them?
Verizon's got that. They've got the CDMA. They don't need as many tabs. That's a old technology, but a great one. That's what
No, actually, CDMA totally blows because you cannot do voice and data at the same time, which is why Verizon is actually upgrading like mad to LTE.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think a few bits of choppy reception and several, maybe like 10 or 20 ADT attacks later, we are totally lost. Where was the part about the measurement problems related to exercise and hormonal effects on BMI or BMRs?
Well, someone's internet started chopping out, and then it went from there. That's probably my bad.
Okay, am I coming in clear right now?
It sounded like you were just getting clear.
Okay, so we'll go back to Nadia's question. I currently don't know all of what's in HealthKit. I haven't had a chance to read the documentation yet. Whoa.
Whoa.
Alex, please don't do that. There is a health app, but it tends to be rather exercise-oriented, although it does have a small diet thing, which doesn't appear to be of essential usefulness. But there's an API to it, which is what they call HealthKit. So it's a question of hooking up with their existing functionality and adding something you've been talking about, waiting for the train.
Fuck.
Okay. Hopefully the train is quiet enough. Essentially, I don't have an answer for dealing with special medical conditions. I just don't. I mean, which is sadly unfortunate, because type 1 is rather common. Thyroid failure is also rather common. Special needs for the heart diets also rather common. So there should be templates to
Forget the diet, the calorie burn. Right, the calorie burn side.
Unfortunately, as far as I know, because of the way a pedometer and whatnot works, I mean, they measure your body movement. The only thing they can do for calories is estimate based on an aggregation of data that has been averaged for a person of some particular weight or whatever. if it's even that sophisticated, I really don't know. Again, because the only way I know to actually measure calorie burn is to hook you up to a machine that measures how much oxygen you convert to CO2.
Yeah, but there's
Obviously,
averages.
those are not portable devices because they do other things like wrap you inside an airtight container to ensure, and they feed you the oxygen, and they have you running on a treadmill and doing other things. They also measure the temperature, the body heat coming off of you, and perspiration and other things to essentially, to effectively discover that the caloric value of food is functionally equivalent to burning it, as in actually setting it on fire, times some kind of a correction factor based on the fact that the human body does not actually assimilate 100% of the caloric energy in food. It gets a fraction of it, and that fraction can vary depending on the type of food.
Can't you just estimate like the calorie burn for all the different exercises that are already out there?
Well, that's how exercise machines work right now.
It's wildly wrong.
What's that?
Yeah, the estimates are almost useless.
The estimates are what?
They're so far off. What?
They are? The estimates, like based on studies they've done, like for all the different activities, are off.
They could be off by 20% or more, which
they could be off by a lot more than that.
Really?
Well, I don't know what the upper limit is, but your current, like if you were to buy a treadmill, for example, it will basically tell you how many calories you've burned simply by the amount of work you've put into the treadmill.
No, I mean like just actual studies done on jogging and jump roping, all that stuff over the years, by actual clinical studies. I mean,
yeah, well,
those are off.
The numbers will come from those, but those numbers come from studying athletes, volunteers, whatever,
sure.
A relatively small sample of the population that is probably not statistically significant. And the data is not exactly new.
Representative is a bigger problem than significance.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
There is a lot more. I just using the machine, quote unquote, wrong can completely throw off the estimates. Or, well, the reality from the estimates.
Well, you're not training NASA astronauts here. You could have
No,
wiggle
but
room.
let's take a bad case scenario, which may not even be the worst case scenario, and say that the machine is off by 50%. And it's optimistic by 50%. So in real life, you burn 100 calories. It'll tell you you've burned 150 calories.
I wouldn't go by the machine. I would just go by the time and
Oh, that's what the
effort.
thing is. The machine is taking all that shit into account. That's where it's coming up with the 150 number, even though the reality is you've only done 100. That's the error.
Now, there's only, what, 3,500 calories in a pound? Something like that?
In a pound of what?
Fat.
Yeah, fortunately, even those things are difficult to deal with.
3,500 calories and a pound of human body fat, you're off by 50 calories a day. You're going to say you're losing but actually not.
Is it just me? Did I lose my vision?
Gazelle,
Yep.
Oh.
you're off by a lot further.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
Yeah, Nadia, you lagged out for a bit.
Frozen, but plus you have to take into account their daily activities at work.
I said. Well, how do you take them into account? How do you measure them?
It'd be very
50
difficult.
calories a day, more than you're actually getting or burning, is predicting you'll lose a pound every 70 days, but you're actually not going to. And one of the big issues is that it's not, 50 calories a day is usually off by a lot more.
Yeah. Well, I was actually using 50% and just used 100 calories on an exercise machine. That is you personally burning 100 calories and the machine lying to you and telling you burned 150. So it's actually a lot worse than what you just said. It's not 50 calories a day that it's off, it's 50%, say, on the optimistic side. So
I guess you'd have to use a pedometer for like a week and figure out how many steps you take, number one.
well, that's the pedometers are not accurate either, by the way. They have to detect that you've started moving, and then there's a number of factors that go into it, but essentially they will undercount your steps by an indeterminate amount that they do try and compensate for, but we're talking an area that is under-researched. It's primarily been of interest to athletes, and we're trying to apply this to the general population. Not just us, but I mean companies in general. All those wearable devices for fitness that are out there, for example. Stuff like that.
You hang out at the link in the sidebar.
We making the jump?
Yep.
Let's go.
That's off bummer.
Well, hopefully everyone does. And we can feedback so that the audience gets at least the audio until we hop over.
Yeah, I don't know where the initial feedback first comes from. It's quite annoying. I know I'm always muted for it, so it's not my fault. I think it's a Google programming error. Or
what feedback burst?
Someone, I don't know. It usually happens when we go from off air to live.
I've never seen or heard this feedback burst.
I hope I'm not feeding back now.
You're not. Oh, you mean you're getting feedback on your own end?
When we change Hangouts and go from off air to live, I start hearing stuff that I've said like a minute ago coming through.
Art was on real early, but he hasn't been on since. And hopefully Sean makes it in. So, at the same time, We have, basically very few. Actually, it's not even very few. Basically, no effective means of measuring the calorie burn and so on.
Yeah, and then
BMR.
there's the problem from the other end, which when I started reading the documentation to the USDA SR27 database, I was actually stunned at some of the age is of the reports and various and how they measured protein. I had no idea how they measured protein before. For the people in the room, I'll basically say what they do is they break down the food and they count the nitrogen molecules in it, or the nitrogen atoms in it. But there is non-protein bearing stuff in foods like chocolate and legumes and what have you, and coffee beans that do have nitrogen. And so they have to use a multiplicative factor to compensate to get the protein.